Chapter 270. The demon race is in danger. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hong Jun was also shocked. He did not expect the wizard race to have such a trump card. With his strength, he did not need to see the result. He only needed to see the process to understand everything and see the trump card of the wizard race. In the eyes of all the living beings in the primordial world, an incomparably sacred and majestic Tao shadow suddenly appeared in the primordial world. The primordial world shook even more violently. At this moment, the entire world was cheering and filled with joy. All the living beings in the primordial world could clearly feel it. The Khanate Tao descended, and the laws of heaven and earth continued to appear. The origin of heaven and earth also descended. Everything appeared. In the primordial world, all kinds of phenomena appeared, welcoming a certain supreme existence. The origin of that Tao shadow was self-evident. It was the creator of the primordial world, the existence closest to the eternal great Tao in the world. The son of great Tao, Pangu. The moment Pangu's true body appeared, the three pure ones' expressions suddenly changed on Kunlun Mountain. That was because their primordial spirits were trembling continuously, as if they were about to leave their bodies and return to Pangu's embrace to play the role of Pangu's primordial spirit again. Pangu's primordial spirit was the three pure ones, but the three pure ones were not Pangu's primordial spirit. The moment they developed intelligence, they were new individuals, which also meant that Pangu's primordial spirit had died. After hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation, they had obtained the realm of indestructibility. How could the three pure ones be willing to sacrifice themselves and recondense Pangu's primordial spirit in exchange for Pangu's return? At that moment, the three pure ones guarded their primordial spirits and mobilized all their strength to cut off their connection with Pangu's true body. I am me, the one and only. I am not anyone's incarnation, moral sacred words, suppress. Steadying his beliefs, the Grand Pure One's body surged with the principles of morality and refined all the remaining Pangu's primordial spirit chi in his primordial spirit. At the same time, the primeval golden scripture appeared on the body of the heavenly lord of the primeval beginning. It narrated the truth of the great Tao and washed away the chi of Pangu's primeval spirit in his primordial spirit. And on the Grand Master of Heaven's body, the numinous treasure Tao scripture appeared, deducing all kinds of things in the world and refining the power of Pangu's primordial spirit in his primordial spirit. The Tao of virtue, the golden scripture of the primordial spirit, and the numinous treasure Tao sutra were not the innate clear spirit Tao bestowed upon the three pure ones by the heavenly Tao, nor were they the three Taos of Shi, Yuan, and Xian that Pangu inherited. Instead, it was the Tao that the three pure ones had comprehended themselves. It was the manifestation of all their Tao comprehensions, and it represented their highest achievement. It possessed boundless power. This was a Dharma that was free from Pangu's influence. It was a Dharma that belonged to the three pure ones. Only this Dharma could help them cut off their connection with Pangu. As the connection between the three pure ones and Pangu was severed, the heaven-opening mark on their bodies, as well as the heaven-opening providence, dissipated quite a bit. There were gains and losses. They had lost a part of Pangu's legacy in exchange for complete freedom. Only the three pure ones knew whether it was good or bad. This was the difference between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Although they also respected and admired Pangu, it was impossible for them to exchange their lives for Pangu's life. The three pure ones lived for themselves. However, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were different. Pangu was their belief. The sorcerer tribe's worship of Pangu was unparalleled in the untainted land. For Pangu, they could give up everything. If they could revive Pangu by giving up their lives, they would not hesitate at all. The sorcerer tribe lived for themselves and also for Pangu. It was for this reason that the 12 ancestors of sorcery could obtain Pangu's hall and comprehend the 12 divine beings killing formation from it. They could summon Pangu's real body. The three pure ones did not have the sorcerer tribe's heart. Therefore, even if the three of them combined their primordial spirits, they could not summon Pangu's primordial spirit. That was because Pangu did not give them the right to do so. This Looking at the majestic real body of Pangu in front of them, the demon clan could not help but swallow their saliva. They were so shocked that they could not speak. This was the creation god of the untainted land, the most powerful existence in the world. How could they fight this battle? A chill rose from their backs, making the demon clan feel cold from head to toe. A strong sense of despair emerged in their hearts, and they felt that they had lost all hope in the future. I am the Celestial Emperor, the master of all living beings in the world. So what if it's Pangu? I created the demon clan, established the heavenly court, maintained the order of the world, and found a chance for the innate living beings to transcend. I am limitless. Even if Pangu comes in person, I want to fight him. Right now, he is just a fake body formed by the ancestral sorcerer. What do I have to fear? Kill. After all, he was the overlord of the world. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Jun recovered and strengthened his beliefs. He was fearless and looked straight at Pangu's real body. Just as Jun said, the greatest contribution of the establishment of the heavenly court was not to maintain the order of the world, but to find a chance for the innate living beings to transcend. The demon clan was a connate living being. No matter how many connate god fiends there were, they could not be endless. Of course, not all of the 3,000 demon gods of the demon clan were connate god fiends. Many of them were connate living beings. One had to know that the untainted land was the world of the connate god fiends. Under their control, how difficult was it for the connate living beings to attain the Tao? Before Jun established the heavenly court, no connate living being had attained the Tao. Daluo Jingxian had transcended. It was Jun. He was the one who created the demon clan, established the heavenly court, and gathered supreme providence. It was as if he had split the world apart. He had snatched the opportunity to attain the Tao from the hands of the connate god fiends. It was because of this feat that the connate living beings swore to be loyal to Jun. Only then could he sit firmly on the position of Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, did he really think that the position of Celestial Emperor was something that anyone could sit on? In the connate era, obtaining the recognition of the connate living beings had great merit and great providence. Only then could one condense the position of Celestial Emperor. I have long heard of the strength of the great Taoist priests. He is the best in the world and no one can compete with him. Today, Tai will have a good fight with him. If he wins, let the world know that the East Emperor is worthy of the title of number 1 in the primordial world. Let the demon clan know that they still have an emperor who can save their lives, and let those who have different thoughts give up. Use a bloody battle to completely determine the situation of the primordial world. If I lose, I will have no regrets dying in the hands of the great Taoist priests. At this moment, Tai's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. It was unprecedentedly high. He wanted to compete with Pangu's true body. Since the establishment of the demon clan, we have become the overlords of the world from nothing. Who knows how many calamities we have experienced and how many difficulties we have overcome. How can we fall here? Men of the demon clan, kill. Kill to your heart's content. Kill to the heart's content and show the power of the demon clan. We can't let the living beings of the primordial world look down on the demon clan. At this moment, Fushi's appearance had completely changed. His aura was incomparably fierce, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was reflected behind him. There was no longer a trace of his previous gentle and amiable appearance. Chapter 271. Fushi, Emperor Shi of the demon race. The most intelligent person in the primordial world was also a top-notch great mystical ability below the saint. There was no doubt about his strength. Kill. Victory to the demons. The 3 demon emperors shouted from the bottom of their hearts and reawakened the fighting spirit of the demons. They overcame the fear in their hearts and clenched their weapons tightly as they charged towards the Magi. Ridiculous. The demons have gone against the flow and lost their Tao in the world. Today, the Magi are under the orders of Father God to destroy them. The demons should be destroyed. Pangu's true body looked at the 3 of them and smiled disdainfully. He reached out and shouted, "Axe, come." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taiji painting, Pangu's banner, and the chaos bell in the hands of the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the East Emperor Tai almost at the same time. Suddenly, they trembled and almost flew out of their hands towards Pangu's true body to form the Pangu's axe again. Oh no! The three treasures were the foundation of the three of them. They could not lose them. Immediately, the three of them used their methods to suppress the three treasures. After all, they were treasures that were connected to their lives. In addition, Pangu's axe was already in the past. The three of them did not spend much effort to suppress the three treasures. On the other hand, the East Emperor Tai could not use the East Emperor Bell when facing Pangu's true body to prevent accidents. Seeing that he could not summon Pangu's axe, Pangu's true body snorted coldly. He formed a seal with one hand and sent out a bolt of divine lightning towards the three of them. That lightning was the Du Tian divine lightning. It could split the world apart and was all-encompassing. It was the opportunity of creation, the source of destruction, and the source of all lightning techniques. It was the strongest lightning technique in the primordial world. Rumble. Wherever the Du Tian divine lightning passed, everything changed. The laws were changing, and the world was being re-established. A mysterious world slowly spread out. It was magnificent and magnificent, enveloping Dijun and the other two. In this world, Dijun and the other two felt that their connate origins were constantly flowing away, becoming nutrients for this world to grow. What mystical ability is this? So powerful. Unimaginably strong. This supernatural power ignored any defense and directly attacked the innate source. In the untainted land, it was simply unheard of and unimaginable to the extreme. The innate source was the foundation of everything. If the innate source was gone, it meant death. Furthermore, without the innate source energy, even if he did not lose his cultivation after his resurrection, his strength would plummet, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. Just like Tung Wang Kung, although he was still the Daluo Jingxian after his resurrection, he was getting worse and worse. Kill. Knowing the consequences of losing their innate origin source, Dijun and the other two did not dare to hesitate. They immediately unleashed all of their strength and executed their strongest divine abilities to shatter the world in front of them. Boom! Under the full power of the three of them, the Dutian world suddenly shattered and turned into a huge tide of destruction that continued to sweep towards them. Zhouxing formation, kill. Boundless starlight descended and transformed into a boundless river of stars. It was vast and mighty, and it annihilated the tide of destruction as it charged towards Pangu's true body. Insignificant. Pangu's true body grabbed at the void, and a vast light appeared and gathered into the shadow of a giant axe in his hand. He swung it down fiercely at the Zhouxing formation. In an instant, the world lost its meaning, and only a ray of light was left. It was incomparably dazzling and white, and nothing could be seen. Crack. After an unknown period of time, a loud shattering sound suddenly came from the world, breaking the long silence. Looking in the direction of the sound, a huge crack appeared in the starry sky. The Zhouxing formation that the demon race had placed high hopes on was split open by Pangu's true body with a single swing of his axe. Break! Without giving the demon race time to react, Pangu's true body swung his giant axe and swung it down again, destroying all the formation patterns in the sky. Without the connection of the formation patterns, the Zhouxing formation could no longer be maintained and broke apart. Instantly, the heavenly cycle star streamers shattered one after another, and the demon gods spat out blood. Even the Zhouxing formation dimmed significantly. The Zhouxing formation was extremely powerful, and its backlash was equally shocking. Fortunately, the demon gods were all at Daluo Jinxian's level of cultivation, so they did not die on the spot and were only injured. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to dust on the spot. Hiss! Pangu's true body is actually so powerful. Although they knew that Pangu's true body was definitely powerful, they did not expect him to break the Zhouxing formation that the demon race was so proud of with just 2 swings of his axe. Even a sage did not have such power, right? The witch race was so powerful that the demon race could not even retaliate. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of this battle was already set. The demon race was about to become history. However, the great masters had thought too much about this. The power of Pangu's true body was so powerful because it was his first time appearing in the world. He had gathered the remnant power of Pangu in the primordial world, which led to his power surpassing that of a sage. However, this power was, after all, an external force. It wouldn't be long before it dissipated. If these great masters carefully observed Pangu's true body, they would realize that his power was constantly weakening. No matter how strong Pangu's true body was, it was not the real Pangu's physical body. It was only forcibly condensed by the 12 ancestral sorcerers with the help of the formation. Due to the influence of the 12 ancestral sorcerers, Pangu's true body could only unleash the power of a great perfection primordial chaos Tao realm cultivator. If he wanted to be stronger, the 12 ancestral sorcerers would have to continue increasing their power. The Zhousing formation was broken, and the impact was far greater than imagined. The entire starry sky was trembling, and pieces of debris fell from the stars, turning into meteorites that smashed onto the primordial world. It was unknown how many innocent creatures were harmed and how many people were killed. For a time, the primordial world was full of wails and devastation. What's that? On the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen had been staring at the Zhousing formation ever since the demon race activated it. He tried to remember all the changes of the Zhousing formation so that he could improve his galaxy cosmic light formation. Therefore, when the Zhousing formation was broken and the starry sky was unbalanced, Feng Zichen discovered a different aura from the deepest part of the starry sky. Curious, Feng Zichen took the opportunity when Di Jun's attention was completely attracted by the sorcerer tribe to release his divine thought. He followed the different aura and explored the depths of the starry sky. This is the embryo of a primordial treasure. There is a primordial treasure in the depths of the starry sky. Why have I never heard of it? In the depths of the starry sky, Feng Zichen discovered a Taoist embryo surrounded by endless starlight. In the Taoist embryo, he could clearly see a Taoist diagram depicting Zhousing. It was the primordial treasure, Zhousing diagram. It was the carrier of the Tao of stars, branded with the mark of Zhousing, recording the trajectory of Zhousing. It had all kinds of incredible power and infinite power. Chapter 272. The reason why the Zhousing formation was not a match for the 12 divine beings killing formation was that it lacked the Zhousing map as the main array. Although the He Tu and the Luo Shu were extraordinary and hid the secrets of the Khanate 9 palaces, they were supreme treasures of the primordial world and recorded the flow of the primordial world's water veins. They were not compatible with Zhousing. Di Jun used the He Tu and the Luo Shu to preside over Zhousing. How could he activate its full power? It was not surprising that the incomplete Zhousing formation was destroyed when it fought against the complete Du Tian divine beings killing formation. That's right. Zhousing is so important. It's normal for it to nurture a Khanate cardinal treasure. It's a big problem if it can't be nurtured. Zhousing was the most important part of the primordial world. Only when the three lights were separated could there be the boundless space of the primordial world. Moreover, they corresponded to the Earth Spirit Cave one by one, releasing endless star essence and nurturing the countless living beings of the primordial world. It would not make sense if there was not a Khanate cardinal treasure suppressing such an important place. Taiyi was born with the Bell of Chaos, so the world thought that the Bell of Chaos was the supreme treasure that suppressed the boundless void. Little did they know that the Khanate cardinal treasure that truly suppressed Zhousing had yet to be born and was still in the process of being nurtured. It was the supreme treasure in front of Feng Zichen, the Zhousing map. It seems that this Khanate cardinal treasure was most likely not successfully nurtured. Otherwise, it's impossible that I haven't heard of it. Feng Zichen came from the future. Although he had never seen any treasures, he had heard of many of them. He had even heard of most of the famous Khanate spirit treasures in the primordial world, let alone the rarer Khanate cardinal treasure. If such a cardinal treasure really existed in the future, it was impossible for him to not have heard of it. From this, it could be deduced that such a connate cardinal treasure did not exist in the future. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen grabbed a wisp of the Zhouxing map's aura and combined it with his memories from the future to use the connate 8 trigrams to deduce. The deduction method of the connate 8 trigrams was different from the deduction method that was passed down in the primordial world. It did not calculate through the heavenly Tao. Instead, he used the innate 8 phases to evolve the greater 1,000 universes and operate the laws of heaven and earth. He traversed through countless years and saw a trace of a secret from the mysterious and unknown future. I see. After a while, Feng Zichen finished his deduction and found out everything. In the near future, the great war between liches and demons would erupt. That battle was so terrifying that it was beyond imagination. The entire wilderness was shattered. Zhouxing, who was at the center of the battlefield, was not spared. The starry sky was shattered, and the heavenly cycle was in tatters. His source fell greatly. Countless small planets were completely shattered into pieces. As a result, Zhouxing was too busy to take care of himself. How could he spare the energy to create the Zhouxing map? Under the interference of the heavenly Tao, the innate origin of the Zhouxing diagram flowed backward and returned to the Zhouxing to repair the Zhouxing so that they would not collapse. At this point, the Zhouxing map, a connate cardinal treasure, had died before it was even born. It had completely dissipated in the primordial world. However, since I'm here, how can I allow this to happen? The Zhouxing map, a connate cardinal treasure, is mine. A connate cardinal treasure that truly belonged to the Tao of Stars and could unify the Zhouxing map was extremely precious. Of course, Feng Zichen was not willing to give it up. It seems that I have to make a good plan. After taking one last look at the Zhouxing map, Feng Zichen slowly retracted his gaze. Di Jun, today is the day you die. Kill. Pangu's real body raised the giant axe and swung it at Di Jun and the other two. The axe was ordinary. There were no innate runes or aura of the great Tao. There was only unparalleled power, power that was beyond imagination. Under the axe, it seemed to be able to sever the great Tao, destroy all spells, and reopen the world. No matter how hard Di Jun and the other two tried, they were only able to resist for a breath before they were sent flying and vomiting blood. Ha! Victory to the witch tribe. With a loud laugh, Pangu's real body chased after them. He took a big step forward and came in front of Di Jun and the other two. He raised the Pangu map in his hand and was about to kill the three of them. I am the Celestial Emperor. Who can kill me? The heavenly realm is of the same origin. Add to me. Looking at the Pangu map that was chopping at him, Di Jun's face was filled with madness. He suddenly formed a seal and attracted the origin of heaven and earth to add to his body. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from Di Jun's body, shocking the entire primordial world. At this moment, his strength rose to a brand new level, the primordial chaos Tao realm. It was the realm that many powerful people in the primordial world dreamed of, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. The heavenly realm was a world that was countless times more powerful than the Great Kiliacosm. Its origin was so powerful that other than the origin of Earth, nothing in the primordial world could compare to it. Therefore, no one in the primordial world found it strange that Di Jun had entered the primordial chaos Tao realm. If they didn't know that Di Jun had this trump card, how could the sages tolerate Di Jun suppressing them? Kill. Holding the sun god's sword, Di Jun suddenly swung it and slashed out a dazzling sword light. It was vast and boundless, illuminating the primordial world. Heaven and earth were completely white and lost their color. There was no doubt that this was the power of the sword Tao. Not long after the connate sword Tao was established, the Grand Master of Heaven, Di Jun, Mingyi, and the others had successively attained the connate sword Tao, causing the power of the connate sword Tao to multiply. You overestimate yourself. Pangu, the pinnacle of strength. Even though the true body of Pangu that the ancestral which had transformed into was far inferior to the real Pangu, its strength was also the limit of its realm. It was almost invincible in the same realm. Clang! With a gentle swing of the giant axe, a vast axe light poured out, shattering everything. It easily wiped out the sword light that was enough to kill a quasi-saint. Then, the axe light did not weaken and slashed toward Dijun. Seeing this, Dijun hurriedly raised his sword to block. Crack! After a crisp sound, the Khanate divine sword that had followed him for countless years shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the primordial world, never to be seen again. At the same time, the axe light also dissipated. Sun Star, come! At this time, Tai also made a series of hand seals and absorbed the origin of the Sun Star into his body. Needless to say, the Sun Star's importance was self-evident. It was not difficult to create a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian with all its origin on a person. Kill! Behind Tai, a huge wheel slowly appeared and crashed toward Pangu's true body. This was the Tai wheel, the great wheel of the heavenly Tao. It was Tai's strongest technique and also his supreme achievement. Tai was the Tao. The Tai wheel, the wheel of Tao, was an incomparably perfect ring that represented no beginning and no end. Its body was covered with Khanate runes, symbolizing the endless rules of the primordial world. As the Tai wheel moved, these Khanate runes shone, triggering the power of the heavenly Tao, the rules of heaven and earth, and all the power of the primordial world. Chapter 273. This time, Pangu's true body blocked the Tai wheel, but it was not as easy as before. Humph! Although the Pangu true body managed to shatter the greater one wheel, he was pushed back by the huge force and could not help but let out a muffled groan. It was not that Tai's attack was stronger than Dijun's. It was that after such a long time, Pangu's remaining strength had dissipated a lot, causing the strength of Pangu's true body to fall back to the primordial chaos Tao realm. His strength has fallen a lot. Everyone present was smart. How could they not sense such an obvious change? Chance. The strength of Pangu's true body is constantly weakening. As long as we continue to delay, we will have a chance to turn the tables. After thinking for a while, the three of them understood the reason. They immediately changed their strategy and stopped fighting Pangu's true body head-on. Instead, they used delaying tactics. They intended to delay until the strength of Pangu's true body declined to the extreme and achieve a desperate comeback. Unfortunately, Dijun's plan was wrong. Although the strength of Pangu's true body was falling, what fell was the remaining strength of Pangu. His essence was still at the perfected primordial chaos Tao realm. In other words, when he reached the perfected primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm, the strength of Pangu's true body would fall to the bottom and would not change at all. Just like that, Dijun and the other two gave up fighting Pangu's true body. Instead, they fought with him and gradually stalled for time. Thump, 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 suddenly, a violent heartbeat sounded in Pangu's true body. It beat according to some inexplicable Tao rhythm. It was incomparably grand, shaking the entire primordial world and resonating with all Taos. This was Pangu's heart beating. It was not relying on the 12 divine wraith formation to condense Pangu's true body and heart, but the true heart of Pangu. It belonged to the son of the great Tao, the father of the primordial world, Pangu's heart. This was the true number one treasure of the primordial world. Die. Every time Pangu's heart beat, it provided great power to Pangu's true body. Clenching Pangu's axe tightly, Pangu's true body slashed at Dijun and the other two with all his might. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive explosions, Dijun, Tai, and Fushi were blown apart by Pangu's real body. However, the 3 of them were the top great mediums in the untainted land. How could they die so easily? In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reunited in the distance and reappeared in the world. Cough cough. Although the 3 of them were still alive after suffering such heavy injuries, the power that had been added to their bodies had left their bodies, and they had fallen back to the quasi-saint realm. Kill. Pangu's true body didn't say much as he was afraid of another mishap. He raised the giant axe in his hand and was about to deal the final blow to the 3 of them. It's about time. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hung Jun calculated and felt that Pangu's remaining power had been exhausted by the ancestral magi and could no longer pose a threat to him. With a flash, he rushed toward the heavenly court. Stop! At the critical moment, Tao ancestor Hung Jun suddenly appeared and blocked the giant axe that was slashing at Di Jun and the other two, saving them. Hey, Tao ancestor Hung Jun, what do you mean by this? Pangu's true body couldn't help but be angry when he was suddenly stopped and asked Tao ancestor Hung Jun, the demon clan maintains the order of the world. They have contributed to the untainted land and should not be destroyed. After sizing up Pangu's true body for a while, Tao ancestor Hung Jun said coldly. Hung Jun, you, pointing at Tao ancestor Hung Jun, Pangu's true body was so angry that he couldn't speak. I've long heard that Tao ancestor Hung Jun has merged with the Tao with his body. He is fair and righteous and will not easily interfere in the matters of the untainted land. Today, I see that rumors are just rumors. They can't be trusted. After a while, Pangu's true body said with a mocking expression. But then, his face suddenly darkened and he shouted coldly at Hung Jun, today, the Witch Clan is under the orders of Father God to send troops to suppress the Demon Clan and stabilize the untainted land. Whoever dares to stop us will be the enemy of the Witch Clan. Hung Jun, let me ask you, are you going to make way or not? At the end of his sentence, Pangu's true body was filled with killing intent. The heavenly divine baleful chi surged out and swept through the surroundings. The poor Wei said that the demon clan has contributed greatly to the untainted land and should not be destroyed. Shaking his head, Tao ancestor Hung Jun's tone did not change at all, as if he did not care about the threat of the Witch Clan at all. What a biased old man, take my axe. Seeing that Tao ancestor Hung Jun's attitude was so firm, Pangu's true body was furious. He raised his axe and slashed it. Go back. Tao ancestor Hung Jun waved his sleeve and a terrifying power erupted, knocking Pangu's true body down from the heaven realm and onto the untainted land. After stabilizing himself, Pangu's true body was about to point at Tao ancestor Hung Jun and curse when he saw a purple light flash. Pangu's true body suddenly disappeared and the 12 ancestral witches appeared one after another. How could it be, this time, the ancestral witches were well behaved. Looking at Tao ancestor Hung Jun in the sky, they did not dare to say anything even though they were furious. This, masters, teachers, strength is actually this strong. In the distance, the saints and many powerful people who saw this scene could not help but exclaim. Such a powerful true body of Pangu was actually defeated by Tao ancestor Hung Jun in one move. His strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Greetings, Master. At this moment, Di Jun and the other two walked forward and bowed to Tao ancestor Hung Jun, get up. Nodding, Tao ancestor Hung Jun gestured to the three of them. From now on, the Demon Clan will rule the heavens and the Witch Clan will rule the earth. Within 100,000 years, there will be no more disputes. Looking at the Demon Clan and then the Witch Clan, Tao ancestor Hung Jun said. Yes, I will follow Master's orders. Di Jun and the other two hurriedly said in unison. This was obviously a good thing for the Demon Clan. They had no reason to refuse. Got it. Boys, let's go. We'll spare the Demon Clan this time. With Tao ancestor Hung Jun around, the 12 ancestral witches knew that they could not take advantage of him. With a wave of their hands, they recalled the Witch Clan army and left. All of you, take care of yourselves. After taking one last look at Di Jun and the other two, Tao ancestor Hung Jun also left. Hiss. This Pangu's true body is so hard. As soon as he returned to the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hung Jun's expression changed. He could not help but frown and shake his arms repeatedly. He was no longer as indifferent as before. When Tao ancestor Hung Jun dealt with Pangu's true body, it was easy for him to disperse Pangu's true body and break the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation with a casual strike. However, that strike contained not only his power, but also the power of the heavenly Tao. That was why he was able to defeat Pangu's true body in a single strike. Even so, Dao ancestor Hung Jun's arm, which was casting the spell, was still trembling from the huge recoil. If not for the fact that he had to take into account his image, he would have cried out on the spot. Fortunately, he held it in. Now that he had returned to the Purple Cloud Palace and there was no one else around, Dao ancestor Hung Jun could cry out without caring about his image and not worry about being discovered by outsiders. Chapter 274. But fortunately, his painstaking efforts were not in vain. That move had completely shocked everyone in the Untainted Land. Presumably, after this time, the image of Hung Jun Taoist would become higher and more unfathomable in the eyes of the great mediums. No one would dare to disobey his orders. The demon clan, the wizard clan, how troublesome. Thinking of the wizard clan and the demon clan, even with Hung Jun Taoist's cultivation, he could not help but have a headache. Alas, these sages, can't you just calm down and focus on your cultivation? Why do they have to get involved in these secular affairs and make the Untainted Land a mess? With Hung Jun Taoist's cultivation, Junti thought that he had done it secretly and no one could find out. But how could he hide from Hung Jun Taoist's eyes? Daoist Hung Jun was naturally well aware of the reason for that. Brother, Hung Jun Taoist has gone too far. He is so partial to the demon clan and humiliated the wizard clan. He is really a Tao ancestor. I used to think that he was a good person. In the Pangu Hall, a group of ancestral sorcerers were cursing. A good person? How can Hong be a good person if he can live to this day? In the Untainted Land, there are good people. It's just that the real good people are all dead and have been slandered. Anyway, the dead can't speak and won't stand up to refute. Isn't it just slander by the living? Hearing everyone's words, Dijiang sneered and said. Hung Jun Taoist has experienced many schemes to live to this day. If you think about it a little, you will know that he can't be a good person. Another name for a good person is a fool. Is Hung Jun a fool? Wasn't it? Doing good things in the Untainted Land was called smart. Being a good person in the Untainted Land was not a fool. There were so many bad people in the Untainted Land. Originally, everyone was the same and could not see any problems. But suddenly, a good person appeared. With this comparison, everything was out. If those bad people did not plot against this good person, how could they live up to their identity as bad people? Isn't Hong Yun a good person? But look, after he died, who else wanted to avenge him except Jin Yuanzi? Those who were helped by him in the past didn't even show their faces. They all pretended to be deaf and dumb. He pretended not to see something that alarmed the entire primordial world. Do you see that? This is what happens to good people. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long before bad words about Hung Yun spread in the Untainted Land. His reputation will be completely ruined. Otherwise, those Khanate divine demons who are helped by Hung Yun won't have the face to stay in the Untainted Land. Dijiang had a thorough understanding of the innate god fiends' personalities. Good people had no chance of survival in the Great Desolate. Alright, I've said so much, but I just want to tell you, in the Untainted Land, you can do good deeds, but you can't be a good person. Speaking of this, Dijiang suddenly looked at Hutu and said to her sternly, especially you. The Lady of Earth's benevolence is already spreading in the primordial world. Big brother, I hope you can grasp the scale well and distinguish the boundary between good and bad. The red cloud mirror is right in front of us. Don't repeat his mistakes. Dijiang was very helpless about his sister. Perhaps because of the influence of the earth, Hutu's personality was completely different from other ancestral sorcerers. There was no tyrannical aura at all. Instead, she was full of holy and auspicious aura. She was not like the sorcerer tribe at all. No, perhaps, her appearance was the real appearance of the sorcerer tribe. Hutu was born with a benevolent heart. She was full of pity for all living beings in the Untainted Land. She had been doing things of merit in the Untainted Land and was loved and respected by all living beings in the Untainted Land. This was nothing. However, after Hung Yun died, Dijiang could not help but worry. If Huta continued like this, it was hard to guarantee that she would not be used by outsiders and follow in Hongyun's footsteps. That was why the scene before his eyes had occurred. Big brother, don't worry. Huta knows what to do. Huta nodded and replied. It's good that you know what to do. Then I won't say anything more. However, the matter of the untainted land needs to be completed as soon as possible. Hongjuan's strength is unfathomable. It's far from what we can compete with. With him protecting the demon clan, it seems that our plan to destroy the demon clan won't work. Now, the only way is to find a way to increase the foundation of the sorcerer tribe and improve the strength of our tribe. After 100,000 years, we will destroy the demon clan in one fell swoop. At that time, even Hongjun won't be able to say anything. During this period of time, I'll have to trouble you to work harder and strive to draw the untainted land map as soon as possible. Di Jiang stood up and said. For the sorcerer tribe, we will do our best. The ancestral sorcerers stood up and replied. Then, they turned and left the Panga Hall. After this battle, the untainted land will never be peaceful again. On the coast of the East Sea, Feng Zichen looked at the sky that was gradually recovering and could not help but sigh. After the Second World War, the untainted land would usher in a series of changes. Every event had a far-reaching impact. It was enough to change the infinite future and produce countless variables. Huta turned into reincarnation, the three pure ones separated, Chang-Yi flew to the moon. These unimaginable events would follow one after another. After these events, the human clan would also usher in the most terrifying and dangerous calamity since its birth. The demon clan slaughtered humans. It's time to make preparations. Sighing, Feng Zichen turned and returned to the human clan's ancestral temple to continue refining the human Dao imperial court. This was the inheritance treasure of the human clan. It was enough to establish a foundation for the human clan. He could not be careless. However, there was no hurry. Although Dao ancestor Hongjun had only stipulated that the sorcerer and demon clan could not fight for 100,000 years, the sorcerer and demon clan's anger had dissipated. They would not fight without preparing for millions of years. In other words, Feng Zichen still had at least 1,000,000 years to prepare. 100,000 years later, the human clan's ancestral temple suddenly erupted with resplendent light that shot into the clouds. Then, the mighty power of the human Dao poured out and swept through the untainted land. Freeze! At the crucial moment, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and sealed the void in all directions. He covered up the commotion caused by the mighty power of the human Dao in time. In this way, the fluctuation of the mighty power of the human Dao did not alarm the untainted land and attract some malicious gazes. Of course, no matter how fast Feng Zichen's movements were, he could not hide it from Nuwa in the palace of Empress Hua. After all, the human clan's ancestral temple was right under her nose. Within the ancestral temple, in the deepest part of the boundless void, there was a huge divine city floating there quietly. The aura of the human Dao flowed all over it, releasing endless light that illuminated the entire void. That was the human Dao imperial court. After hundreds of thousands of years of hard work, Feng Zichen had finally succeeded in refining it. The human Dao imperial court, 1 city, 2 halls, 3 palaces, 4 gates. It symbolized the meaning that Dao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Chapter 275. The city referred to the human Dao imperial court itself, symbolizing the meaning of one origin. The 2 halls referred to the ancestral hall and sacred hall. The sacred hall enshrined Nuwa, the 5 elements sacred beasts, and the Daoyuo Jingxian of the human race. In the future, if a powerful figure appeared to protect the human race, they could also be enshrined there. The ancestral hall enshrined the martyrs of the human race. Those who had sacrificed themselves heroically for the development of the human race. Although they were dead, their spirits were not extinguished. They would sleep in the ancestral hall, forever enjoying the incense offerings of the human race, waiting for the day they returned. The two halls, one for life and one for death, used life and death to evolve the Tao of Yin and Yang, explaining the principles of Yin and Yang. The three palaces were the human emperor, empress, and crown prince. They used the three to balance Yin and Yang, operating the three talents, symbolizing the Tao of the three talents. The four gates referred to the four gates of the east, west, north, and south. They corresponded with the four cardinal directions and represented the Tao of the four cardinal directions. The 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 planets, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. These Tao of heaven and earth were all represented by buildings in the human Tao imperial court. The human Tao imperial court was a divine city built with the chaos formation as the foundation. The buildings themselves naturally had extraordinary meaning, corresponding to the 10 connate Tao diagrams that formed the chaos formation. This was the human Tao imperial court, a divine city of the great Tao. It contained the truth of chaos and explained the mysteries of the great Tao. It was all-encompassing and gave birth to 10,000 Tao. Good. Only such a supreme treasure can be passed down from generation to generation and be the indestructible foundation of the human race. With this imperial court, no matter how harsh and difficult the environment the human race faces in the future, it can guarantee that the inheritance will not be lost. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the human Tao imperial court was not only a supreme treasure, but also the future of the human race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of strengthening the human race. Chaos bead, come. Feng Zichen reached out, and the chaos bead automatically appeared in his hand, blooming with hazy light. Go! With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen sent the chaos bead into the center of the human Tao imperial court. Immediately, chaos chi surged out, and the connate Tao diagrams spread out one by one, forming a divine diagram of the great Tao and merging with the human Tao imperial court. Boom! The imperial court of human Tao's power was completely activated. Its light grew even more resplendent. Innate formation runes appeared. It was the chaos formation that had activated the imperial court of human Tao's power. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, tens of thousands of spirits appeared and roared endlessly towards the sky. Vast divine might rumbled out and fully displayed the might of the imperial court of human Tao. Imperial court, the center of power of the world. Looking at the human Tao imperial court before him, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. In the future, regardless of the size of the imperial court, they all had imperial seals to show their legitimacy. He, the number 1 imperial court of the human Tao, lacked this item. In addition, the imperial jade seal's function was not as simple as symbolizing orthodoxy. It was also a symbol of power and had the ability to unify all forces. It could also suppress one's luck, making it the most suitable item to be used as a legacy treasure. With that in mind, Feng Zichen looked at the imperial court of human Tao again. For some reason, he felt like something was missing. It was no longer as perfect as before. That's true. Although the human Tao imperial court has been completed, it lacks something to suppress it. It can't gather all the forces. Even if I want to pass it down in the future, it will be extremely troublesome. Looks like I still have to refine this human Tao imperial jade seal. Thinking of the benefits of having an imperial jade seal, Feng Zichen was tempted and decided to refine one himself. In the future, the human race also had their own legacy treasure, the Kongtong seal. However, that was a supreme treasure nurtured by the era of the 3 emperors. It was still the era of the shamans and demons. Who knew how many years he would have to wait for it to appear? Therefore, to Feng Zichen, who was in a hurry to use it, the Kongtong seal was useless. Since I'm going to refine the human emperor's seal, I'll refine the best one. I'll make it a true supreme treasure of the human race and lead the primordial world races. I'll inherit the fate of the human race and completely replace the Kongtong seal. Feng Zichen had his own pride. It was fine if he did not refine it, but if he did, his seal had to be the number 1 in the primordial world. It completely represented the orthodoxy of the human race and the inheritance of the human race. As for how to deal with the Kongtong seal when it appeared in the future, Feng Zichen felt that with the human emperor's seal, why would he need the Kongtong seal? Anyway, in the future, although the Kongtong seal was a supreme treasure of the human race, it had never been truly controlled by the human race. From the beginning to the end, there was only one owner of the Kongtong seal, and that was the Grand Pure One. Even if the three emperors were at their peak and gathered the destiny of the human race and controlled the rise and fall of the 10,000 races, they were only holding the Kongtong seal on behalf of the Grand Pure One. They were far from being its true owner. Thinking about it, as the symbol of the human emperor, the Kongtong seal had gone through the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. It had gathered the destiny of countless humans. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the human race's race artifact. However, such an important treasure was not under the control of the human race. Wasn't that a joke? The human race had fought for countless years. Countless ancestors had sacrificed their heads and shed their blood for it. However, they had to give a share of the fruits of their labor to the Grand Pure One for him to enjoy. Not only that, after sharing the fruits of their labor, they had to be grateful to him. How could he tolerate this? Since that was the case, there was no need for the Kongtong seal. This was something that was extremely important to the human race but was completely out of their control. Not only would it not be beneficial to the development of the human race, but it would also restrict the development of the human race. It would also help outsiders snatch the fruits of the human race's labor. Therefore, no matter how good the Kongtong seal was, if it could not be controlled by the human race, it could not be kept. Now, Feng Zichen was going to refine a human emperor's seal that truly belonged to the human race. He was going to use it as the inheritance treasure of the human race and completely destroy the Kongtong seal. At that moment, Feng Zichen's mind stirred and he took out the Pangu's finger bone that he had obtained from the ruins of End. He had originally planned to enshrine that treasure in the ancestral temple to increase the destiny of the human race. However, now that he wanted to refine the human emperor's seal, was there any better material than the Pangu's finger bone? That was the best treasure in the primordial world. It was also the treasure that could represent the orthodoxy of the primordial world. In the primordial world, what treasure could represent orthodoxy more than the remnant body left behind by the creator of the world? No. The Pangu's remnant body was the most orthodox treasure in the primordial world. As for the treasure that could represent the orthodoxy of the primordial world, it was enough to represent the orthodoxy of the Tao, not to mention the orthodoxy of the human race. Compared to the Kongtong seal, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. If not for the fact that the Tao runes in the Pangu's finger bone had been completely lost, this treasure would have been enough to be refined into the Heavenly Emperor's seal and become the symbol of the entire primordial world. It would have been supreme and become a Khanate cardinal treasure in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, in order to destroy the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the charm of the great Tao of this treasure had been completely lost. Apart from the indestructible bone body, there was nothing left. Otherwise, he could have directly turned into a Khanate cardinal treasure. There was no need for outsiders to refine it. Even so, the human emperor's seal refined with the Pangu's finger bone would at least be a supreme-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. It was much stronger than the Kongtong seal. Chapter 276. Khanate was naturally stronger than postnatal. The so-called postnatal supreme treasures were comparable to Khanate's spiritual treasures only in terms of power. They were far inferior in other aspects. As for postnatal supreme treasures that were more powerful than Khanate's spiritual treasures, there were only a few. In the entire untainted land, there were only 3, Buddha Pagoda, Sky-throwing seal, and Kongtong seal. The materials of these 3 treasures were all top grade. Naturally, they could surpass ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. But because of this, these 3 supreme treasures were not universal. They could only be found by chance. Otherwise, the limit of postnatal supreme treasures would not be to go against the Khanate and become Khanate spiritual treasures. Great Taoist priests, your junior Feng Zichen wants to refine the Emperor's seal to inherit the human path and maintain the order of all living beings. I hope great Taoist priests can help me. After placing Pangu's finger bone on the altar, Feng Zichen tidied his clothes and bowed respectfully. Pangu's finger bone was so hard that Feng Zichen could not refine it. Even if he used a Khanate supreme treasure for hundreds of years, he would not be able to break it. Unless the top 10 Chaos Demon Gods came, even if Tao ancestor Hong Jun came, he might not be able to shatter it. The only way to refine Pangu's finger bone was to pray to Pangu and ask him to refine it. That was why the current scene was happening. As for whether Pangu would agree or not, Feng Zichen was not worried at all. Not to mention that he was favored by Pangu, he still had the heavy responsibility that Pangu had given him. In order to give Feng Zichen some benefits, Pangu would not refuse. Sure enough, not long after Feng Zichen's request, Pangu's finger bone on the altar changed. There was a flash of purple light, and Pangu's finger bone gradually melted, forming a purple liquid. Pangu's finger bone was purple. Because purple was the color of the great Tao. It was the most honorable color in the world. Thank you, great Taoist priests, for your help. Seeing the changes in Pangu's finger bones, Feng Zichen hurriedly bowed. From now on, Zichen will definitely protect the untainted land and repay the kindness of the great Taoist priests. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen swore. As for words of thanks, Feng Zichen didn't say them. There was no need for him to say them. Speeding up the evolution of the primordial world and protecting its safety was the greatest reward for Pangu. No matter how much he expressed his gratitude in words, it was not as practical as his actions. Of course, even if Feng Zichen didn't guarantee anything, Pangu wouldn't care. That was because Pangu's love for the primordial world was selfless. He did not need the gratitude of all living beings. The gratitude of all living beings was meaningless to him. Chaos Bead. After staring at the purple liquid in front of him for a long time, Feng Zichen called softly and recalled the Chaos Bead from the human Dao Imperial Court. Although Pangu's finger bone was good, he had lost his Daoist runes after all. Even if it was refined into the human Emperor's seal, other than suppressing fate and being incomparably hard, it had no other abilities. That wasn't what Feng Zichen wanted. What he wanted was a powerful Khanate supreme treasure that could suppress all worlds. He didn't want a Khanate numinous treasure that was useless other than being hard. Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Bead. He wanted to use the Chaos Bead as the core and Pangu's finger bone as the main body to create a human Emperor's seal that could carry the entire human Dao Imperial Court. With the support of the mighty power of human Dao, it would completely transform into a human supreme treasure. Feng Zichen believed that the Chaos Bead, which was already a half-step Khanate supreme treasure, would definitely be promoted to a Khanate supreme treasure after fusing with Pangu's finger bone. Even if it couldn't, it would be enough with the mighty power of human Dao. In fact, Feng Zichen was still a little worried about the Chaos Bead being promoted to a Khanate supreme treasure. He was afraid that the heavenly Dao wouldn't allow the Chaos Bead to exist. This wasn't a conclusion he came to by random guesses. There were precedents to follow. The heavenly Dao had always been extremely afraid of Chaos supreme treasures. This was because their powerful power was enough to interfere with the operation of the primordial world and destroy the balance of the world. Therefore, the heavenly Dao would definitely not allow the existence of Chaos supreme treasures. Even if it was possible, it wouldn't allow it. The 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus had contributed greatly when Pangu opened the world. In the primordial world, it could be called a heaven-opening sacred artifact. However, it was because of this that the Khanate supreme treasure left behind by the Chaos Green Lotus, the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus, was completely destroyed by the heavenly Dao with the help of the three pure ones because it had the possibility of growing into a Chaos Green Lotus. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly Dao was afraid of Chaos supreme treasures. It didn't even let go of heaven-opening sacred artifacts. And the Chaos Green Lotus with such a status was shattered by the heavenly Dao. If the Chaos Bead, whose status was far inferior to the Chaos Green Lotus, wanted to advance to a Khanate supreme treasure, his outcome would probably be even worse. He might directly attract the most terrifying heavenly punishment and be destroyed on the spot, completely disappearing. However, after fusing with Pangu's finger bone and the support of the power of the human Tao, the heavenly Tao might not dare to destroy the chaos bead. Between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao, Feng Zichen felt that the heavenly Tao should be stronger. However, Feng Zichen knew that the heavenly Tao would never attack the human Tao. The three paths of heaven, earth, and human were formed by Pangu's essence, energy, and spirit. According to the principles of cultivation, among the three of essence, energy, and spirit, spirit was the highest, followed by qi, and essence was the lowest. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was the strongest, followed by the earth Tao, and then the human Tao. However, the path of cultivation was to refine essence into qi, and refine qi into spirit. From this, it could be seen that essence gave birth to life, and qi gave birth to spirit. Essence was the foundation of qi and spirit. In other words, although the human Tao was the weakest among the three paths, it was the foundation of the earth Tao and the heavenly Tao. Without the heavenly Tao, a new heavenly Tao might be born if the human Tao and the earth Tao worked together. However, without the human Tao, the earth Tao and the heavenly Tao would lose their foundation. They would probably lose the meaning of existence and completely disappear. The primordial world would also be destroyed. Therefore, Feng Zichen was sure that the heavenly Tao would not attack the human Tao. Perhaps in the end, the heavenly Tao could only pinch its nose and admit the existence of the Khanate cardinal treasure, the chaos bead. No, at that time, it would no longer be the chaos bead, but the human emperor's seal. The human race will prosper. After shouting silently, Feng Zichen first placed the chaos bead into the purple liquid. Then, he activated the power of the human Tao and began to refine the human emperor's seal. Since he was going to refine a human Tao treasure, it was definitely the most suitable one. It would definitely be stronger and more perfect than the human emperor's seal that Feng Zichen had refined. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and stripped the human emperor's Tao seat from his body and fused it into the human emperor's seal that was being refined. As the symbol of the human emperor, if it did not have the imperial purple qi, how could it suppress the four seas and control the universe? Not only that, after fusing the human emperor's Tao seat, the next person who held the human emperor's seal in the future would be able to reach the late stage of the sage-to-be and become the human emperor. This seal had completely become the symbol of the human emperor. The human emperor's seal was not an artifact of a person, but an artifact of a race. Only then could it become a true inheritance treasure. Chapter 277. The human emperor's seal and the human emperor's imperial court were inherited treasures that Feng Zichen had specially refined for the human race. Fortunately, after he left the human race, they continued to protect the human race for him. Therefore, Feng Zichen naturally did his best to refine them. He used the best treasures he had. His path was in the boundless starry sky, in the center of the universe, in the wonderful primordial world, and not in this corner of the human race. He had to leave the human race in the end. After the massacre, Feng Zichen would leave the human race and return to the Ziwei star, waiting for the end of the shaman and demon tribulation. After that, he would return to the primordial world as the great emperor of Ziwei and create his own legend. Now, he would do his best to do whatever he could for the human race so that he would not have any regrets in the future. Khanate cardinal treasures were born from the creation of heaven and earth. They contained the truth of the universe and were true treasures of heaven and earth. In theory, Khanate cardinal treasures were the same as primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. The amount of effort required to refine a Khanate supreme treasure was absolutely astonishing. Fortunately, Feng Zichen was only responsible for providing the materials for the human emperor's seal. The rest was refined by the human emperor himself. Otherwise, if Feng Zichen refined it himself, even if he had all the materials and exhausted all his effort, he would not be able to refine it. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. The refinement of a Khanate cardinal treasure was too difficult. With sufficient preparation, even with the human emperor's ability, it took 10,000 years to refine it successfully. Is this a Khanate cardinal treasure? It's indeed extraordinary. At this moment, in front of Feng Zichen, the chaos bead and Pangu's finger bone had long disappeared. Only a large purple seal was left. This was the human emperor's seal, a connate cardinal treasure. A connate cardinal treasure refined by the human emperor could represent the human emperor's will and carry the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal was not only the seal of the human race, but also the seal of the human race. It was the symbol of the human race's supreme power. It represented supreme power and could dominate all races and mobilize the power of all spirits. Of course, Feng Zichen did not dare to mobilize the power of all races. Did he really think that the shamans and demons were gone? If he really mobilized the power of all races, the experts of the shamans and demons would sense it and kill Feng Zichen before he could do so. In the last battle, the shamans and demons had declared the human emperor's majesty. They did not fear of the saints. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no ability to resist the shamans and demons. Emperor's seal. Emperor's seal. Times had changed. Perhaps in the future, when the era of the liches had passed, the human emperor's seal would be able to unleash its full power. But now, they couldn't. The light of the shamans and demons was too dazzling, overshadowing everything. Even saints couldn't compete with them, let alone connate cardinal treasures. Emperor s shamans's, s god, s shaman his shaman was shamans. Just to wait. The s races. Withdrawing his unnecessary thoughts, Feng Zichen looked at the emperor's seal. That was a connate cardinal treasure, the top dharma treasure in the untainted land. It was his first time seeing it. The emperor's seal floated quietly in the air. There was no great Tao, no dharma, and no strange phenomenon. Apart from the soft purple light that lingered around his body, which was showing his mysticism, he looked ordinary and could not even be compared to an ordinary acquired spirit treasure. However, this inconspicuous seal was a connate cardinal treasure that all living beings in the untainted land dreamed of. There were less than 10 of them in the entire untainted land. Return to nature. Only this sentence could explain the current state of the emperor's seal. Feng Zichen reached out and touched the emperor's seal. Boom! At this moment, the human emperor's seal erupted. It was like a resplendent galaxy. Incomparably dazzling light bloomed from its body. Galaxy after galaxy fell from his body, carrying countless stars. It was magnificent and exuded a terrifying aura. It swept through the vast void and even intimidated the heavens and shook the great thousand universe. For a time, countless people in the untainted land trembled and fell to the ground. They could not help but submit to it from their souls. They wanted to kowtow to it as if they were facing an emperor. The human path was all spirits. The human emperor was the emperor of all spirits. The emperor's seal was the symbol of the human emperor. It was what he relied on to control all spirits. Therefore, when the emperor's seal appeared, it was like the arrival of the human emperor. All spirits instantly sensed it and wanted to worship it to show their respect. Then, the galaxy became brighter and brighter, emitting a monstrous pressure. The countless stars it carried also became bigger and bigger, revealing their true appearance. Those stars were not stars at all. They were clearly enormous figures. Because they were emitting a dazzling light, they looked like bright stars from afar. These figures were all spirits. They were the external manifestation of the human path. They contained endless power and wanted to destroy everything and return the world to its original point. They were like gods and demons that had descended. They were high and mighty, as if they wanted to tear the earth apart. It was also like a vast world that had lost control and wanted to tear the entire universe apart. The aura of destruction soared. Even the great divines were shocked. This power was too terrifying. It was enough to shake one's heart and make one unable to resist. Even the world was trembling. A connate cardinal treasure was born. Moreover, it was a cardinal treasure that belonged to the human path. At this moment, a realization appeared in the hearts of many great divines, allowing them to know the reason for the matter. Connate cardinal treasure. Where is it? Without any hesitation, the great divines moved. Powerful divine thoughts rose from their bodies and swept through the entire untainted land, trying to find the location of the human path cardinal treasure. Boom! Under their divine thoughts, the entire untainted land was shaking. The void creaked as if it could not bear the weight. Even the operation of the rules of heaven and earth was temporarily stagnant. The living beings of the untainted land were pressed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear, thinking that the world was about to end. Unfortunately, these great divines were disappointed. They searched every corner that they could search, but they did not find any trace of the Khanate cardinal treasure. If it were not for the remnant aura of the Khanate cardinal treasure that was leaked when it was born, they would have thought that what they sensed just now was an illusion. Forget it. In the end, it's not fated with us. After a few sighs, the divine thoughts that were wandering in the void retreated one after another. The untainted land returned to peace. The shadow of death that covered the hearts of all living beings slowly dissipated. The Khanate cardinal treasure was flawless and contained a complete great Tao. It was the most perfect existence in the untainted land. Its essence was equivalent to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In other words, a Khanate cardinal treasure was equivalent to a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Chapter 278. Primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian's Khanate origin was the embryo of a Khanate supreme treasure. Even if Khanate supreme treasures had all kinds of restrictions, their essence was still higher than that of great divinities. In this way, how could those great divinities calculate the whereabouts of Khanate supreme treasures? As for saints, they couldn't calculate the whereabouts of Khanate supreme treasures. Khanate supreme treasures couldn't develop intelligence and couldn't transform. Because of this, they had the strength of saints but couldn't take the initiative to use it. As the saying went, there were gains and losses. Although Khanate supreme treasures had lost the possibility of transforming, they had achieved unimaginable achievements in shielding the heavenly secrets. Unless a Khanate supreme treasure appeared on its own, even if saints turned the entire primordial world upside down, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of Khanate supreme treasures. Otherwise, the two saints Zhu and Ti would have searched the primordial world for Khanate supreme treasures long ago. They wouldn't be sitting peacefully on Mount Meru like now, drooling at the Khanate supreme treasures in the hands of the three pure ones. They really couldn't find them. Holding the human emperor's seal in his hand, Feng Zichen had a feeling that he wasn't holding the human emperor's seal, but the entire race. At this moment, he seemed to be able to control the rise and fall of all races and the life and death of countless living beings. Of course, Feng Zichen knew that this was just an illusion. Controlling the life and death of all living beings was the power of the true human emperor. And he was only the emperor of the human race. He still had a long way to go before he could become the human emperor. He was far from being able to do this now. At most, he could control the life and death of the human race and borrow the power of all living beings. Rise! He sank his mind into the human emperor's seal. In an instant, everything about the human emperor's seal was reflected in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. That's right, it was the human emperor's seal. Apart from being a supreme treasure of the human race, the human emperor's seal was also the center of the human emperor's seal. It controlled everything about the human emperor's seal. Rise! Rumble! The entire human emperor's seal was shaking. The chaos formation was activated, and the great Tao divine diagram slowly spread out. Chaos chi surged out, and the phantoms of all living beings appeared one after another. Then, the human emperor's figure suddenly disappeared from this place and appeared in the sky above the East Sea. The imperial dynasty was vast and boundless. The moment it appeared, it covered the sun, causing the East Ocean to sink into darkness. The changes in the sky immediately caught the attention of the human race. Then, what's that? Looking at the huge divine city in the sky, the clansmen fell into deep shock. They had lived on the shores of the East Ocean for a long time and had never seen such a vast and majestic imperial dynasty. They were already really calm that they didn't exclaim. Is this the imperial court your majesty mentioned? It's unimaginably powerful. It's us who are ignorant. The ordinary clansmen didn't know what this was, but the elders of the human race understood the origin of the imperial court in the sky after some thought. If there were no surprises, this was the human emperor who had gone against the wishes of the masses to establish the imperial court of the human race. Just by looking at it from afar, even with their Tai Jingxian cultivation, they felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. From this, it could be seen how powerful this imperial court was. Thinking back to what they had said to Feng Zichen earlier, it seemed a bit laughable now. Perhaps they were really old and couldn't keep up with the times. Ignoring the clansman's shock, Feng Zichen didn't show himself. Instead, he took out a fishing net. Now, the human emperor's imperial court wasn't complete yet. He still needed to make some preparations. Behind Feng Zichen, the world tree appeared silently. It lowered the world origin and burned the fishing net in Feng Zichen's hand. At the same time, the human emperor's seal also trembled. It spewed out chaos origin and burned the fishing net. The chaos bead was only the core. Feng Zichen had refined it into the human emperor's seal. Its essence hadn't been destroyed and still existed. It was just that its appearance had changed. Moreover, after transforming into the human emperor's seal, the chaos bead had completely advanced to a Khanate treasure. It nurtured even more chaos origin. Not only that, the chaos bead's characteristics didn't disappear with its change. It could still absorb the fragments of the past and continue to advance. The fishing net in Feng Zichen's hand was none other than the net that had captured Ao Shui back then. It was the first net in the primordial world, an acquired merit numinous treasure. He took out this net. Just like how he refined the Swearen lamp back then, he wanted to refine another inheritance treasure for the human race. An inescapable net. Before this net, there was no net-shaped numinous treasure in the primordial world. In other words, this net had great luck and great merit. A treasure refined with it could definitely seal all directions and trap all living beings. It couldn't be more appropriate to call it an inescapable net. Now, Feng Zichen's cultivation had far surpassed before. Refining such a numinous treasure didn't require as much effort as before. Not long after, the fishing net completely merged with the luck of the human race and became a new inheritance treasure. Go! Throwing out the inescapable net, Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction as he watched it expand and envelop the human emperor's palace. After being enveloped by the inescapable net, the radiance on the human emperor's palace gradually dimmed. It became less eye-catching and ordinary. Compared to the ordinary cities in the primordial world, there was no difference other than floating in the air. Now that the human race was weak, it was better not to be too ostentatious. It was better to accumulate food and slowly become king. Elders, the human emperor's palace has been completed. Do you want to follow me to take a look? Looking at the human elders who were filled with emotion, Feng Zichen asked. Of course. Such a supreme treasure is the first time we've seen it in our lives. If we don't take a look, wouldn't we regret it for the rest of our lives? The elders nodded and said excitedly. To them, even Khanate numinous treasures were rare, let alone a supreme treasure like the human emperor's palace. Elders, you must be joking. Smiling, Feng Zichen led the elders into the palace. While Feng Zichen was in seclusion to refine the human emperor's palace, the primordial world also quietly changed. On Kunlun Mountain, the conflict between the disciples of the Chan sect and the Jia sect became more and more irreconcilable. The disciples of the two sects quarreled all day, turning the peaceful holy land of Kunlun Mountain into a wet market. Insults were endless. If not for Xian Qing's suppression, the disciples of the two sects would have already fought each other. However, even so, as the conflict between the two sides deepened, it had already affected the saints. Because of this, the Grand Master of Heaven and the Primordial Lord of Heaven had already quarreled several times. The three pure ones were not far away from splitting up. On the sun, Tai's aura was even stronger. Behind him, the Tai will rose slowly, operating the supreme truths of the heavenly Tao, reflecting the rules of the world and encompassing everything in the universe. As it spun, it seemed as if countless worlds were born and destroyed in it, deducing all kinds of truths. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 279. A flawless, primordial, and supreme Tao rune emanated from Donghuang Tai's body. It distorted endless time and space and changed the laws of heaven and earth. Clearly, after the last battle, Donghuang Tai's strength had improved again. He was not far from the primordial chaos Tao realm and could step into it at any time. Tai was born with the bell of chaos. He could be said to be the true son of an era. In the primordial world, whether it was the past or the future, there was no one else who was born with a connate cardinal treasure other than him. Even the first connate life form born in the primordial world, Daoist Hongjun, was far inferior to Tai when he was born. The 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans of Pangu did not have connate cardinal treasures when they were born. It could be said that Tai's treatment when he was born was the best in the primordial world. No one could compare to him. Logically speaking, Tai, who was born with such a halo, should be the most dazzling light in the primordial world, suppressing everything. In fact, it was the same. Ever since Tai descended, no one of his peers could compete with him. He defeated all his enemies, suppressing his peers until they could not breathe. Under his brilliance, they were overshadowed. If the 3 pure ones and the others had not received the help of Hongmen's purple qi and reached the heavens in one step, becoming saints, Tai's strength was still the best in the primordial world. With Tai's talent, even if he could not become a saint, he could become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. But now, he was still in the quasi-saint realm and had not taken that crucial step. This was completely because the heavenly court was dragging him down. That's right, it was the heavenly court's burden. To Di Jun and the others, the establishment of the heavenly court had great benefits. It could allow them to use the providence of heaven and earth to cultivate, improve their comprehension, and quickly break through to a higher realm. But it was different for Tai. He did not need the help of the providence of heaven and earth at all because his comprehension was the best in the primordial world. There was no way for him to improve. Instead, after the establishment of the heavenly court, countless karma gathered and dragged down Tai's cultivation. It made him unable to transcend heaven and earth and achieve primordial chaos. He could not break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. In the eyes of outsiders, it was the heavenly court that made Tai Donghuang famous. But the truth was that the celestial court was a burden to Tai, preventing him from becoming the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, Tai was still Tai in the end. In the battle with Pangu's true body, he had profited from the disaster and comprehended the chaos Tao insight. He believed that it would not be long before he could take another step forward and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. At that time, it would be a grand occasion in the primordial world. Something had happened to the demon clan, and the witch clan was no exception. Strolling in the western land of the primordial world, Huda could not help but look sad. This sorrowful expression was for the western continent. As the mother of the earth, the emotions of the west could not be hidden from her senses. The resentment hidden in the depths of the earth was clearly transmitted into his heart, causing a wave of sadness to surge out from his heart. Wisps of holy light bloomed from Huda's body and surged towards the western continent, spreading for hundreds of millions of miles. It purified the tribulation aura, murderous aura, resentment aura, and a series of hidden auras. This was the origin of the earth, the foundation of Hutu. It was formed by her cultivation and was her innate origin. In other words, she was saving the western continent at the cost of damaging her own origin. Even if Huda's strength was not the best in the primordial world, she could still be ranked at the top of the first rate. Her innate origin was naturally extraordinary. If all of it was taken out, it would be a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Even if it was only a part, it would be easy to help a cultivator at the peak of Tai Jingxian break through to the Daoyuo Jingxian. If such a miraculous treasure was integrated into any place, it could create a blessed land. But in the western continent, it could not. The battle back then had completely destroyed the western continent, causing the land here to almost lose the possibility of recovery. Although Hutu's strength was powerful, she was still much weaker than the demon ancestor Rahu. The demon ancestor Rahu had done everything he could to self-destruct. How could the Hutu sacrifice a part of her innate origin to make up for the damage? If the western continent could be repaired with the Earth's origin alone, Jia-in would have done such a simple thing in advance. How could he sit back and watch the western continent decline? After all, with their strength, it was not difficult to find the Earth's origin. The Earth's origin was really useless. In order to revive the western continent, they had used all the methods they could think of. As a treasure of the Earth's origin was naturally used at the first moment. But unfortunately, it was useless. No method was useful. At this point, unless there was a huge change in the western continent, there was no way for it to recover. Otherwise, Tao ancestor Hung Jun would not have taken out two saint positions to resolve this karma. Hutu wanted to use her own innate origin to repair the western continent, but she was thinking too much. In the depths of the earth, a powerful resentment suddenly surged out. With the power to erode everything, it destroyed the earth that had been repaired by the front and back earth, restoring it to the previous ruined place. Sigh, the destruction caused by the great war of immortals and demons is so terrifying. Countless years have passed, but there is still no chance of the western continent recovering. The change in front of her was not beyond her expectations. With her cultivation, how could she not know that her innate origin was useless? But that was not the reason why she did not act. If she tried, she might fail. But if she did not try, she would never succeed. Perhaps, Father God will have a way. As she sighed, Hutu's eyes lit up as she thought of a possibility. The primordial world was formed by Pangu's flesh and blood. They did not have the ability to repair the primordial world, but Pangu definitely could. Pangu was omnipotent. This was recognized by the primordial world. Father God, Hutu has offended you. After bowing to the void, Hutu formed a Tao seal and invited Pangu's heart from Pangu's hall. Pangu's heart was the greatest gift that Pangu had left for the Magi. It was also the reason why the 12 ancestral Magi were confident that they were more orthodox than the 3 pure ones. Otherwise, why would they have Pangu's hall, the 12 divine beings' formation, and Pangu's heart? As for the 3 pure ones, other than the heaven-opening mark, only the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was inferior to them. Pangu's heart was indeed the most precious treasure of the Magi and the primordial world. Usually, the Magi would worship him in Pangu's hall and not use him unless it was a critical moment. Today, Hutu could invite Pangu's heart not to repair the western continent, but to draw a map of the primordial world. The damage to the western continent was too severe. It was almost impossible to restore the ancient landscape and draw a map of the primordial world. Therefore, the Magi planned to use the ability of Pangu's heart to communicate with the western continent and find the most primitive landscape of the ancient West from the remaining historical traces. Chapter 280. The drawing of the map of the primordial world was related to the future of the Magi. It was of great importance. For that, it was worth inviting Pangu's heart. However, the Magi planned to draw the map of the primordial world. However, when the Lady of Earth saw that the western land was barren, she suddenly felt benevolent. She wanted to repair the western land while drawing the map of the primordial world. If the other ancestral Magi knew about it, it would be terrible. One had to know that Pangu had already transformed into the world. The heart he had left behind had long lost its endless power. The power that Pangu's heart had now been accumulated over countless years. Every bit that was consumed required a lot of time to recover. If not for that, the Magi would have long unified the primordial world with Pangu's heart. Not to mention the demons, even a saint might not be able to resist the power of Pangu's heart. How could she worship Pangu's heart in the Pangu hall like now? Unless she had no choice, she would not use it. In the primordial world, the stronger the power, the more restricted it would be to prevent breaking the balance that the heavenly Tao was trying to maintain. If she used the power of Pangu's heart to repair the western land, it was hard to say if she could repair it. However, the power that Pangu's heart had accumulated over so many years would definitely be exhausted. Then, the Magi would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, if the other ancestral Magi knew what the Lady of Earth was thinking, they would definitely not allow her to mess around. Unfortunately, they did not know. Of course, they would not have thought that the Lady of Earth would use the power of Pangu's heart without their consent. Go! After taking out Pangu's heart, the Lady of Earth cut her wrist and dripped her blood essence on it. As the direct descendant of Pangu, the ancestral Magi could use their blood essence as a guide to maximize the power of Pangu's heart. Dong! 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 In an instant, Pangu's heart seemed to have come alive. It began to beat violently and burst out with a bright purple light that enveloped the mountains and rivers within a radius of billions of miles. The sound of the heartbeat wasn't loud at first, but as time passed, it gradually resonated with the world. First, the laws of heaven and earth pulsated, and then the great Tao pulsated as well. The entire western continent was shaking. Heaven and earth produced an indescribable Tao rhythm. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the western continent at the same time. It was brilliant and varied, and it attracted the attention of countless western creatures. What? On Mount Meru, Xuanti and Jane, who were meditating on the great Tao, were shocked out of their meditation by the sudden change. That's Hutu. What is he doing? What are the treasures around him? As soon as they came back to their senses, their eyes were attracted by Hutu. There were only 2 of them in the west. Hutu's strength was as dazzling as the sun when she came to the west. It would be strange if they did not discover her. That's Pangu's heart. There's no mistaking it. This aura is incomparably powerful, incomparably imposing, incomparably holy, making us feel ashamed of our inferiority. Only the great Taoist priests can do this. This is Pangu's heart. In just a moment, Xuanti and Jane recognized the origin of Pangu's heart. In the untainted land, only Pangu's strength could make saints feel ashamed of their inferiority. Hutu is repairing the western continent. She is actually using Pangu's heart to repair the western continent. Is she crazy? She is repairing the ancestral bloodline of the west at the cost of the wizard tribe's strength. What benefits does she get by doing this? But the next discovery shocked and surprised Xuanti. Hutu did not hesitate to consume the foundation of the wizard tribe to strengthen the western continent. Didn't it sound ridiculous? Was Hutu an idiot? Perhaps Xuanti and Jane had schemed too much, and their hearts had gradually changed. They had forgotten that there were people in this world who had great love and selfless dedication. In their eyes, Hutu's actions were really absurd and ridiculous. Wisps of purple light flowed out of Pangu's heart and poured into the western continent, constantly repairing the damaged earth veins. Pangu was an existence on par with Tao. His strength could no longer be called strength. It could be called Tao Aura, which contained the power of Tao. Under this power, the resentment in the depths of the western continent that could not be eliminated slowly dissipated, causing a new trace of vitality to appear on the western continent. As the resentment of the earth dissipated, the western ancestral bloodline, which had not moved since the end of the ancient times, suddenly fluctuated under Mount Meru. There was a wisp of vitality. Although it was weak, it really existed and represented infinite possibilities. The western continent is saved. Seeing this wisp of vitality, Xuanti could not help but shout excitedly. As long as this wisp of vitality was not lost, the western ancestral bloodline would completely recover one day. As for how long it would take, it would depend on the ability of Xuanti and Jane. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar rang out, bringing with it the joy of regaining life. It spread throughout the entire western continent. This was the sound of the western ancestral bloodline. Suddenly, a golden rain fell from the sky, washing away the murderous aura and tribulation aura that filled the western lands. The entire western continent was cleared. Buzz! At this moment, Pangu's heart suddenly trembled for a moment. He retracted all the strange phenomena, broke through the void, and returned to Pangu's palace. It was because only a few 100,000 years had passed since the last Great Witch Demon War. The power that Pangu's heart had consumed had not fully recovered. The power required to restore the western continent was enormous. In just a short while, it had consumed 70 to 80% of the remaining power of Pangu's heart. Pangu's heart was the backup plan that Pangu had left for the sorcerer tribe. Realizing that his power had been severely depleted, he would not allow Hutu to cause trouble. He immediately retracted his power and returned to Pangu's palace. No matter what the situation was, Pangu's heart would retain 10% of its power in case anything happened to the sorcerer tribe and he was unable to help. This was the last guarantee that Pangu could make for the sorcerer tribe. Hutu, alas. In Pangu's palace, as soon as Pangu's heart returned, Dijiang sensed the change in his body. At that moment, Dijiang's face changed directly. He became extremely angry, and his face was full of anger. The void was turbulent because of it, and layers of ripples were formed. But after that, he sighed helplessly and sat back down. After all, it was the responsibility of the sorcerer tribe to protect the untainted land. They had failed to do anything since the western continent had been destroyed. What Hutu did today was not wrong. Dijiang had no reason to blame her. That's not right. The Lady of Earth was wrong. That was, she didn't discuss it with the Dijiang and the others beforehand. Chapter 281. Rumble. Although Pangu's heart had left, the changes in the western land did not stop. Khanate chi spewed out from under Mount Meru and spread towards the entire western land. Under this influence, a touch of green gradually appeared in the barren western land. It was the Khanate's spiritual medicine. Since the end of the ancient times, the Khanate's spiritual medicine had finally appeared in the western land again. In the past, not to mention the Khanate's spiritual medicine, even ordinary Khanate's spiritual herbs were rare. It was considered good fortune to be able to see one within a radius of 100,000 miles. The reappearance of the Khanate's spiritual medicine was enough to show that Hutu's efforts were effective. The western land had regained its vitality and was developing in a good direction. Whoosh! After the changes in the western land ended, a ray of light flew out from the deepest part of the land and entered Hutu's body. It was a memory hidden in the depths of the earth. It recorded the changes of time, the evolution of the earth, and endless creation. Moreover, it also recorded the purpose of Hutu's visit, the map of the western land of the primordial world. This also made Hutu heave a sigh of relief. In order to repair the western land, she had almost exhausted the power of Pangu's heart. If she had not obtained the map of the western land, even if she was an ancestral wizard, she would not be able to explain herself when she returned to the wizard tribe. One must know that Pangu's heart did not belong to her alone, but to the entire wizard tribe. She did not discuss with the other ancestral wizards and used the power of Pangu's heart to repair the western land without authorization. This was obviously a little overboard. Even if the other ancestral wizards did not say anything, they would still be dissatisfied in their hearts and it would affect the unity of the wizard tribe. The unity of the 12 ancestral wizards was the foundation of the wizard tribe's domination of the primordial world. If their hearts were scattered, the wizard tribe was not far from extinction. Since her purpose of coming here had been achieved, the resentment in the hearts of her brothers and sisters should be reduced a lot. Just as Hutu was thinking about this, a change occurred in the sky again. A bright golden light appeared. It was boundless and covered the sky, illuminating the western land with a golden color. Even in the void, countless lotus flowers appeared, swaying and emitting a fragrance. The heaven and earth merit chi had arrived. The western land was revitalized, making the primordial world more perfect. This was a great merit. The endless creatures of the West benefited from this, opening up their Tao paths. This was a great virtue. Just like that, the heavens and earth immediately reacted and sent down boundless merit as a reward. This merit was even more than the merit that Feng Zichen obtained when he established the Khanate sword Tao and the three pure ones established the three sects. It was second only to the creation of humans by Nuwa. It was really rare in the primordial world. The merit split into two in the air. 80% flew to Hutu while 20% flew to the shamans and fused with their providence. Logically speaking, this 20% merit should have landed in Pangu's heart. Unfortunately, Pangu's heart was too extraordinary. If he did not take the initiative to appear, the heavenly Tao could not find any traces of him. He could only give the merit that belonged to him to the destiny of the Magi. However, it was almost the same anyway. Pangu's heart did not need merit because it was useless to him. In this world, there were not many treasures that could be of use to Pangu. If even the great Tao merit points couldn't do it, then the heaven and earth merit points wouldn't do either. If the merit of the great Tao was useful, the 3 pure ones, the 12 ancestral Magi, and the primordial world would not exist. Go! Looking at the merit flying towards her, Hutu waved her jade-like arm and split it into two. One part of it fused into the destiny of the Magi, and the other part fused into the western land. Immediately, the western land changed again. It rumbled and trembled. Earth veins recovered and earth chi spewed out like dragons and tigers. The density of Khanate chi increased greatly. In fact, there was already vitality surging in the place where the earth veins gathered. Clearly, Khanate life forms were being nurtured. Nurturing life was the foundation of the earth. The western land was nurturing Khanate life forms again. This meant that it was becoming more stable. It was gradually getting rid of the influence of the immortal fiend war and was beginning to emit vitality. In the unknown land of the primordial world, where the destiny of the Magi was, it was pitch black as far as the eye could see. That was negative karma. It was boundless and could not be seen. It covered up the destiny of the Magi and could not be seen at all. This meant that the luck of the Magi was over. If nothing went wrong, the Magi would not be far from complete decline. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. 2 merit points descended from the sky and forcefully opened a gap in the boundless negative karma, revealing the destiny of the Magi. This meant that the Magi had a chance of survival. A change had happened. This was something that had never happened in history. According to the original trajectory of history, Hutu, like most Khanate god fiends, would not come to the barren west, let alone repair the western land. Now, for the sake of the primordial world, not only did Hutu come, but she also revived the western land, causing everything to change. Feng Zichen changed history once again. The situation in the primordial world became more and more incomprehensible. Goddess Hutu is merciful and boundless. At that moment, all the living beings in the west prostrated on the ground and chanted the name of Goddess Hutu, praising her benevolence and greatness. These praises came from the bottom of their hearts. It could be said that in the hearts of all the living beings in the west, Hutu's status had already surpassed that of Zhuanti. After all, no matter how good Zhuanti was, he could not benefit every living being in the west. However, Hutu had done it. Even the 2 saints, Zhuanti and Zhuanti, bowed slightly to show their respect. Previously, the 2 of them had suspected that Hutu had some ulterior motive. However, after seeing Hutu put merit into the western land, they completely dispelled their doubts. They understood that Hutu was truly selfless. How enormous would that amount of merit be? Zhuanti and Zhuanti believed that it could immediately make someone become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, Hutu did not even hesitate to send such merit out. Zhuanti's eyebrows twitched when he saw that. It was also this scene that made them understand that Hutu was a truly merciful person. Just like Pangu, she had great love for the primordial world. At that moment, their hearts were filled with respect for Hutu. That was the character that a saint should have. They were far inferior. It was really shameful for a saint. One had to know that the current Hutu was very different from the Hutu in the legends of history. In the past, merit was useless to the Magi, so they could give it up. However, ever since Feng Zichen passed down the Tao of God Fiends, the Magi had been cultivating their true spirits day and night. They could already use their true spirits to absorb merit. Merit was no longer something dispensable to the Magi. It was extremely important. It was a treasure that could increase one's cultivation level. However, even so, Huda still did not hesitate to give up her merit. How? How could this not be admirable? This kind of person who had great love in his heart, the word great compassion, was created for him. Chapter 282. Hutu. Naturally, the changes in the West could not be hidden from the perception of the great mediums. Therefore, they immediately cast their gazes over. When they saw Huda's actions, they were speechless for a moment. They asked themselves, if it were them, they would not give up in the face of the merit that was enough to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. How could the primordial world be more important than their own Dao path? Moreover, it was a barbarian land in the West. It was not worth sacrificing their own Dao path for him. If it were the East, these powerful beings might hesitate, but it was impossible for them to do so in the West. If the West was crippled, so be it. It was nothing to the entire primordial world. Anyway, there were no experts or treasures there. What was there to pity about a dead place? However, although their choices were different, their hearts were filled with respect for Hudu, just like Zhuan Ti. Huda's action seemed silly, but it was really rare. The temptation of the primordial chaos Dao realm was not something that anyone could resist. In the primordial world, there were only a few people who were as pure and loving as Hutu. It was precisely because of the existence of these people that the primordial world could reach this day step by step. Anyone with great love was a treasure of the primordial world and worthy of everyone's admiration. That was because in their hearts, they were thinking about the primordial world and all living beings in the primordial world. Their love was selfless. Everyone could feel it, regardless of friend or foe. Apart from the existence that wanted to destroy the world, who could resent such a person? Previously, we were saying that the Magi were fierce. Compared to the three pure ones, they didn't look like the descendants of the great Taoist priests at all. Today, we judged people by their appearance. The three pure ones are far inferior to the Magi. Seeing what Huda had done and then looking at the actions of the three pure ones, they thought of the past. The powerful beings sighed and felt that they had misjudged. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones were silent. What Huda had done was really unexpected. They could not help but feel ashamed. When they heard the words of their fellow Taoists, the shame in their hearts grew even stronger. They could not say anything. Although the powerful beings had many thoughts, none of them planned to develop in the West. After all, the West was too far behind the East. Even if it recovered, it was still far from being comparable to the East. At most, it would turn from a barren land to a barren land. It would not be able to enter the eyes of the powerful beings. Moreover, so many years had passed, and the East had long since become the place where the providence of heaven and earth gathered. The essence of the entire primordial world was gathered in the East. How can the West compare to the East? Not to mention reviving a portion of it, even if it were to revive all of it and return to the golden age of the ancient era, it would still be impossible. Seeing the changes in the Western land, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin were speechless. It was them who had gauged the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Although Hutu had not completely repaired the land of the West, with her efforts, the West had been rejuvenated. This meant that the Western continent had the possibility of repairing itself. As time passed, the Western ancestral vein would completely recover, and the other branches would also be affected and recover one by one. At that time, even if the Western continent couldn't reproduce the glory of the ancient times, it would be much better than it was now. Alas! In the end, we have desires and have the heart to gain and lose. Ever since we became saints, the two of us have been scheming and doing sinister things. We have gradually forgotten our original intentions. In this world, there are still people who love greatly. They are selfless in the primordial world. They are far from what we can compare to. After a long while, the Taoist priest finally spoke. Then, he stood up, tidied his clothes, and said to Daoist Xuanti beside him, "Junior brother, follow me to see fellow Daoist Hutu and thank her for her kindness on behalf of the countless living beings in the West." "Senior brother, you're right. Fellow Daoist Hutu has great love and was born with a merciful heart. Her actions are worthy of the descendants of the great Taoist priests." Nodding, Daoist Xuanti praised. Hutu's character could be said to be the closest to Pangu in the primordial world. At the same time, they were the ones who benefited the most from the recovery of the Western continent. As the ancestral magus of the Magi race, Hutu was destined not to stay in the West for long. So what if her status was higher than theirs? Time was the most terrifying weapon in the world. After countless years had passed, the living beings in the West would continue to replace each other. Other than the immortal existence, who would remember Hutu's contributions? At that time, all the credit would be given to them. The West would still be theirs. No one could shake it. Hutu was not to be feared. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." When the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared, Hutu was ready to leave. After all, she had achieved her goal of coming here. She had nothing else to ask for from the West. Why should she stay here? However, just as Hutu was about to leave, Xuanti hurriedly ran over and stopped her. In order to show his respect, Xuanti did not use his magical power to teleport. Instead, he flew over. Therefore, he did not appear in front of Hutu immediately. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Hutu was not surprised by the appearance of the two of them. No matter what, the Western continent was their territory. It would be strange if they did not come to take a look after she had caused such a big commotion here. "Xuanti, thank you for your great kindness, fellow Taoist." Xuanti came in front of Hutu and did not say anything. He first bowed to Hutu 3 times. The first bow was for themselves. They thanked Hutu for repairing the Western continent. The second bow was for the Western continent. The third bow was for the Western living beings. As the true ruler of the Western continent, Xuanti had the right to thank Hutu on behalf of the Western continent and countless living beings. Originally, in this world, apart from heaven and earth, only Hung Jun, Di Jun, and Di Jiang could accept the gift of the saint. No one else could. Heaven and earth, needless to say. Hung Jun was the Tao ancestor. The saints were taught by him, so he could naturally accept their gifts. Di Jun was the lord of heaven and earth. Di Jiang was the eldest son of Pangu. The two of them had noble statuses and were not inferior to the saints. Of course, they could accept their gifts. But today, because Hutu had repaired the Western continent, she was blessed by the will of the earth and her status was constantly rising. She could accept this gift. "Fellow Taoists, is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, Hutu will leave first. The witch clan still has important matters for me to deal with." Hutu calmly accepted the gift of the two saints and asked. After helping Xuanti so much, of course, Hutu was calm. Since fellow Taoist still has important matters to attend to, poor Wei will not keep you. When we have time in the future, poor Wei and Di Jiang will definitely visit you in person to thank you for your kindness today. Xuanti bowed again and said. Chapter 283. Big brother, I'm back. In the ancestral Magi Palace, Hutu said to Di Jiang, who was sitting in the main seat. "Yes. How's the preparation of the prehistoric geomancy map?" Di Jiang nodded and asked expressionlessly. However, he did not mention anything about the West. In the end, other than the praise, the wizard clan had gained very little. It could not be compared to the price they had paid. Instead, they had made a wedding dress for Xuanti. Hutu's actions were completely inappropriate. She did not discuss it with the others in advance and made the decision on her own. To put it bluntly, she was arrogant and did not take the other ancestral magi seriously at all. She treated the wizard clan as her own. Hutu had used up all his resources for many years. Di Jiang didn't get angry because of their sibling relationship. However, it was difficult for Hutu to get a smile from him. As for the merit that Hutu had obtained for the wizard clan. How could the Xianhuang merit be compared to the power of Pangu's heart? However, Hutu did not gain nothing from doing so. At the very least, after this time, the 12 ancestral magi had surpassed the 3 pure ones in terms of reputation for the first time. They had become the successor of the most similar Pangu in the prehistoric world. This was something to be gratified about. I already know the landscape of the West and the trend of the earth veins. In a few days, I will be able to draw the prehistoric geomancy map. Knowing that she had made a big mistake, Hutu could not help but be cautious when she spoke. Yes. In that case, you can stay in the Pangu Palace to draw the prehistoric geomancy map. Try to refine it as soon as possible and add a great foundation for the wizard clan. Dijiang nodded and continued to speak expressionlessly. By the way, after the prehistoric geomancy map is successfully refined, don't forget to inform the Zichen clan of the human race to bring him here. How can the wizard of our clan not be present for such a big event? In the end, Dijiang seemed to have thought of something and reminded Hutu. From his words, it was obvious that he had identified Feng Zichen as the master of the wizard clan. Feng Zichen had created the Khanate sword principle and become the sword ancestor of the primitive universe. His achievement had undoubtedly improved Dijiang's impression of him. This also prompted Dijiang to make up his mind to give him the position of the wizard tribe's teacher. Of course, the position of Magus originally belonged to Feng Zichen. However, that was after the rise of the celestial and demonic Tao. Dijiang's decision was only to save the process and send the result to Feng Zichen in advance so that he could assume the position of wizard. Yes, big brother. I will definitely hurry up and refine the prehistoric geomancy map. As for the Zichen clan, I'll send Xing Tian to the human race to invite him. Dijiang's words were reasonable, and Hutu had no objections. Xing Tian is here. It seems that the prehistoric geomancy map is almost complete. On the shore of the East Sea, Feng Zichen, who was dealing with human affairs in the imperial court, suddenly felt Xing Tian's aura and rushed over. With a thought, he understood the purpose of Xing Tian's visit. Feng Jia, Jiang Xiong, I have to leave the human race for a period of time. So, in the following time, I'll leave the human race's affairs to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the human kings for advice. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said to the disciples beside him. Yes, we will do as you say. Feng Jia and Jiang Xiong looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Originally, the human race's affairs were handled by the two of them. It was the same whether Feng Zichen was there or not. Who was Feng Zichen? How could he stay in the human race and deal with all kinds of chores? Many years ago, in the name of training his disciples, he had left all the affairs of the human race to his disciples to deal with. Yes. Nodding, Feng Zichen turned to Jiang Hui and said, Jiang Hui, keep an eye on your 2 senior brothers for me and help them find out what's missing. Yes, I understand. Jiang Hui responded obediently. Among Feng Zichen's 3 disciples, Jiang Hui, who had inherited the path of wisdom, was the most obedient and smart. All right, I'll go now. After saying that, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared in front of the 3 of them and went to meet Xing Tian. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Outside the East Sea, Feng Zichen came to Xing Tian and said with a smile. Not long, not long. All these years, in the untainted land, your name has been spreading everywhere. I'm so envious. Xing Tian also smiled and said with some envy. The untainted land's powerful beings cared about their reputation the most. Feng Zichen established the Khanate sword Dao and became famous in the untainted land. It could be said that he was in the limelight. How could he not be envious? Fellow Taoist, are you looking for me because the untainted land's geomancy map is completed? Without answering Xing Tian's words, Feng Zichen changed the topic. Yes, I'm here for that. The untainted land map is about to be completed. Fellow Taoist, as a shaman of our race, you can't be absent. When it came to serious matters, Xing Tian's expression inevitably became serious. The Tao of the Fiend Gods had been passed down in the untainted land for so many years, and the results were obvious to all. It had brought many benefits to the untainted land. Secretly, many juniors of the untainted land had already referred to Feng Zichen as their teacher. Therefore, Feng Zichen's title as a shaman had long become an established fact. Di Jiang had no choice but to acknowledge it. "All right, I'll accompany you then. I went in a hurry the last time and didn't get to see the glory of the number one race of the untainted land. This time, I must take a good look." With that, the two of them broke through space and rushed in the direction of the Panga Hall. That was the center of power of the untainted land. At the same time, it was also the most secretive and safest place in the untainted land. "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment." In the void, Feng Zichen's expression suddenly changed. He stopped in his tracks and said to Xing Tian beside him. Here, Xing Tian stopped in his tracks with an inexplicable expression. This was the place where Kuafu had fallen. When they walked out of the void, they saw a dense peach forest. The branches and leaves were luxuriant, blocking all the sunlight. This was the peachwood staff in Kuafu's hand after his death. Turning into a peach forest to block the sunlight meant to block the glory of the golden crow and prevent all living beings from suffering the pain of exposure. This was Kuafu's obsession before his death. Kuafu's pursuit of the sun has great merit. I think it won't be long before he wakes up from his deep sleep and returns to the untainted land. After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen said. Daluo Jingxian was immortal. Every time he fell, it was a deep sleep, and he would wake up one day. Moreover, Kuafu had fallen in order to protect the untainted land. The way of heaven would not let him sleep forever. In this world, there had never been a real fall of Daluo Jingxian. Even a sage could not do it. Alas! Kuafu's origin has been destroyed. Even if he returns, I don't know how long it will take for him to recover to his peak state. Xing Tian sighed and said worriedly. Chapter 284. Daluo was a realm and a Dao fruit. He would never be lost. His essence was different. That was the foundation of Daluo Jinxian's strength. Without it, his strength would fall to the bottom of the valley, causing him to have an empty realm but not the corresponding strength. He would inevitably suffer a huge loss if he fought with others. It's fine, Daluo Jingxian. What I don't lack the most is time. Time and life and death had lost their meaning to Daluo Jingxian. The great Tao was their only eternal pursuit. Mount Buzhou. The dignified Mount Buzhou. The Buzhou mountain that had remained unchanged since ancient times. On this day, the long-awaited peace of Mount Buzhou was broken. In the sacred atmosphere, the experts of the Magi race gathered there, stirring up endless turbid murderous aura. Rumble. Boundless murderous aura soared into the sky, stirring up endless winds and clouds, causing the heavenly courts to tremble. The demon gods looked at the Magi in shock and bewilderment. They subconsciously gripped their weapons tightly, thinking that the Magi were about to start a war again. Of course, the Magi did not come here to start a war with the demons. It was because Mount Buzhou was the closest place to Pangu. The Magi disrespected the heavenly Tao. After the primordial world geomancy map was completed, they naturally had to report to Pangu. Mount Buzhou was the most suitable place in the primordial world. Ever since the birth of the Magi, Mount Buzhou had been the place where they worshipped their ancestors. The Magi were established under the witness of Mount Buzhou. After that, whenever there were any major changes in the Magi, they would come to Mount Buzhou and ask Pangu to bear witness. At the same time, no faction was allowed to interfere when the Magi were worshipping their ancestors or attack the Magi during this period. This was not because they were afraid of the Magi, but to express their respect for Pangu. There was no one who did not respect the god of creation. After seeing that the Magi were worshipping Pangu, the demons could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they didn't attack the heavenly court. If they could live, Who would be willing to die? Daluo Jingxian didn't want to fall into eternal slumber either. What is the sorcerer tribe doing now? Why are they worshipping Pangu all of a sudden? I'm afraid it's not good for our demon race. Inside the numinous sky hall, Di Jun's mood was indescribable. Every time the sorcerer tribe finished worshipping Pangu, their strength would increase greatly. Come to think of it, this time was no exception. In that case, the demon race would be in danger. Alas! If we don't think of a way to increase the strength of the demon clan, the next great Magi-Demon War will be the end of the demon clan. Sitting on the throne, Di Jun thought helplessly. The demon race was too difficult. Father God, today, the shaman tribe observes the stars and the geography. They study the changes in the terrain of the primordial world and describe the terrain of the primordial world to form a map of the primordial world. This map contains the changes in the terrain of the primordial world and the changes of time. It can suppress the primordial world. Father, please enlighten me. Under the majestic Mount Buzhou, Di Zhang's expression was solemn as he said piously to the void. Father, please enlighten me. Behind him, the rest of the ancestral sorcerers also shouted piously. Map of the primordial world? What is this? Could it be that the sorcerer tribe also knows how to refine treasures? The powerful beings who were paying attention to this place could not help but be surprised when they heard this. Ever since the birth of the sorcerer tribe, they had never heard of them refining treasures. What the powerful beings thought did not affect the sorcerer tribe at all. A huge painting scroll suddenly flew out of Hudu's hand and floated above Mount Buzhou, slowly spreading out. On it was the painting of beautiful mountains and rivers, the mountains and rivers of the earth, the landscape of the primordial world, all the changes in the primordial world, the vicissitudes of the primordial world, and the endless creation. What was on the earth book, he had. What was on the Hichu Luo book, he had. What was on the mountain river map, he also had. Everything on the primordial world, he had. This was the map of the primordial world, the first map of the primordial world, and also the most comprehensive map of the primordial world. It recorded everything on the primordial world. All the changes on the primordial world could be found on it. The 12 ancestral sorcerers spent hundreds of thousands of years to travel to every corner of the primordial world. They spent countless efforts and paid countless prices to finally complete the map of the primordial world. This was a treasure that was enough to shock the world. It contained countless creation and had incredible power. It could suppress the primordial world and even suppress the destiny of the sorcerer tribe. Splash! At the moment when the map of the primordial world was born, it suddenly rained in the primordial world. The rain was golden and contained the chi of origin. It could create everything. The rain was not heavy, but it covered a wide area. In the primordial world, no matter where it was, there was golden rain falling. Mount Buzhou, the heavenly court, Kunlun Mountain, the boundless sea of blood, there was golden rain falling. Even the Taoist temples of the powerful beings were no exception. At the same time when the golden rain fell, spiritual springs suddenly gushed out from the ground, emitting amazing spiritual chi. Around the spiritual springs, golden lotuses were born. They swayed and had an intoxicating fragrance. At this moment, great joy surged in the hearts of all the living beings in the primordial world at the same time. They could not help but smile. Not only the living beings in the primordial world, but even the boundless void, the great Tao of the universe, and the rules of heaven and earth were joyful. They were excited and manifested in the world, causing all kinds of strange phenomena to occur in the primordial world. The appearance of the map of the primordial world made the primordial world extremely excited. Its emotions spread out and affected everything, and then created the strange scene in front of them. Rumble. In the heavens and earth, a supreme power suddenly spread out. The whole primordial world was roaring. The great Tao of heaven and earth was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Nothing existed. This power was broader, more vast, and more majestic than the heavens and earth. In front of it, the heavenly Tao was extremely small and not worth mentioning. There was no doubt that this was the power of Pangu. The prayers of the 12 ancestral sorcerers worked. Pangu's power descended. The vast power completely enveloped the map of the primordial world, constantly changing its essence and making it change in the most perfect direction. In the void, the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man spontaneously manifested. They carried the great Tao of heaven and earth and the endless rules of heaven and earth, and rushed to the map of the primordial world to strengthen its foundation and accelerate its evolution. Pangu, the father of the primordial world. His will was the will of heaven and earth. The direction of his power was the direction of the power of heaven and earth. If he wanted to refine the map of the primordial world, the power of heaven and earth would naturally follow. With the help of all kinds of great powers, the map of the primordial world underwent earth-shattering changes. The beautiful mountains, rivers, and endless terrains on it gradually came to life. They rose and fell continuously, interweaving with an inexplicable power. Innate Tao patterns appeared, entangled with each other, corroborated each other, and derived Tao and truth. They were branded on the map of the primordial world, like the great Tao. One could see that the chaotic chi on the map of the primordial world was transforming into innate spiritual chi. It gave birth to bright spiritual light and derived endless innate rules. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Chapter 285. Rumble. Loud sounds came from the primordial geomancy map one after another. It was as if a world was being opened. It was extremely grand and deafening. No, it was not as if. It was real. With the support of Pangu's power and the power of the primordial world, a vast world was slowly taking shape in the primordial geomancy map. A shocking change was taking place. At that moment, it was as if all the creation in the primordial world had gathered on the primordial geomancy map. As a result, the world evolved extremely quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It defied common sense. In an instant, it was as if endless years had passed. The realm wall was born, the world was stabilized, the sun, the moon, and the stars were born, and the three lights were split. Time and space were formed, and time changed. The world was quickly perfected. Pangu's power was beyond imagination. The power of the world was boundless. The combination of the two powers distorted time and space and shortened time. It turned billions of years into an instant. It turned the impossible into possible and created this unbelievable scene. In an extremely short period of time, a vast great world was created. The mysteries of the great Tao were displayed at that moment. The great desolate Aeon powerhouses watching were flabbergasted. They felt even more horrified in their hearts. That was a power that they could not understand at all. They could not see through it clearly. It was as if they were facing the great Tao. There was only admiration in their hearts. They might be very close to the heavenly Tao. However, they were very far away from the great Tao. There was no sign of the great Tao on the road ahead. Therefore, they could not understand or imagine Pangu's power, which had transcended the heavenly Tao and was infinitely close to the great Tao. In their hearts, there was no concept of the great Tao at all. Naturally, they could not understand or reach it. Endless creation and endless power caused the world in the primordial geomancy map to change rapidly. In just a moment, countless changes occurred. That world had already matured and was on the verge of perfection. The sky was high, the earth was heavy, the mountains were majestic, the sea was boundless, and the mountains and rivers were incomparably beautiful. The mountains and rivers were like poems and paintings. The world was filled with endless creation aura. Looking carefully, in this world, the mountains, the water, the sky, the earth, the blessed land, and the endless creation all revealed some shadows of the untainted world. It was very similar to the untainted world. It was like a miniature version of the untainted land. That's right. The primordial world map was originally a topographic map of the primordial world. Now that he had obtained the creation of Pangu and derived a world, it was reasonable to use the primordial world as a template. However, although it was called a small world, it was actually not small. Its small size was only the result of comparison with the primordial world. In this world, what world would not be incomparably small compared to the primordial world? In terms of area and source energy, this world was thousands of times thicker than the Great Thousand Realms, far surpassing countless worlds. Boom! At the moment when the world was completely formed, an extremely powerful force suddenly swept out from the geomancy map of untainted land and engulfed the entire untainted land. All living beings in the primordial world, except for the saints, lowered their heads. This was the power that a Khanate cardinal treasure should have when it was born. It was just like when a sage achieved Tao and shocked the entire untainted land. The Khanate cardinal treasure was the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In comparison, the appearance of the human emperor's seal and the 10,000 spirit crown undoubtedly caused a much smaller commotion. They could not be compared at all. The 10,000 spirit crown was still in an incomplete state. Its power was only comparable to an inferior grade Khanate numinous treasure. Of course, it would not cause any earth-shattering commotion. The human emperor's seal was because Feng Zichen was too weak. He did not dare to let the human emperor's seal show its sharpness to avoid causing any accidents. That was why it appeared in the world in a low-key manner. However, the Magi were different. They were powerful. It had always been others who were afraid of them, not them who were afraid of others. Naturally, they were not worried that someone would snatch the Khanate cardinal treasure. Therefore, they could completely activate the power of the geomancy map of untainted land and sweep through the entire untainted land to achieve the goal of intimidating everyone. This was the benefit of being powerful. One could do things as one pleased, and not be bound by restrictions. It was for this reason that becoming stronger and stronger became the unanimous belief of all living beings in the untainted land. Khanate cardinal treasure. That geomancy map of untainted land is a Khanate cardinal treasure. The Magi have actually refined a Khanate cardinal treasure. That's incredible. To be able to cause such a big commotion, the geomancy map of untainted land was undoubtedly a Khanate cardinal treasure. The great mediums of the untainted land were not blind. It was not like they could not see or feel the power contained in the geomancy map of untainted land. How could they not understand its level? At this moment, they were truly shocked. Even the appearance of Pangu's true body in the great war of liches and demons was not as shocking as this moment. That was a Khanate cardinal treasure. There were only a few supreme treasures in the untainted land. How could it be possible that it was artificially refined by a Magi without a primordial spirit? Wasn't it too incredible? The refinement of a Khanate numinous treasure was already extremely difficult. It was difficult for human beings to achieve it. Only with the help of heaven and earth could it be refined. As for a Khanate cardinal treasure that was more powerful than a Khanate numinous treasure, it was definitely not something that could be refined by human beings. Only the heaven and earth could gather unexpected good fortune and nurture it for countless years. But now, in just a few days, a man-made Khanate cardinal treasure was born just like that. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They did not know what to say. In fact, it was not surprising that the geomancy map of untainted land could become a Khanate cardinal treasure. First of all, the geomancy map of untainted land recorded everything in the untainted land. It had unimaginable power that could resonate with the untainted land and be supported by it. Secondly, the main body of the geomancy map of untainted land was the chaos membrane. It was not a treasure of the untainted land and did not belong to the Khanate world. It was a spiritual object from the chaos. It contained the good fortune of the great Tao and was the manifestation of the chaos. Pangu had broken the chaos membrane and caused the untainted land to be born. It could be said that the chaos membrane was the mother body that gave birth to the untainted land. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary he was. Such a treasure contained the good fortune of the chaos. It was a material that could be refined into a chaos numinous treasure. And a chaos numinous treasure was an existence of the same level as a Khanate cardinal treasure. In this way, the chaos membrane could naturally be refined into a Khanate cardinal treasure. In the end, the one who refined the geomancy map of untainted land was none other than the most powerful existence in the world, Pangu. Under his power, heaven and earth moved with him and refined the geomancy map of untainted land together. The attributes of the chaos membrane also degenerated from chaos to khanate and became more suitable for the untainted land. With so much incredible power gathered, it was natural for the geomancy map of untainted land to become a khanate cardinal treasure. It was not surprising. It would be surprising if it could not succeed. Chapter 286. The great mystical abilities of the primordial world did not understand the twists and turns. They thought that it was a khanate cardinal treasure refined by the Magi and naturally fell into shock. The heavens have really changed. This time, the only advantage of the demon race is completely gone. The demon race is finished. After regaining their senses, the first reaction of the great mystical abilities was that the demon race was finished. In the past, the demon race had the Bell of Chaos. This khanate cardinal treasure could protect the demon race's destiny and break the number one physical body of the Magi in the primordial world. Therefore, although the demon race was at a disadvantage in the battle with the Magi, they could always preserve a chance of survival. Moreover, the more they fought, the stronger they became. In the end, they reached the level where they were on par with the Magi. But now, everything was different. Now that the Magi had the khanate cardinal treasure, the demon race no longer had an advantage. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the demon race, which was inferior to the Magi. When the next great Magi-demon war broke out, the demon race would completely lose their advantage. The outcome could be imagined. Bang! In the Lingxiao Hall, the moment the aura of the primordial world erupted, Di Jun could not help but change his expression. A terrifying aura burst out and shattered all the decorations in the hall. However, in extreme shock, Di Jun lost his usual calmness. For a moment, he could not control his strength, causing his aura to leak out, causing the Lingxiao Hall to be in a mess. The Magi. Looking at the primordial world geomancy map, Di Jun gritted his teeth and spat out two words. The moment these two words left his mouth, boundless hatred and monstrous killing intent erupted from Di Jun's body. The hatred of blocking the Tao. This was the greatest hatred of the primordial world. Di Jun and the Magi had formed a feud for blocking the Tao. Those who block my path to the Tao are worse than those who kill me. Compared to this hatred, the hatred that the Magi and the demon race had developed over the years was not worth mentioning. After unifying the primordial world, Di Jun would be able to perfect the heavenly emperor karma rank and become a saint on the spot. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were the stones that stood in his way, blocking him firmly in front of the door of Tao. This hatred could only be resolved when Di Jun became a saint or when the Wu tribe was destroyed. Now, with the geomancy map of the primordial world, the strength of the wizard tribe had increased greatly. The hope of Di Jun becoming a saint was even slimmer. Even the demon race was in danger of being wiped out. You forced me to do this. Clenching his fists, Di Jun made up his mind. He was about to attain the Tao of primordial chaos. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. But for Di Jun, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. He was the Lord of Zhouxing and the Lord of Heaven. These two were the most important components of the great desolate world. Their innate origins were incomparably powerful. Refining any one of them would allow him to become a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, using this method to achieve primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was ultimately not his own cultivation. There were too many restrictions. Moreover, primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was not a saint. Once he became a primordial chaos, it would be difficult for him to become a saint again. Although primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was comparable to a saint in terms of strength, there was still a huge gap between them in other aspects. This was unacceptable to Di Jun, who wanted to become a saint and be eternal. Therefore, even though the method to achieve the Tao was right in front of him, Di Jun did not like it, so he did not do it. However, that was in the past. Jun had not been forced into a desperate situation. He still had a choice. But now, everything was different. If he did not move forward, what awaited him and the demon race was only destruction. If he advanced, he would live; if he retreated, he would die. Jun naturally knew how to choose. Only by living would he have a chance; if he died, he would have nothing. With a flash, Jun arrived at the place where the Heaven Realm's origin was and began to refine it. Compared to Zhouxing, the Heaven Realm's origin was easier to refine. After all, Jun did not have the ability to refine the Ziwei star. If he rashly refined Zhouxing, the possibility of failure was very high. As for the demon race, they could not fail again. While Jun was focused on refining the Heaven Realm's origin, the changes under Mount Buzhou had not ended. In the sky, black and yellow merit gathered. Half of it fell into the primordial map, while 90% of the remaining half merged into the luck of the wizard race to continue the vitality of the wizard race. The remaining half went around and landed on Feng Zichen's head. After all, the wizard race was able to think of drawing the primordial map because of his guidance. This merit should belong to him. With the help of merit, the power of the primordial map became stronger. As the creation aura surged, there was more black and yellow aura. There were even signs of life in that world. That world had been completely perfected. This was the backup plan that Pangu had left for the wizard race. With the primordial map, even if the wizard race declined, as long as they hid in the world inside, no one could do anything to them. Moreover, this world was big enough and the origin was rich enough. Not to mention Daluo Jingxian, even a sage-to-be could achieve success here. This was the indestructible foundation of the wizard race. Unfortunately, this merit was the primordial merit and not the innate merit bestowed by the Great Tao. Although the primordial map could be considered an innate merit treasure, it was still inferior to the 3 heaven-opening treasures. The Bell of Chaos, the Taiji painting, and Pangu's banner were the 3 heaven-opening treasures. They were also the most powerful treasures in the primordial world and could not be surpassed. Although the primordial map had been used in creation, it could not be compared to them. However, this could not deny its power. The ability of the primordial map seemed similar to the Mountain River map and the Earth book, but it was fundamentally different. The world in the Mountain River map was a major kiliocosm, but the world contained in the primordial map was thousands of times larger. The Earth book recorded the terrain of the primordial world, while the primordial map recorded everything in the primordial world. The He Tu and the Luo Shu recorded the primordial water vein map. The primordial map also had it, and it was more complete than it. The primordial map gathered the advantages of several powerful connate numinous treasures. One could imagine its power. This was a true treasure of the earth. The Bell of Chaos was a treasure of the heavens. It suppressed Zhouxing, the universe, and endless spacetime. The primordial map was a treasure of the earth. It suppressed the boundless earth, carried countless living beings, and had endless creation. The 10,000 spirit crown was a treasure of humans. It suppressed all living beings and contained the power of all spirits. It had endless power. These 3 treasures represented the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man. They had great luck and power. If they appeared together, the primordial world would definitely undergo unimaginable changes and benefit the world greatly. Unfortunately, because Feng Zichen's ability was insufficient, the 10,000 spirit crown was in an incomplete state and could not completely appear in the world to resonate with the other 2 treasures. Therefore, the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man did not move. He had really missed out on a great opportunity. Chapter 287. Thank you, Father. After bowing respectfully to Mount Buzhou, Dijiang waved his hand and put away the primordial geomancy map. To be honest, Dijiang was a little surprised that the primordial geomancy map could become a connate cardinal treasure. His original intention was only to refine a supreme treasure that could suppress the earth. This showed that the witch race was not a bunch of people who did nothing. It was also to stop the mouths of the living beings of the primordial world. He did not expect that the primordial geomancy map would be refined into a connate merit cardinal treasure by Pangu as soon as it was born. It was a pleasant surprise. No, it was a huge surprise. The witch race was really invincible. The primordial geomancy map could sort out the earth veins of the primordial world and integrate everything in the earth. It could make the primordial world more stable. With this treasure in hand, the witch race's position as the lord of the earth was completely stable. Father is still thinking about the witch race. Looking at the primordial geomancy map in his hand, Dijiang thought happily. Apart from obtaining the connate cardinal treasure, there was another thing that made Dijiang very happy. That was, Pangu was still paying attention to the witch race. Otherwise, he would not have helped the witch race refine the connate cardinal treasure. This time, Pangu suddenly manifested a miracle to help the witch race. His attitude towards the witch race was undoubtedly very obvious. This made the great divine arts of the primordial world look at the witch race differently. After all, they were descendants of Pangu. With this blood relationship, the witch race was different from other races and received more preferential treatment. Let's go. After bowing to Mount Buzhou again, Dijiang first glanced coldly at the heavenly court, then left with the witch race. It had long passed the 100,000 years set by the Tao ancestor. Even if Dijiang attacked the demon race now, no one could say anything. At this moment, the witch race had a connate cardinal treasure and their strength had increased greatly. Their aura had also risen to the extreme. It was the best time to fight the demon race. However, Dijiang could not. In order to repair the western land, Hutu had almost drained the power of Pangu's heart. If they were to start a war with the demon clan now, they would definitely be able to win, but the price they would have to pay was definitely not something the shaman clan could bear. Therefore, they had to wait. Wait until Pangu's heart regained its strength. Then, it would be the end of the demon race. But at this time, Dijiang would not know that what he missed today was the best opportunity to destroy the demon clan. From now on, there would be no more. That was because what he had been waiting for was not the great victory he had hoped for, but the demons who were getting stronger and stronger, and the magi who were getting weaker and weaker. The affairs of the world are impermanent, who would have thought? In the Pangu Palace, Feng Zichen and the 12 ancestors of sorcery sat on the ground, surrounding the untainted land geomancy map in the middle. They were meditating on something quietly. At that moment, the primordial world geomancy map emitted a faint glow and interweaved into images. If one looked carefully, one would see the famous mountains, great rivers, and blessed lands of the great desolate Aeon. Earth veins appeared, crisscrossing, connecting the famous mountains, great rivers, and blessed lands one by one. It was like the connection between Zhouxing, conforming to some inexplicable Taoist rhyme and containing supreme creation. This was the distribution map of Pangu's meridians, the secret hidden in the deepest part of the untainted land. Now, Feng Zichen and the 12 ancestors of sorcery planned to use this Pangu's meridians to redefine the Taoism of gods and demons, making it more suitable and perfect for the Magi clan. Appear! 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 At that moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery seemed to have understood something. Suddenly, their bodies burst out a bright light, and in front of them, they condensed into shadows. In front of Dijiang, there was a shadow that was like a yellow sack, red as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and no face. It was the ancestor of space. In front of Gomang, there was a shadow that was green like bamboo, with a bird's body and a human's face. It was the ancestor of wood in the east. In front of Zhurong, there was a shadow that had a beast's head and a human's body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes pierced through its ears and a fire dragon under its feet. It was the ancestor of fire in the south. In front of Gonggang, there was a shadow that had a python's head and a human's body. It was covered in black scales, with a black dragon under its feet and a green python coiled around its hands. It was the ancestor of water in the north. In front of Rushu, there was a shadow that had a human's face and a tiger's body. It was covered in golden scales, with a pair of wings, a snake pierced through its left ear and 2 dragons under its feet. It was the ancestor of metal in the West. In front of Hutu, there was a shadow that had a human's body and a snake's tail. It had 7 hands behind its back and 2 in front of its chest. It was the ancestor of Earth in the central region. These 12 Taoist shadows were like gods and demons, with different shapes. As soon as they appeared, they emitted a strong aura, as if they were going to suppress the whole universe. They were the original bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the incarnations of the great Tao, the dominators of the law, and the pinnacle of the untainted land. After comprehending Pangu's meridian diagram for several years, the 12 ancestors of sorcery constantly compared it with their own meridians. Once they were enlightened, they defined the celestial demon Tao with their own meridians, and deduced their own celestial demon Tao. In the future, if anyone practiced the celestial demon Tao, in addition to reverting to Pangu's Tao body, they could also revert to the bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and become the ancestor of sorcery's Tao body. This was undoubtedly a great thing for the cultivators who practiced the celestial demon Tao, as it gave them more choices. It was also a great thing for the celestial demon Tao, as it made it more perfect. Dang! At that moment, in the depths of Feng Zichen's mind, where the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not notice, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled and let out a melodious bell sound. In an instant, endless Tao enlightenment burst out and poured into Feng Zichen's heart, causing his eyes to suddenly turn purple, noble and mysterious. Everything was different. At that moment, Feng Zichen seemed to have achieved Tao, and the world was completely different in his eyes. What he saw before him was endless connate Tao patterns. Everything was made up of Tao patterns, and in the simplest way, it explained the most fundamental secrets of Tao. The Tao shadows in front of the 12 ancestors of sorcery were constantly decomposing in Feng Zichen's eyes, turning into the most basic runes, and gradually overlapping with Pangu's meridian diagram. Tracing back to the origin. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were born in Pangu, and now they returned to Pangu. It was tracing back to the origin. After so many years, the Hongmeng Daozhong reappeared with its supreme divine power, helping Feng Zichen to enter the Tao fusing realm, and understanding the evolution of Pangu's meridian diagram. Pangu was the most powerful existence in the world, and everything about him was mysterious and unknown. His Tao was even more obscure and difficult to understand. Even connate god fiends would find it difficult to understand. Directly asking a god fiend cultivator to understand Pangu's meridian diagram, there was no need to think too much, as no one could do it. Therefore, with the help of the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen understood. He wanted to use the Tao bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery to recreate Pangu's Tao body, and further perfect the Tao of god fiend. Obviously, it was impossible to directly cultivate Pangu's meridian diagram. But the meridian diagram of the 12 ancestors of sorcery was different. Although cultivating them was also difficult, it was only difficult. Compared to Pangu's meridian diagram, which was obviously impossible to cultivate, there was undoubtedly more hope, and it was much simpler. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery were united, they could summon Pangu's true body. Then, when the meridian diagram of the 12 ancestors of sorcery was united, they could evolve Pangu's meridian diagram. Chapter 288. Feng Zichen's goal was to let his descendants cultivate the wizard incarnation technique, and then use the wizard incarnation body to reverse Pangu's Tao body. This method was undoubtedly much simpler than directly reverting to the Pangu Tao body, and it was also much more feasible. Feng Zichen could directly reverse into Pangu's Tao body. That was a coincidence. It was the result of endless creation. It was unique in the primordial world. No one else could replicate it. Now, this method was more widespread and could let people see the hope of attaining the Tao. In the untainted land, there were tens of thousands of cultivation methods. However, there were only a few that could attract people like a flock of ducks. Why? This was because there were only a few things that could allow a person to attain Tao, the celestial Tao of the Xian sect, the sacred Tao of the Devil sect. Only cultivation methods that could allow one to attain the Tao could be called the Tao. The rest could only be called methods and were not of much use. As an unorthodox disciple, he did not belong to the orthodox sect. Now, the Tao of gods and devils created by Feng Zichen had the possibility of achieving the Tao. It was already considered a supreme great Tao. As the era changed, it was not impossible to gather unparalleled luck and replace the celestial Tao of the celestial sect, becoming the mainstream of a certain era. There were no eternal protagonists in the world, and it was impossible for the celestial way of the celestial sect to prosper forever. Later on, Buddhism flourished first, followed by the rise of the Devil's sect. This was already proven. Times changed, the situation rose and fell, and it was boundlessly magnificent. There were boundless opportunities, and whoever was able to grasp them could possibly become the tide of the era. The Tao of fiend gods might have a chance to replace the Tao of immortals. Now, what Feng Zichen needed to do was to create the conversion method and turn this possibility into reality. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred years had passed. Appear. On this day, Feng Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a majestic and holy aura gushed out of his body, forcing the 12 ancestral sorcerers' shadows back into their bodies. Then, an indescribable Tao shadow appeared behind Feng Zichen. It stepped forward and stood right above the primordial world map, as if it was indomitable. This was Pangu's Tao shadow. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen succeeded, further perfecting the Tao of gods and demons, turning the possibility into reality. The Tao of fiend gods had truly become a supreme great Tao. Just like the celestial path of the celestial path of the celestial path of the demonic path, they all had their own ways to attain the Tao. Later generations could see the hope of attaining the Tao. Unfortunately, this was the Pangu Palace, which isolated all senses. Even the heavenly Tao could not pry into it. Otherwise, the perfection of the Tao of divinity and demons, a major event that would affect the future generations for countless years, would definitely receive the blessings of the world. Fellow Taoist, it's done. Dijiang stepped forward and sensed carefully for a while. He could not help but show joy on his face. He said to Feng Zichen, "Thank you, Magus. The sorcerer tribe will never forget the sorcerer's contribution today." While speaking, Dijiang even changed the way he addressed him. He did not even call him fellow Taoist, but Magus. It was not Dijiang's fault for being snobbish. The perfected Tao of gods and demons had completely made up for the shortcomings of the sorcerer tribe. To the sorcerer tribe, it was too important, no less than a new life. Even if he were to exchange the primordial geomancy map for it, Dijiang would still agree after hesitating for a while. The true spirit was even stronger than the essence soul. The true spirit could do what the essence soul could not. The true spirit could do what the essence soul could do, and it could not do it well. Apart from the fatal flaw of affecting one's Tao path after being damaged and not being easy to repair, there were almost no flaws. The Tao of gods and demons was simply tailor-made for the sorcerer tribe. His appearance was enough to increase the strength of the sorcerer tribe several times. It could also let the descendants of the sorcerer tribe see the hope of attaining the Tao. This was something that the immortal Tao and the fiend Tao did not have. That was because the sorcerer tribe did not have an essence soul. No matter how good these two supreme great Taos that relied on the essence soul were, the sorcerer tribe could not cultivate them. Before this, the cultivation of the sorcerer tribe was the process of constantly condensing their bodies and comprehending the laws. Although it was effective, it was rather simple and had many mistakes. Moreover, it was not systematic and seriously dragged down the progress of cultivation. Therefore, the appearance of the Tao of gods and demons was especially important. Moreover, the Pangu was the lifelong pursuit of the sorcerer tribe. The Tao of gods and demons could allow them to transform into the Pangu. This had an extraordinary meaning to the sorcerer tribe. It was the true meaning of their lives. Dijiang really could not think of anything to repay such a great kindness. He could only thicken his skin and call Feng Zichen a sorcerer to show his noble status. Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. Feng Zichen accepted Dijiang's address calmly and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This was what he deserved. He had paid such a high price and worked so hard for so long in exchange for the position of a sorcerer. Of course, he would not be polite. The moment Feng Zichen accepted the position of a sorcerer, an inexplicable tremor suddenly came from the Panga Hall. Buzz, 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 the statue of the Pangu in the center of the hall was still shaking. A Taoist rhyme was emitted, stirring up layers of ripples and spreading to everyone. Swept by the Taoist rhyme, Feng Zichen only felt that something on his body had a reaction. It spontaneously flew out of his body and flew toward the statue of the Pangu in the hall. It was a token that Feng Zichen was somewhat unfamiliar with. But immediately, he thought of what it was. That is, the Huda token. This token was the Huda token, a symbol of Huda's identity. It was given to Feng Zichen by Hutu in the Huda tribe that day to show her gratitude. Since receiving this token, Feng Zichen had put it aside and had not used it at all. He had almost forgotten about its existence. Whoosh, 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 at the same time that the Huda token on Feng Zichen's body flew out, the remaining 11 ancestral Magus tokens also flew out from the ancestral Magus and rushed toward the statue of the Pangu in the hall. This is the manifestation of the Father God. The sudden change surprised the ancestral Magi. They had no idea what had happened. However, since it was Pangu who had made a move, it meant that it was not a bad thing. They only needed to wait patiently. Whoosh! A ball of purple flames suddenly appeared in the hand of the statue of the Pangu and burned the 12 ancestral Magus tokens that flew over. The origin of this purple flame was not recognized by the eyes of the people present. However, they all understood that this was the Taoist fire, a supreme fire. It had unparalleled power and could burn saints. That was because it was the fire of the Pangu. Under this purple flame, the indestructible ancestral Magus tokens began to merge and gradually become one. The Pangu token. This Taoist fire was going to refine the Pangu token. When the Magus race was established, the Pangu token changed and turned into 12 ancestral Magus tokens. They fell into the hands of the 12 ancestral Magi and ceased to exist. Today, looking at the actions of the statue of the Pangu, it was obvious that it was going to refine the Pangu token. Boom! The Taoist fire burned and burst out with a dazzling light. Nothing could be seen clearly. Chapter 289. Not long after, the flames gradually extinguished, and a purple token was revealed. However, to everyone's surprise, the token was not the Pangu's token that they had imagined, but the sorcerer's token. On the purple token, there were 3 bright words, Sorcerer's Token. These 3 words were written by the Great Path Divine Runes, similar to the real name between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. They were words derived from the Great Path and had indescribable power. After the sorcerer's token appeared, it first stayed in the air for a while, then slowly fell into Feng Zichen's hands. This is, touching the sorcerer's token in his hand, Feng Zichen was a little puzzled, so he looked at Dijiang with a puzzled gaze. Congratulations, sorcerer. Father God has appeared and given you the sorcerer's token. This means that he has recognized your identity as a sorcerer. From now on, you are the true sorcerer's master, and your status is second only to the ancestral sorcerer. Dijiang thought for a moment and understood what was going on, so he explained to Feng Zichen. After receiving Pangu's recognition, Feng Zichen's title as a sorcerer was justified. Although he was a sorcerer before, he always felt that it was lacking. Now, it was perfect. After all, the sorcerer appointed by Pangu and the sorcerer appointed by the ancestral sorcerer were fundamentally different. This was especially obvious in terms of status and power. Being appointed as a sorcerer by the ancestral sorcerer meant that he had lost the initiative and was restricted by them. If the ancestral sorcerer was not satisfied, he could remove Feng Zichen's title at any time. However, being appointed as a sorcerer by Pangu was different. The initiative was in the hands of Pangu, and the ancestral sorcerer could not interfere at all. Even if they were not satisfied with Feng Zichen, the ancestral sorcerer could only endure it and could not remove his position as a sorcerer. In terms of status, there was an earth-shaking change. From being second only to the ancestral sorcerer, he directly became second only to the ancestral sorcerer in terms of power. The great change could be imagined. "Thank you, Father." After listening to Di Jiang's explanation, Feng Zichen was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the statue of Pangu. The witch tribe could call him Father God, and so could Feng Zichen. He was the authentic Pangu recognized by the Great Tao. It was perfectly justifiable to call him that. No one could say anything against it. "Thank you, fellow Taoists." After paying his respects to Pangu, Feng Zichen thanked the ancestral shamans. "You're too kind, Magus. From now on, we're a family. There's no need to be so courteous," Di Jiang said with a smile. Now, Feng Zichen and the sorcerer tribe were completely tied together. They might not live and die together, but if something happened to the sorcerer tribe, he would still have to pay a certain price. By the way, fellow Taoist, do you know what is the use of this sorcerer token? After a while, Feng Zichen asked Di Jiang. He had held the sorcerer token for a while, but other than Pangu's body tempering method, he didn't find any other abilities. I don't know much about the function of this Pangu token. I only know that this token is incomparably hard. In the primordial world, almost nothing can break it. Moreover, the inheritance of Father God is recorded on the token. Just this point alone can make it comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. We don't know about the rest. Fellow Taoist, you can figure it out yourself. After pondering for a while, Di Jiang replied. He really didn't understand the function of the Pangu token. Before the birth of the ancestral shaman, this token had been lying in the Pangu hall. It had never shown the slightest bit of magic. If it wasn't for the inheritance of Pangu recorded on it, the ancestral shamans would really think that it was an ordinary item. By the way, with the Pangu token, you can freely enter and exit the Pangu hall. No matter where you are, as long as you have the Pangu token in your hand, you can return to the Pangu hall with a thought. Di Jiang added as if he had thought of something. This function was undoubtedly discovered by the ancestral shaman. It could ignore all space-time and distance and directly appear in the Pangu hall. It was the #1 life-saving skill in the primordial world. The Pangu hall was the safest place in the primordial world. No one could fight when they returned here. Even the ancestral shaman doesn't know. Di Jiang's answer disappointed Feng Zichen. However, this was nothing. If Di Jiang didn't know, he could figure it out himself. The Pangu token was the symbol of Pangu's identity. Feng Zichen believed that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. Fellow Taoists, the matter of the sorcerer tribe is over. I should go back. When I have time in the future, I will come to the sorcerer tribe to take a look. I will take my leave today. After chatting with the ancestral shaman for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly said. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in the human race. Boom! Not long after leaving the sorcerer tribe, the 10,000 spirit crown on Feng Zichen's head suddenly burst into a bright light, and his aura rose layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the level of a superior grade innate spirit treasure. Rays of light hung down. There were 72 colors. They were gorgeous and incomparably luxurious. They enveloped Feng Zichen, showing his noble appearance. Then, dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other auspicious beasts appeared. There were a total of 81 of them. They were vivid and surrounded Feng Zichen as if they were protecting him. When the human emperor traveled, he was accompanied by the light of the Tao and all spirits to show his nobility. This is, looking at the 10,000 spirit crown, Feng Zichen was inexplicably surprised. He had not expected such a change. The Magi. However, when he saw the phantom of the Magi on the 10,000 spirit crown that had completely materialized and was not inferior to the human race, Feng Zichen understood what had happened. The Magi had submitted. When all spirits submitted, the 10,000 spirit crown would be perfect. On the 10,000 spirit crown, there were countless phantoms of all spirits. Every time one of them condensed, the level of the 10,000 spirit crown would increase. When all the phantoms condensed, it would be the moment he recovered to a connate cardinal treasure. How powerful was the Magi? One of them could rival 1,000 clans. The power brought by their submission was undoubtedly huge. It directly restored the 10,000 spirit crown to the level of a superior grade connate spirit treasure. I didn't expect that preaching the Tao would have such benefits. No wonder those great mystical abilities in the future always like to go to the lower realm to preach the Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood. He had found a way to quickly restore the 10,000 spirit crown. That was preaching the Tao. In this aspect, Feng Zichen had a huge advantage because he had the Tao of the God Fiend. As long as the Tao of the God Fiend flourished in the primordial world, all spirits would cultivate this Tao. Then, naturally, the power of all spirits would gather, causing the phantoms of all spirits to condense. The 10,000 spirit crown would also be restored to a connate cardinal treasure. Of course, conquering was not the only way to make all spirits submit. However, this method was the simplest and fastest. However, preaching the Tao could also make all races submit. This was something that Feng Zichen had never thought of before. This was probably the reason why those great mystical abilities in the future were keen on preaching the Tao. The power of all spirits had endless uses. It was beneficial to saints, let alone great mystical abilities. Chapter 290. Feeling happy, Feng Zichen's whole body was filled with a kind of joyful mood. Even his hurried steps were a little lighter. Unfortunately, his joy did not last long. He was interrupted by a figure in front of him. It was a young man. He was handsome and unparalleled. His eyes were filled with arrogance. It was as if no one in the world was worthy of his attention. He was wearing a golden feather robe with a golden crow embroidered on it. It was shining brightly, and his body was filled with the majestic aura of an emperor. He was extremely noble. Tai Yi. The moment he saw this person, the two words Tai Yi naturally appeared in Feng Zichen's heart. The name, Tai Yi, had an extraordinary meaning in the primordial world. He represented the peak of the primordial world, the most noble of the gods. Only one person could be called that. Then, the identity of the person in front of him was about to be revealed. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. The person who came was actually Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Tai Yi stood there quietly, motionless. There was no aura on his body, and he looked ordinary. However, in Feng Zichen's eyes, he seemed to have become the center of everything. Heaven and earth, the great path, the rules, and everything in the world were revolving around him. He was incomparably great and shocking. He was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. One could only look up. He was Tai Yi, the number one in the primordial world. Sword ancestor, or a wizard? Just as Feng Zichen was shocked, Tai Yi spoke. His voice was not loud, but it gave Feng Zichen a great sense of oppression. It was as if heaven and earth were pressing down on him at the same time, almost suffocating him. Tai Yi was here to settle the score. The reason why the wizard race's strength had increased greatly was discovered by the demon race. Was he here to kill him? Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart began to beat violently. The long-awaited crisis of death suddenly struck his heart, causing his forehead to be instantly covered in cold sweat. Danger. Extreme danger. This was the greatest danger Feng Zichen had encountered since his debut. If he was not careful, he would die. Touching the sorcerer token in his arms, Feng Zichen immediately wanted to activate it so that he could return to the Panga Hall and escape this crisis. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Even if they escaped back to Panga Palace, what could they do? Unless he could hide in the Panga Palace for the rest of his life, he would have to face Tai Yi sooner or later. But could he stay in the Pangu Hall forever? Obviously, they couldn't. The human race was still waiting for him. As for asking for help, that was unrealistic. No one could protect him forever. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on himself. What brings your Majesty Donghuang here? Feng Zichen asked Tai after forcing himself to calm down. Feng Zichen did not believe that Tai would dare to kill him. He was now heavily favored by the heavens. If he killed him, there would be endless karma. Tai could bear this price, but the demons could not. If the demons, who were already weak, were to be tainted with this karma, they would have no hope of winning the next great war between the witches and demons. You are very good. Tai did not answer Feng Zichen's question. Instead, he nodded and praised him. Tai's praise came from the bottom of his heart. Feng Zichen had reached this step with his acquired body. His experience could be said to be legendary. Outsiders could not help but admire him. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you today. I just want to see what the primordial sword ancestor, the wizard of the witch race, who has stirred up the primordial world, secretly plotted for the witch race, and caused a headache for the demon race, looks like. Although I really want to kill you, the current heavenly court cannot bear the price. Therefore, before you lose the favor of the heavens, you are extremely safe. As if he could see Feng Zichen's nervousness, Donghuang Tai said with a smile. He did not hide his intentions at all. His words showed that he wanted to kill Feng Zichen. It was just that he did not dare to make a move because he was concerned about the heavenly court. Phew. Hearing Tai's words, Feng Zichen could not help but heave a sigh of relief and relax. No matter what Tai's attitude was, as long as he was not here to kill him now. As for the future, Tai would not have a chance. At that time, it would be Feng Zichen's turn to dominate the primordial world. The power of the Donghuang today was the true portrayal of his future. At the same time, Feng Zichen felt relieved. It turned out that he had done so many things unknowingly. He could already affect the general trend of the primordial world. Your Majesty, have you seen it? If there's nothing else, the poor Wei will take my leave first. Feng Zichen bowed to Tai and said. After returning to his normal state of mind, the arrogance that belonged to him came back. After this incident, he had become stronger. Sigh, what a pity. Such a talent was not born in the demon race. What a pity. Tai shook his head and sighed. Feng Zichen had already used practical actions to prove his wisdom and talent to all living beings in the primordial world. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was the best in the primordial world. But there were still top 10. If Feng Zichen had been born in the demon race, the heavenly court would have long unified the primordial world. The Magi would not have been able to do anything. Unfortunately, such an earth-shaking figure was born in the human race. Fate was really playing tricks on people. Shallow water could not raise a true dragon. The human race was shallow water. They were not worthy of Feng Zichen, the true dragon. They would only drag him down and delay his development. The primordial world was the place where Feng Zichen could develop his ambitions. This was not Tai's personal opinion, but the unanimous opinion of all the great divine abilities of the primordial world. Alright, since I'm here, it won't make sense if I don't leave something on you. I'll give you a chance to make 3 moves. As long as you can shake me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you can go to the boundless void and wander for 1,000,000 years. Come, show me what you can do. Amaze me. After sighing for a while, Tai suddenly said. Not being able to kill Feng Zichen did not mean that he could not seal him. Tai controlled the bell of chaos and could suppress endless time and space. It was not difficult to seal Feng Zichen for a period of time. It could be done easily. However, Tai still had his own pride. He could not attack Feng Zichen with all his might, giving him a chance. As long as Feng Zichen could shake him in 3 moves, so what if he let him go? If he could not shake him, then don't blame him. Then poor Wei, sorry to offend you. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen's face was solemn. Now, no one would come to help him. Tai had come here personally. How could he not shield the heavenly secrets? With Tai and the Bell of Chaos, even a saint would not be able to figure out what was going on here. Therefore, Feng Zichen could only rely on himself and the sword in his hand. Sword, come. He clenched his right hand and Zichen's sword appeared. Immediately, boundless sword intent swept in all directions. It was vast and mighty, shattering the surrounding void into pieces. Chapter 291. Knowing how powerful Tai was, Feng Zichen used all his strength as soon as he attacked. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the human emperor's seal suddenly emitted a bright light. Vast and endless power poured out and poured into Feng Zichen's body, raising his strength to the realm of sage-to-be perfection in an instant. Merit? In Tai's eyes, a large amount of merit suddenly surged out of Feng Zichen's body, temporarily raising his strength to the realm of sage-to-be perfection. He had the ability to fight against him. Although Tai was strong, he had not completely stepped into the realm of primordial chaos. He had only taken half a step. Naturally, he could not see through the concealment of the human emperor's seal, and there was a deviation in his understanding. Of course, this was also because Tai was conceited and did not use the Bell of Chaos. Otherwise, the concealment of the human emperor's seal might not be able to stop Tai. At that time, Tai, who had discovered Feng Zichen's secret, would not be so easy to talk to. It was impossible to predict what he would do. Your Majesty, sorry. With a loud roar, Feng Zichen swung his sword. Rumble. Dazzling sword light burst out, boundless, and swept toward Tai with the power of 3 talents. In the sword light, there were 3 lights, water, fire, and wind surging. There was the birth and death of essence, qi, and spirit. These were the 3 treasures of heaven, earth, and man, the manifestation of the Tao of 3 talents. This sword was the tripartite sword sutra. In front of Tai, Feng Zichen did not dare to use his ultimate skill. Zhouxing Sword Sutra. Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Feng Zichen could not use anything about the Tao of Stars. Fortunately, he was the ancestor of the Tao of Sword. No one in the primordial world could compare to his comprehension of the Tao of Sword. The Zhouxing Sword Sutra was not the only supreme sword technique. The Tripartite Sword Sutra was one of them. Under the Tripartite Sword Sutra, all order was in chaos. Yin and Yang were reversed, and the 5 elements were out of balance, causing the void to shatter and the laws to be destroyed. Boundless destructive aura surged out. Not bad. Looking at the surging sword light, Tai bowed his head slightly to express his admiration. Then, Tai clenched his fist, and the divine light of the sun shone down, turning into a golden divine sword in his hand. In an instant, a shocking sword intent erupted from Tai's body. It was extremely sharp and domineering. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty. In the past, Tai was not proficient in the way of the sword. However, the moment he picked up the sword, everything about the connate way of the sword appeared before his eyes, allowing him to naturally comprehend the way of the sword. In just one breath, Tai had proven his Tao and attained the connate sword Tao. Mastering one technique would lead to mastery of all techniques. This was how it worked. Slash! Tai shouted and swung his sword. Whoosh! Dazzling light erupted, even more resplendent than the sun's radiance, even more dazzling, illuminating the heavens and the universe. Heaven and earth were covered in a vast expanse of white, nothing visible. Under the illumination of this light, the 3 sword lights were like white snow, constantly melting. In an instant, they were completely evaporated. This sword attack that contained Feng Zichen's full strength did not cause any waves at all. It was destroyed by Tai just like that. Then, the sword light did not slow down and continued to attack Feng Zichen. A half-step chaotic prime expert was half a step into the threshold of transcendence. His essence had changed, and he was far from what a pre-saint could compare to. Even if 10 pre-saint perfection experts attacked together, they might not be able to defeat Tai. Moreover, Feng Zichen's great perfection of sage to be was a fake. It was even more impossible for him to win. The sword light attacked with oppressive pressure, making people tremble in fear. However, Feng Zichen's expression did not change. He was awe-inspiring and fearless. It was true that that sword was his most powerful attack, but it was not his most powerful technique. He still had other trump cards. He shook his hand, and the deafening sound of 10,000 swords rang out. It was the 10,000 sword illustration that flew out and spread out in the void. The 10,000 sword illustration was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure and the #1 treasure of Sword Dao. It was unparalleled in killing. As soon as it appeared, countless sword wills rose in the void, forming countless divine sword phantoms. They were densely packed and endless, densely covering the entire void. These divine swords were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely powerful. The sharp sword wills surged, and a terrifying aura rose. The sharpness pointed directly at the incoming sword light. However, Feng Zichen did not attack immediately. Instead, he pointed at the 10,000 sword illustration. Go! The 10,000 sword illustration first vibrated, then suddenly rolled toward Zichen's sword, wrapping it up. For a moment, the power of Zichen's sword increased greatly. The sword light soared more than 100 times. Endless sharpness filled the air, shattering everything around it. The beginning of the sword, the unification of 10,000 Dao. Feng Zichen shouted, and Zichen's sword swept out. This was the highest achievement of the innate sword Dao. Using the sword Dao to derive 10,000 Daos, it was the upgraded version of one sword to 10,000 arts. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. 10,000 Dao descended and blessed the countless divine swords, making them sublimate. They interweaved with Dao and truth, transforming into Dao swords. One Dao gave birth to 10,000 Daos. The Dao was boundless, the Dao was endless, and the power was endless. The Dao was vast and mighty. In the blink of an eye, Tai's sword light was drowned and destroyed. Then, it continued to attack Tai. Not bad. Tai chuckled and then moved. He slowly raised his right hand, bent his finger slightly, and flicked it forward. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. Time and space were distorted, and the 10,000 Daos changed. Yin and Yang and the 5 elements became chaotic. All concepts were blurred, and the past knowledge was deviated. It no longer made sense. Feng Zichen's sword light disappeared without a sound. It was so sudden that it seemed as if it had never been there. You still have a chance to make one move. Tai glanced at Feng Zichen and said. At this moment, Feng Zichen truly felt the power of the peak of the primitive world. Daluo Jingxian and Sage to Be were still fighting on the superficial level of Dao. As for primordial chaos experts, they had already reached the deeper level of Dao and began to deal with the power of concepts. How terrifying was it to distort the opponent's knowledge in terms of concepts? Imagine, a primordial chaos expert denied everything about you in terms of concepts, making all your previous knowledge invalid. For example, East was no longer East, and West was no longer West. The sword in your hand was no longer a sword, but a saber, a spear, or something else. It could be anything, an existence that was different from your knowledge. How could he fight like this? Fortunately, Tai was not a real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, but a half-step Daluo Jingxian. He was not an invincible existence. He still had a chance. Holding the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen's aura suddenly changed greatly. A majestic aura filled the air, and the will of the heaven-opening path surged out. All the distorted concepts returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Visualizing the scene when Pangu opened the sky, Feng Zichen held the Zichen sword tightly. At the same time, all his experiences so far appeared in his mind. For a moment, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, bitterness, and so on. However, these emotions were soon replaced by a firm determination to pursue the Tao. Chapter 292. Of all the things in the world, only the Tao was eternal. Feng Zichen wanted to reach the peak of the Tao and see all the scenery in the world. No one could stop him. Therefore, he could not be trapped here. Kill. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen attacked with his sword. The sword light was resplendent, like the first ray of light in the world, shining through all the darkness. This sword strike gathered everything of Feng Zichen. It was the strongest sword strike he could unleash at the moment, a sword strike that could split the world. What was split was the sky that belonged to him. What was split was the land that belonged to him. This sword strike confirmed his desire to pursue the Tao. This sword strike also represented Feng Zichen's determination. He wanted to open up a world that belonged to him in the primordial world. Pangu's principle of splitting the sky, coupled with all his Tao comprehensions, finally achieved his strongest sword strike. When this sword was unleashed, it surpassed everything. Rumble. The world was rumbling, and the great Tao was trembling. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was going to split the world apart. Countless principles and endless creation were born, shattering all the known existences. This sword strike carried Feng Zichen's belief that it could surpass everything and slashed fiercely at Donghuang Tai. This is what the primordial sword ancestor should be like. Facing this sword strike, even Tai could not help but be a little moved. A wisp of golden light gathered behind his head, growing larger and larger, enveloping him and protecting him. At this moment, Tai did not want to make a move. This sword strike had stunned him. He wanted to know how powerful this sword strike was and whether it could make him retreat. With the help of the heaven-splitting Tao, Feng Zichen barely possessed a trace of primordial chaos power. He had mastered the power of concept and could pose a threat to Tai. The sword light arrived in the blink of an eye. It ignored all space-time and all concepts and directly slashed at the golden light curtain. Boom! In an instant, the world suddenly fell silent and fell into silence. Then, a shocking explosion sounded. Terrifying power overflowed and shook the entire primordial world. Such an intense commotion caused Tai's concealment to be completely useless. Countless powerful cultivators were alarmed and looked in their direction. That's Tai and Sword Ancestor. Why are they fighting? How could the Sword Ancestor be a match for Tai? He's in trouble now. Recognizing the origins of these two people, the great divine ability users were astonished. However, this was nothing. Both of them were famous people in the untainted land. One of them was the number one in the untainted land in the past, while the other was a figure in the limelight today. The sudden fight between the two of them had aroused the great interest of everyone, regardless of the reason. They were also happy to watch the fun. However, in the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestors of sorcery saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly ran to the place where the incident happened. Crack! Crack! The golden light screen that enveloped Tai began to crumble inch by inch. In an instant, it turned into a sky full of light and disappeared. It could be seen that although Tai was not injured, under the strong impact of the sword light, he took half a step back. This half step was enough to explain everything. According to Tai, as long as Feng Zichen could shake him, he would let Feng Zichen leave. Now, Feng Zichen had done it. You can leave now. After a moment of silence, Tai said. Tai was not a person who went back on his word. Puff! Feng Zichen opened his mouth to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the blood in his body surged, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was the price he had to pay for slashing out with the sword just now. His cultivation was only at the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, but he had forced Tai, who was half a step into the primordial chaos, to retreat. This was in exchange for his life. Now, Feng Zichen only felt that his limbs were weak, and his body was burning with pain. His blood was boiling, and there was not a trace of magic power left in his body. That sword slash had drained him of everything, far exceeding the limit he could bear. It had caused him great damage, and even moving was extremely difficult. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After trying for a while, Feng Zichen forced a smile and said to Tai. After this, Feng Zichen's heart to pursue the Tao was even more determined. What Tai had shown today, he would be able to do tomorrow, or even stronger. Today's encounter made Feng Zichen understand a principle: in the primordial world, if one wanted to live peacefully, it was not enough to be strong. One had to be stronger. Only by being absolutely strong and making everyone feel like they were a mountain would no one dare to provoke them. Just like the current Tai. He would never allow today's matter to repeat itself in the future. In the future, he would attain the Tao, stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints, and be the number one in the primordial world. Today's grudge would be resolved in the future. As for Tai dying in the witch-demon tribulation, Feng Zichen did not believe it. Only after experiencing Tai's strength personally would one understand how terrifying he was. Feng Zichen did not believe that such a person would die so easily. Even an ordinary Daluo Jinxian knew to leave behind a backup plan to revive or open several aliases in a row. These characters would definitely leave behind more backup plans, and they would be beyond imagination. Perhaps, in the witch-demon tribulation, there might not be many great divine abilities that had truly fallen. It was far from as many as in the legends. The so-called fall was most likely just a change of character. They would continue to be active in the primordial world with another identity and not be known by the world. After all, as long as they did not admit it, who could suppress a great divine ability and forcefully investigate? If they made a mistake, wouldn't they have a personal grudge? The more he thought about it, the more certain Feng Zichen was of his guess. After coming to the primordial world for so long, he deeply realized that the legends of the future could only be used as a reference and could not be believed. That was because one would never be able to guess whether the legend was true or false. Since the end of the primordial era, the ones who truly dominated the primordial world had always been the Khanate god-fiends. Even if the era changed, the world changed, and the sea changed. This point had never changed. It had always been the same. Therefore, the so-called legends of the future might be somewhat true, but the images of the characters might not be true as in the legends. The truth hidden in the legends had long been hidden by the mighty figures who were still alive. What could be spread out was what they wanted people to know. It had long been changed beyond recognition. And what they did not want people to know, it was really unknown. Tai, how dare you? The void beside Feng Zichen suddenly changed. Dijiang walked out of it. He first supported him, then pointed at Tai and scolded him. However, before Dijiang could scold him, he saw Tai's figure slowly dissipate. He had returned to the sun. Being ignored by Tai, Dijiang was furious. He grabbed at the void and was about to pull Tai back. Don't doubt that as the ruler of space, he had the ability. Forget it. At this moment, Feng Zichen tried to persuade him. Chapter 293. Even if Tai was brought back, what could Dijiang do? If Tai did not have the Bell of Chaos, it was hard to say who would win in the battle between Dijiang and him. However, facing Tai with the Bell of Chaos, Dijiang alone had no chance of winning. Now that he had brought Tai back, he had no other choice but to humiliate himself. The Bell of Chaos, a Khanate merit treasure, was one of the 3 strongest treasures in the primordial world. Its greatest ability was to suppress endless time and space, which happened to be Dijiang's nemesis. Therefore, Dijiang was naturally at a disadvantage when facing Tai. It was impossible to defeat him. Forget it. I'll deal with him in the future. Dijiang could not think of what Feng Zichen could think of. He sighed helplessly and withdrew his raised hand. Fellow Taoist, follow me back to the Pangu Palace to heal your injuries. Your injury is really too serious. If you drag it on, I'm afraid you'll hurt your Tao body. Dijiang said worriedly after discovering the situation in Feng Zichen's body. It was not a good thing to push the body to its limits. Although he would be able to temporarily obtain great power, the repercussions that would be left behind would be incomparably serious. It would damage his foundation. If Feng Zichen's foundation was damaged, his Panga Dao body would definitely be affected. He might not be able to see anything now, but when he took a step closer, it would be difficult. It would become an obstacle for him to break through, and he would not be able to achieve fusion. That was why Dijiang was so worried. Moreover, Feng Zichen was a wizard of the wizard tribe. He had just become a wizard not long ago and had just left the wizard tribe. If he was crippled just like that, the wizard tribe would really become a joke in the primordial world. It's fine. Ancestral wizard can send me to the human race. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said, but he did not want to go to the Panga Palace. He knew his own situation very well. Although it was indeed serious, it was still under his control. It was not as serious as Dijiang thought. After the battle just now, I've gained some enlightenment and am about to make another breakthrough. This injury is nothing. What's more, Her Highness Nuwa is always paying attention to the human race. Even if I can't suppress my injuries, with Her Highness around, there won't be any problems. These injuries are nothing in front of Her Highness. Seeing that Dijiang still wanted to say something, Feng Zichen interrupted him without waiting for him to speak. What you said makes sense. Fellow Taoist Nuwa achieved the Tao through creation. Her achievements in the Tao of creation are unparalleled in the untainted land. You are indeed more suitable in his eyes than in my witch tribe. Even Dijiang had to admit that Nuwa was powerful. He had already seen the mysteries of the path of creation from Hutu. Presumably, Nuwa, who had a deeper understanding of the creation Tao than Hutu, would be more powerful. If that's the case, I'll be sending you back to the human race. As he spoke, Dijiang waved his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. When Feng Zichen looked again, he found that they had already arrived outside the human ancestral temple. Looking at the human ancestral temple in front of him, Feng Zichen was speechless for a moment. He had long heard that Dijiang was the fastest in the untainted land. Today, he had seen it for himself. If it were him, it would take at least a few years for him to return to the human race. However, Dijiang only used a breath to bring him back to the human race. The gap was really big. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that the enchantment that Nuwa had set up above the human territory was useless in front of Dijiang. Just like that, he brought Feng Zichen across the void and walked in without causing the slightest ripple. This meant that as long as Dijiang wanted to, he could destroy the entire human race in an instant. Even Nuwa couldn't stop him in time. The Space Dominator was really terrifying. Fellow Taoist's divine ability is really enviable. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said with slight envy. He had once deduced the great Tao of time and space with Shouxing. Therefore, the divine ability that Dijiang was displaying at this moment was what he was working hard to pursue. The method that he had dreamed of had become reality for someone else. How could he not be envious? Ha! This is just a small trick. It's really nothing. When your cultivation takes a step further, you will naturally understand. Seeing the envy in Feng Zichen's eyes, Dijiang said with a smile. Manipulating space was just an instinct for Dijiang. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't understand the frustration of an outsider comprehending the Tao of space. Fellow Taoist, do you want to go to the human ancestral temple? Pointing at the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen invited him. No, the witch clan still has important matters waiting for me to deal with. I won't be here and disturb your recovery. Shaking his head, Dijiang refused. In the human ancestral temple, Nuwa was enshrined. If Dijiang went in, he would inevitably meet Nuwa, which would be awkward. After all, Nuwa's brother was the great enemy of the witch clan, Emperor Shi, one of the 3 emperors of the demon clan, Fushi. Not long ago, the witch clan almost killed him. It could be seen that the relationship between the witch clan and Nuwa was not very friendly. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and make things difficult for Feng Zichen, Dijiang didn't plan to go in. Also, if you need anything in the future, just ask the witch clan or let the clansmen do it. Don't be afraid of trouble. After all, we are a family. If we continue to be polite, it will seem distant. Dijiang, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen. As a wizard recognized by Pangu, Feng Zichen had power second only to the ancestral wizard in the witch clan. Dijiang said. This was the treatment he deserved. Zichen understands. Nodding, Feng Zichen indicated that he understood. At this point, he was already involved with the witch clan, so he didn't need to care about such a small matter. If he didn't use the power, it would be invalid. Feng Zichen was naturally stingy with the power in his hands. Since you understand, I'll take my leave. Seeing Feng Zichen nod, Dijiang left. After Dijiang left, Feng Zichen mobilized the Dharma power that he had just recovered and moved into the Chaos Bead. The Chaos Bead was in the center of the human emperor's seal. To put it bluntly, although the human emperor's seal was called the human emperor's seal, it was actually the Chaos Bead. It was just a layer of clothing for the Chaos Bead. This clothing was made with Pangu's finger bone as the main component and the power of the human Tao as the supplement. It was equivalent to a protective layer that completely protected the Chaos Bead so that it would not be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why the 10,000 spirit crown could represent the human Tao and become a treasure of the human Tao while the human emperor's seal could not. In fact, the human emperor's seal, a human Tao treasure, was a completely fake and inferior product. If not for Pangu's finger bone, the human Tao would not recognize its identity as a human Tao treasure no matter what. Chapter 294. The refining of the human emperor's seal was said to be the result of Feng Zichen's hard work, but in fact, it was thanks to Pangu. Otherwise, without the enhancement of Pangu's finger bone, would people still help Feng Zichen refine the emperor's seal? Did he really think that humanity belonged to him and that he could borrow its power whenever he wanted to? What a dream! After becoming a Khanate cardinal treasure, the power of the Chaos Bead had increased tremendously. The chaotic space contained within had become even larger. It was boundless, empty, and desolate. It was completely capable of opening up hundreds of worlds. The laws of the great desolate Aeon inside kept twisting, defying common sense. The concept that belonged to the great desolate era was also blurring. Everything had to be redefined. It was completely different from the primordial world. The essence of this chaotic space was getting closer to the great chaos of the outer realm. It was becoming more and more similar to him. However, these were not the biggest changes to the Chaos Bead. His biggest change was that a deep black hole had appeared in the center of the chaotic space. One could see waves of tyrannical chaotic aura pouring out of the black hole and fusing with the chaotic space. It gradually changed its structure and urged it to move closer to the outer realm. This chaos energy belonged to the chaos energy of the outer realm. From this, it could be seen that the black hole was a passage that led directly to the chaos outside. It was just like the door to the void of end. After passing through this passage, one didn't need to pass through the barrier of the world to reach the outer realm. Similarly, the people of the outer realm could use this passage to bypass the barrier of the world and enter the great desolate land. To the primordial world, this was an extremely terrifying thing. It would cause unimaginable consequences. The world barrier was the greatest protection that Pangu had left for the primordial world. In addition to blocking the invasion of the great chaos outside the realm, he also had another important task. And that was to stop the invasion of the chaos fiend gods. Because of the barrier of heaven and earth, those chaos demon gods who were lucky enough to survive Pangu's attack could not set foot in untainted land even if they had unimaginable strength. He could not cause any harm to the primordial world and cause it to return to the chaos to achieve his goal of taking revenge on Pangu. But now, there was a passageway inside the Chaos Bead that allowed the Chaos Demon God to bypass the world barrier and come to the primordial world. This was simply too terrifying. If Feng Zichen had evil intentions, or if the chaos bead fell into the hands of the chaos demonic celestial, the untainted land would not be far from destruction. It was no wonder that the heavenly Tao would not allow the existence of the chaos bead. This was only a Khanate supreme treasure, but it already possessed such powerful abilities. If it was restored to a chaos supreme treasure, how unimaginable would it be? It was likely that he would directly open a channel to the outer realm of chaos in the Great Desolate Realm. He would lead the outer realm of chaos into the Great Desolate Realm and completely destroy the Great Desolate Realm. If Feng Zichen was the heavenly Tao, he could not keep the chaos bead. This was simply a ticking time bomb that could blow up the entire primordial world at any time. This treasure must be destroyed. TSK, I really didn't expect the chaos bead to have such a function. Isn't this saying that the outer realm of chaos has become my backyard? I can come and go as I wish. After sizing up the chaos channel for a while, Feng Zichen was overjoyed. He was a creature of the chaos. To others, the outer realm of chaos was a dangerous place. But to him, it was a real blessed land. There were opportunities everywhere that could help him attain the Tao. However, the Chaos Bead had just been promoted to a Khanate Supreme Treasure, and the Chaos Space had yet to evolve, causing the channel to be unstable. It was possible to connect to the outer realm of chaos, but it would be difficult to go over. He had to wait until the level of the Chaos Bead increased a little before the channel could be completely stabilized and allow Feng Zichen to come and go. However, these problems were not problems in Feng Zichen's eyes. He still had the World Tree. Communicating with the endless dimensions was the instinct of the World Tree. With the channel in front of him, it was not difficult to connect to the outer realm of chaos. Feng Zichen could follow the World Tree to the outer realm of chaos. At that moment, Feng Zichen's mind stirred. The World Tree suddenly stretched out a root and directly inserted it into the chaos channel, forcefully expanding it and completely stabilizing it. Let's go. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen's figure moved and directly jumped into the channel, leaving the primordial world. To him, there was nothing that could heal his injuries better than the aura of chaos. That was the mother of all things, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the source of everything. Rumble. The chaos array spread out, and the great Tao divine diagram appeared. The surrounding chaos chi swarmed over and was all refined by the array. It poured into Feng Zichen's body, allowing him to heal his injuries and transform. Fighting was always the fastest way to improve. Facing the terror of Donghuang Tai, Feng Zichen benefited a lot. He had a new understanding of the great Tao. Although it couldn't raise his realm, it made his foundation deeper. Feng Zichen's cultivation speed was too fast. On the surface, there was no problem at all. However, compared to cultivators of the same realm, in terms of comprehension of the great Tao, he was still lacking some maturity and stability. His foundation seemed a little shallow. When others cultivated to Daoyuo Jingxian, they had experienced millions or even tens of millions of years of accumulation and polishing to reach their current level. Their foundation was naturally deep and more compatible with the great Tao. And these were all lacking by Feng Zichen. For Daoyuo Jingxian, living long enough was also a kind of strength. Just like that, Feng Zichen cultivated in seclusion in the outer realm of chaos to make up for his shortcomings. While Feng Zichen was in seclusion, the changes in the primordial world did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense, as if a storm was coming. After all, the primordial world did not revolve around him alone. On Kunlun Mountain, the conflict between the Jie school and Chan school that had accumulated for many years finally erupted. Even the saints could not help but be affected. Wearing fur and feathers, wet and egg-like. Second brother, Yu, in the Jade Void Palace, the Grand Master of Heaven was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and could not say anything. Primordial Beginning, they are your disciple nephews. How can you scold them like this? After a long while, the Grand Master of Heaven finally caught his breath and said angrily. Am I wrong? Letting the disciples of Jie's school live in Kunlun Mountain is simply a waste of this holy land. Originally, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning also felt that he had gone overboard, but the Grand Master of Heaven actually pointed at him and called him by his name. This made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning completely angry, and his words could not help but be even more overboard. Good. 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 The Grand Master of Heaven was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times in a row. Chapter 295. Third brother, listen to second brother's advice. It's better to get rid of your outer sect disciples as soon as possible so that they won't drag down your cultivation in the future. After a while, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning also felt that he had gone overboard, so he softly advised. To be honest, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words were indeed out of consideration for the Grand Master of Heaven. The disciples of Jie's school were all mixed up. There were all kinds of people. In terms of excellence, they were indeed outstanding. However, the character of these disciples needed to be considered. Looking at their methods, one would know that they were all sinister, evil, and extreme. Hearing the name, one would know that it was not a good method. It did not seem like an orthodox sect at all. Instead, it was more like an unorthodox sect. If word got out, it would inevitably affect the reputation of the celestial sect of wonders. Moreover, the disciples of Jie's school were taught by the Grand Master of Heaven and learned their skills. In the future, if any of these disciples committed the sin of killing, the karmic power would definitely mark it down on the prime of Tongtian. Although saints were not tainted by karma and were not afraid of the killing tribulation, the karma would still eliminate their luck and affect their cultivation. Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was indeed thinking for the Grand Master of Heaven, and he was sincere. After all, they were brothers. Seeing the hidden dangers of the Grand Master of Heaven, how could he not remind him? It was a pity. If the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had not said those words, the Grand Master of Heaven might have listened. But now, he was full of anger. His good impression of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had fallen to the bottom. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's kind words were extremely ear-piercing to the Grand Master of Heaven. He felt that every word was targeted at him. He could not help but explode on the spot. The disciples of Chan's school are noble, and the disciples of Jie's school are lowly. Alright, I'll leave. Today, I'll leave this place with my disciples. I won't be an eyesore to you. I'll leave this huge Kunlun mountain to your noble disciples. After saying that, the Grand Master of Heaven snorted coldly, waved his sleeve fiercely, and turned to leave the Jade Void Palace. You, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning pointed at the Grand Master of Heaven and was speechless for a long time. Big brother, look at third brother. Does he have any rules? I tried to persuade him out of kindness. He can't live. He will regret it in the future. After a long while, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said to the Grand Pure One after the Grand Master of Heaven left. Sai, you should also speak less. With third brother's departure today, the relationship between us 3 brothers has been ruined. However, it's good that third brother has left. There are many disciples of Jie's school, and most of them are active people. If he stays on Kunlun Mountain, he will cause trouble sooner or later. Now that they're gone, they won't be restrained. Perhaps they can be more at ease and return peace to Kunlun Mountain. After a moment of silence, the Grand Pure One sighed. They were brothers who had been together since they were born and had never been separated. Today, however, they had fallen out. If they had to go their separate ways, why bother? Most of the disciples of the Jie sect have yet to be eliminated. Although they have some background, they won't last long. They will definitely cause trouble in the future. Just wait and see. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who wanted to continue, could not help but change the topic when he saw the Grand Pure One's increasingly ugly expression. Alright, let's not talk about third brother. In the future, only Big Brother and I will be left in Kunlun Mountain. Big brother, you can stay for as long as you want. I won't ask. Hearing that, the Grand Pure One's expression froze. What did the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning mean? He could stay for as long as he wanted. Did he really think that he was the owner of Kunlun Mountain? With that thought in mind, the Grand Pure One, who was already unhappy, became even more unhappy. His old face was completely sullen. At that moment, he flung his sleeve and said unhappily, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Sect Master of Chan's School, Master of Kunlun Mountain. How impressive. Poor Wei is unlucky. I can't accept your courtesy. I'll leave Kunlun Mountain to you alone. Poor Wei, it's better to find another place. With that, the Grand Pure One left the Jade Void Palace with a cold expression. Big brother, at that moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning realized that he had said something wrong. However, at this point, it was over no matter what he said. He could only watch as the Grand Pure One left. Ah, it's good that they're all gone. I'm the only one left. Isn't Kunlun Mountain mine? Ha! After muttering to himself, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning suddenly laughed. The laughter was very loud. However, there was no joy. There was only endless sadness and indescribable sadness. The friendship that had been accumulated over countless years had been thought that they would support each other forever. However, today, there was a crack and they could never go back. Just feeling uncomfortable was not enough to describe the feelings of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Master, are you really leaving? In the Shengqing Hall, Xian Qing looked at the absent-minded Grand Master of Heaven and asked softly. Ah! This is the will of the heavens. I have no choice but to leave. The Grand Master of Heaven sighed and said in an inexplicable tone. The three pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, the direct lineage of the celestial sect of wonders, the saints of heaven and earth. They had enjoyed all the glory of the primordial world. They were the most honorable and powerful existences in the world. Were they really unable to resolve the conflict between their disciples? Would they really be swayed by their emotions? Could the Grand Master of Heaven really not see that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was doing this for his own good? Would the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning really say something wrong? Why didn't the Grand Pure One stop the two of them when they were quarreling? This sentence revealed the helplessness in the hearts of the three pure ones. While becoming a saint and being respected by heaven and earth, they had also completely lost their freedom. They were destined to not be able to escape the control of the heavenly Tao and be controlled by it. They were unable to resist. If the heavenly Tao separated the three pure ones, what could they do? This was also the only thing that could restrict the saints in the primordial world. Otherwise, this world would have developed according to the will of the saints. Facing the saints, primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian might be able to fight them. However, facing the saints who controlled the power of the heavenly Tao, in the primordial world, other than the saints, no one could contend against them. The stronger they were, the heavier the shackles on their bodies. The greater the restrictions they faced, the greater the price they had to pay for acting recklessly. This was the principle of the primordial world. The principle set by the heavenly Tao could not be violated. Not even the saints. The three pure ones were too powerful. 3 saints, and 3 saints with connate cardinal treasures. This force was too strong, beyond imagination. Facing such a powerful force, even the heavenly Tao would be afraid and increase the restrictions on them. Their power was bound to be weakened. It was because he saw this point that such a scene played out on Kunlun Mountain today. That's right, everything that happened today was directed and acted by the 3 pure ones. Even if the 2 sects fought, it was also the result of the 2 saints' indulgence. Chapter 296. All of this was deliberately done by the 3 pure ones. The battle between the 2 sects and the separation of the 3 pure ones were all methods of the 3 pure ones. They were illusions that they used to confuse the heavenly Tao. They tried to use this method to dispel the suspicion of the heavenly Tao to prevent themselves from being schemed against by the heavenly Tao in the future. Unfortunately, the three pure ones failed. The separation of the three pure ones was just the beginning. In the future, the heavenly Tao still had a series of methods waiting for them. The God conferment was said to be a legitimate God, but in reality, it was to weaken the power of the three pure ones. After the God conferment tribulation, the disciples of Jie's school were either on the God roll or captured and became mounts. They were already dead in name only. Many of the 12 golden immortals of Chan's school betrayed their sect and joined the Western Sand sect, causing the strength of Chan's school to plummet. After a calamity, the loser, Jie's school, was dead in name only. The winner, Chan's school, was severely injured. The influence of the three pure ones in the primordial world could not help but decrease. The three pure ones themselves were restricted by Tao ancestor Hong Jun and could not leave the chaos outside the sky. Based on the results, who would believe that the heavenly Tao was not deliberately targeting the three pure ones? Not to mention, the subsequent journey to the West calamity completely caused the influence of the three pure ones to fall to the bottom. Their status was also taken away. After the liches and demons, the three pure ones were the greatest threat to the heavenly Tao. Goodbye. After taking one last look at Kunlun Mountain, the Grand Master of Heaven's lips moved slightly. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew towards the East Ocean with a group of disciples. Third brother, looking at the empty jade void palace in front of him, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could not help but feel a little sad. The scene of them discussing the Tao in the past would never be seen again. Outside the hall, the disciples of Chan's school knelt down. Their divine green eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. Jie's school had left. Jie's school had really left. Chasing Jie's school out of Kunlun Mountain was the dream of the disciples of Chan's school. Now that it had finally been achieved, they thought that they would be overjoyed. But in fact, when they heard the news, the first reaction in their hearts was not surprise, but endless fear. Chasing Jie's school away was a small matter. If they ruined the friendship between the three pure ones, their sins would be huge. The disciples of the Chan school knew their own names. Compared to the friendship between the three pure ones, they were not as important as they had imagined. They could not bear the wrath of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Leave. This has nothing to do with you. After a long while, the primeval Lord of Heaven said. This was a trick directed and acted by the three pure ones. It had nothing to do with them. The moment the Grand Master of Heaven left, the providence that covered the sky above Kunlun Mountain suddenly split into three. The three pure ones? The three pure ones split up. What's going on? On Mount Meru, Xuanti immediately sensed it and looked at Kunlun Mountain in surprise. Following that, the group of powerful cultivators also reacted. They looked at Kunlun Mountain curiously and speculated in their hearts. The three pure ones were united. That was the true number one in the primordial world. No one in the world could compare to them. Even if Tao ancestor Hung Jun took action, he might not necessarily be able to win. Even though the three pure ones were still extremely powerful after they split up, they were undoubtedly much less intimidating than before. However, the quarrel between brothers was a shameful thing. How could the three pure ones let outsiders know about it? Therefore, even though Xuanti and the others waited for a long time, they still could not figure out what was going on. They could only look away helplessly and guess on their own. The separation of the three pure ones was undoubtedly a big event that shocked the primordial world. However, with the silence of the three pure ones, outsiders did not dare to discuss this matter. This caused the primordial world to fall into a strange silence. The East Sea was the blessed land of the Grand Master of Heaven. Most of his opportunities were obtained here. Therefore, after leaving Kunlun Mountain, his first thought was to set up another dojo in the East Sea. Therefore, he brought his disciples here. Master, why don't you go to my dojo to rest for a few days before looking for a place to stay? Looking at the endless blue sea in front of him, Xian Qing suggested to the Grand Master of Heaven. Although he knew that the Grand Master of Heaven's dojo was in the Aquamarine Palace on Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, Xianqing did not know the exact location of Golden Turtle Island and how the Grand Master of Heaven found it. It's okay. I've already found the place to stay. Come and take a look. Smiling, the Grand Master of Heaven pointed to the deep sea. Following the guidance of the Grand Master of Heaven, Xianqing looked forward. He could not help but narrow his eyes and exclaim. In the deep sea, a huge wave suddenly rose into the sky. Then, a huge golden turtle suddenly poked its head out of the sea. It was extremely ferocious and roared at the sky. Of course, this was not enough to shock Xianqing. What really shocked him was the cultivation of this huge golden turtle. Sage to be. This was a sage to be ferocious beast. Ha! Follow me. With a laugh, the Grand Master of Heaven waved his hand and brought everyone to the back of the golden turtle. This was a huge island. Although it was not as big as Kunlun Mountain, it was dozens of times bigger than the coast of the East Sea. On the island, the Khanate chi was dense. Celestial herbs could be seen everywhere. In the void, there were wisps of chaotic chi. No one knew where it came from. Although this place was not as magnificent as Kunlun Mountain, nor was it as endless as Kunlun Mountain, it was also magical. It was not much worse than Kunlun Mountain. Master, this ferocious beast is. With doubts in his heart, Xianqing asked directly. This is a ferocious beast that I met when I was traveling in the East Sea a few years ago. This ferocious beast was originally a Khanate divine demon that was bred by the origin of Khanate water. It should have been free and unfettered in the untainted land. But not long after the creation of the world, when it was still in the breeding stage, it was accidentally contaminated with the blood of the demon god of chaos. This caused the chaotic chi to enter its body. Its intelligence was tainted and it became a ferocious beast. When I saw it, I felt that it was really pitiful. So, I could not bear to see it. I wanted to dissolve the chaotic chi in its body and reopen its intelligence. So, I suppressed it and used the Shangqing Daoist seal to cleanse the chaotic chi in its body and awaken its intelligence. With that, the Grand Master of Heaven grabbed Xianqing and brought him to the head of the golden turtle. Come and take a look. Xianqing looked over and indeed, he saw a green Daoist seal between the golden turtle's eyebrows. It was emitting a green Daoist seal that was constantly baptizing the golden turtle's true spirit and removing the chaotic evil chi inside it. However, this process was a bit slow. It was unknown how long it would take for the Shangqing Daoist seal to completely remove the chaotic chi. Moreover, removing the chaotic chi did not mean that the golden turtle could reopen its intelligence. This matter was far from as simple as it was imagined. The more powerful a living creature was, the harder it was for it to have intelligence. With the cultivation of the sage-to-be golden turtle, it would be more difficult for it to have intelligence than for Xianqing to become a sage-to-be. Chapter 297. Master, do you have a way to activate golden turtle's intelligence in advance? After thinking for a while, Xianqing asked. No matter what, the Grand Master of Heaven was a saint. How could he use ordinary methods and spend a lot of time to restore Golden Turtle's intelligence? He must have other ways. Of course. Isn't it the best way for me to set up a sect on its back? With a smile, the Grand Master of Heaven's expression was somewhat unfathomable. I see. After thinking for a moment, Xianqing understood the reason. When a saint set up a sect here, he would often preach the Great Tao and explain the truth. There would also be immortals gathering, either sitting and discussing the Great Tao or comprehending the Great Tao. The Great Tao on these people spread out. In the long run, this place would definitely become a place favored by the Great Tao and give birth to countless fortunes. The mountain was not high, but it was famous with immortals, the water was not deep, but it was spiritual with dragons. That was it. Golden Turtle had been in such an environment for a long time. With a saint preaching to it and immortals accompanying it, it was not difficult for it to develop intelligence. Speaking of which, golden turtle's treatment was really rare in the primordial world. Even the personal disciples of saints could not compare. From the looks of it, this golden turtle was really a good fortune. However, the Grand Master of Heaven's treatment of golden turtle was not without any request. He was a saint. Everything he did had infinite meaning. It was not as simple as being kind. Otherwise, there were many pitiful people in the primordial world. There were many more pitiful people than golden turtle. No matter how kind the Grand Master of Heaven was, he would not be able to divide it. The island on golden turtle's back was formed by gathering the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. It was a great fortune. Golden turtle cultivated every day, and the khanate chi it absorbed would first pass through the island. Therefore, every blade of grass and every inch of soil on the island was nourished by the khanate chi day and night. Even if they were ordinary things before, after so many years, they had become extraordinary. Moreover, golden turtle was a sage-level ferocious beast. It already had the ability to transform chaotic chi. When the khanate chi circulated in its body, it would turn into pure chaotic chi. In the void on the island, the chaotic chi that filled the air came from this. Such a treasure land was occupied by the Grand Master of Heaven. He did not know how much karma he had with golden turtle. He didn't know what kind of price he would have to pay to understand. Saints valued karma the most, because this was one of the few forces that could affect them. Therefore, saints would not easily form karma with others. Once one owed a debt of karma, one would have to pay a huge price to repay it. On the one hand, he had found a Tao field that was not inferior to Kunlun Mountain for himself. On the other hand, he could also use this to open up golden turtle's intelligence and end the karma between them. At the same time, he could also find a quasi-sage fighter for the Jie school. There were many benefits. One had to admit that the prime of Tongtian's wishful thinking was very smart. Awakening one's spiritual intelligence was akin to being reborn. It was equivalent to being given a new life. Such a great favor, no matter how great the karma was, could be understood. Zhuan Yin intended to use this method to repay Hongyun's favor of becoming a saint. Compared to that, the karma between Tongtian's sect leader and golden turtle was nothing. Rumble. Not long after the prime of Tongtian arrived on Golden Turtle Island, purple gas fell from the sky. Multicolored light filled the air. Above the sea, huge waves rolled. Golden lotuses were born. They were colorful and filled with the aura of creation. Purple gas and golden lotuses gathered on Golden Turtle Island. It was as if heaven and earth had merged. The mysteries of heaven and earth were born. One could see that at the end of the creation, a green palace was slowly taking shape. That palace was emitting bright Shangqing immortal light. The Tao runes were deep, and the khanate true will flowed. There was also purple gas lingering around it. It was very noble and extraordinary. This was the Azure Palace. It was the residence prepared by the heavenly Tao for Pangu, the prime clear saint, Tongtian's sect leader. It was a superior grade khanate spirit treasure. After all, he was the most noble existence in the world. Without Kunlun Mountain, the heavenly Tao could not let him suffer and live a shabby life. Therefore, it specially gave him this superior grade khanate spirit treasure to act as his face. In the East Ocean Dragon Palace, the venerable dragons were speechless when they saw this scene. He had obtained a superior grade khanate spirit treasure just like that. It was too easy. When a khanate spirit treasure reached superior grade, it would have a fundamental change. Its power would far surpass that of a middle grade khanate spirit treasure. Its number would also become fewer. Even if the dragon race ruled the four seas and dominated the primordial world in the ancient times when khanate spirit treasures were everywhere, there were not many superior grade khanate spirit treasures collected. There were only middle grade and low grade khanate spirit treasures. The Tongtian sect leader had obtained a superior grade khanate spirit treasure so easily. How could they not be surprised? One had to know that although there were countless khanate spirit treasures in the primordial world, most of them were middle grade and low grade khanate spirit treasures. High-grade and supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were relatively rare. Khanate spirit treasures were equivalent to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Khanate spirit treasures were equivalent to the Daluo Jingxian. And the quasi-sage was also the Daluo Jingxian. That middle-grade and low-grade Khanate spirit treasure was equivalent to the Daluo Jingxian. It was naturally common in the primordial world. High-grade Khanate spirit treasures were equivalent to the quasi-sage. Although there were also Khanate spirit treasures, the number was undoubtedly much smaller. Alright, it's better for you to pay less attention to the matters of the saints, lest you bring trouble to yourselves. Suddenly, the ancestral dragon's dignified voice sounded from the void, warning everyone. Just as the ancestral dragon had said, how could outsiders spy on the saints? It was also a sin to offend the saints. Now, it was just that the Tongtian sect leader did not care about them. Otherwise, with these dragon experts staring at Golden Ao Island, no one would be able to say anything if the Grand Master of Heaven taught them a lesson. Speaking of which, it might not be a bad thing for the dragon race that the Jie school came to the East Ocean. With the Jie school around, it would definitely bring a lot of pressure to the dragon race. As the saying goes, with pressure comes motivation. If this could stimulate the dragon race's ambition, even if they lost the initiative in the East Ocean, it would be worth it. The Tongtian sect leader's abacus was not inferior to the ancestral dragon's. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. After thousands of years of development, the Jie school had completely settled down on Golden Ao Island. On this day, after settling the matters at hand, Xian Qingjing was extremely moved. He suddenly remembered that he had not returned to the Three Immortal Island for many years. Now that he had returned to the East Ocean, it was time to go back and take a look. With that thought in mind, Xian Qingjing no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the Green Touring Palace. Master, I haven't returned home for a long time. Today, I've arrived at the door, but I want to go back and take a look. I hope Master will allow me. In the Green Touring Palace, Xian Qingjing bowed. It's not a big deal. If you want to go back, just go back. I can't stop you. Chapter 298. Making a special trip here makes it seem as if I'm being unreasonable. Obviously, the sect leader of Tongtian was in a good mood and had the mood to tease Xian Qing. Master, you must be joking. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xian Qing smiled awkwardly as he replied. I won't tease you anymore. I have something for you to do. You can only leave after you're done. The sect leader of Tongtian sat up straight and said. What orders do you have, Master? Xian Qing's expression became serious when it came to serious matters. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be so nervous. Seeing Xian Qing's serious expression, the sect leader of Tongtian waved his hand and continued. Although Golden Ao Island is not bad, it's still a little small compared to Kunlun Mountain. Your junior brothers are all living here. It's inevitable that it's a little crowded. Therefore, I plan to let those outer sect disciples all move out to free up some space. From now on, I will preach on Golden Ao Island every 1,000 years. At that time, all the outer sect disciples can return to Golden Ao Island to listen to the preaching. They can also ask me for guidance on cultivation. What do you think about this? With that, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at Xian Qing. Compared to Kunlun Mountain, Golden Ao Island was not just small. It was like the difference between a stream and the sea. The area of Kunlun Mountain was bigger and wider than the upper-class world. The area of Golden Ao Island was not even comparable to the upper-class world. There was no comparison at all. If not, how could Golden Ao Island be comparable to Kunlun Mountain, the second most famous mountain in the world in terms of cultivation environment? It was because it was small that it could be compared to any place in Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, what right did Golden Ao Island have to be compared to Kunlun Mountain? Master, you're right. Junior brothers don't like to be quiet. If they stay on Golden Ao Island, not only will they feel uncomfortable, but it will also be crowded. Let them leave and find their own cave abodes. They might even be eager. Coincidentally, this is the East Ocean. There are countless immortal islands on the sea. It's not difficult for them to find a place to settle down. After thinking for a while, Xian Qing agreed. With the character of the disciples of the Jie sect, something would happen sooner or later if they stayed on Golden Ao Island. They might offend the sect leader of Tongtian. It was better to leave as soon as possible. That would be better for everyone. Alright, it's good that you agree. I'll leave this matter to you. The Prime of Tongtian nodded and ordered. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Xian Qing immediately drafted a decree and asked the Fire and Water Child to pass it down. A few years later, Xian Qing completed the task given by sect leader Tongtian. After tidying up the cave residence, he turned around and left for Azure Palace to visit sect leader Tongtian. After senior brother left, everything on Golden Turtle Island fell on your shoulders. I've troubled you. After leaving the Aquamarine Palace, Xian Qing said to Duo Bao, who had sent him off. Senior brother, you must be joking. On this Golden Turtle Island, there are only 3 junior sisters and I left. We can't even get busy. What can happen? Hearing Xian Qing's words, Duo Bao smiled. Personal disciples and outer sect disciples were treated differently after all. The Prime of Tongtian could let the outer sect disciples leave, but he would not let his personal disciples leave. After all, the personal disciples were the successors of the saints. They were the successors of their orthodoxy and represented their face. Only when his cultivation reached Daluo Jingxian could he be considered to have finished his apprenticeship and go out to explore. Now, it was better to stay obediently on Golden Ao Island and cultivate. Duo Bao, you can send me off here. Take care. I'm leaving. If there's anything in the future, you can come to the 3 Immortal Island to find me. With that, Xian Qing's figure flashed and flew out of the island. On Golden Ao Island, there was the sect leader of Tongtian in charge. It was not as carefree as on the 3 Immortal Island. Returning there was truly carefree. Where is eldest senior brother going? Not far from Golden Ao Island, Xian Qing heard someone calling him. The voice was crisp and pleasant. Just by hearing the voice, he knew that the person who came was a peerless beauty. It's the 3 junior sisters. Xian Qing looked back. As expected, there were 3 beautiful figures in front of him. They were all rare beauties. They were the 3 Shao sisters, Yun Shao, Qiong Shao, and Bai Shao. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Seeing Xian Qing stop, the 3 Shao hurriedly went forward to greet him. Why? Are the 3 junior sisters leaving Golden Ao Island too? Xian Qing was a little curious when he saw the 3 of them. In the sect leader of Tongtian's heart, the 3 of them, together with Zhao Gongming, were no less important than his personal disciples. As such, why would the sect leader of Tongtian let them leave the island if their cultivation was not at Daluo Jinxian's level? The 3 of us came from the East Sea. Now that we've returned to our homeland, of course, we have to go back home to take a look. Yun Shao took a step forward and explained. Xian Qing understood after hearing what she said. The sect leader of Tongtian was not someone who was not close to relationships. If the 3 Shao wanted to go home to take a look, of course, he would not reject them. Eldest senior brother, why aren't you comprehending the great Tao on Golden Ao Island? Why are you going out to sea? After a while, Yun Shao asked in confusion. In her impression, this eldest senior brother was a seclusion maniac. Unless something major happened, she would definitely not see him. He had been in seclusion all this time. Of course, Yun Shao still admired Xian Qing's seclusion. People who sought the Tao were most afraid of being unable to endure loneliness. There were not many people like Xian Qing who could guard their hearts and seek wholeheartedly. This was a true person who sought the Tao. Therefore, In private, many disciples of the GS school regarded Xian Qing as a role model to encourage themselves. Look, even a powerful existence like eldest senior brother was working hard to cultivate. What reason do you have not to work hard? The three Xiao were also a member of this group of people. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yun Xiao was surprised to see him going out to travel today. Didn't senior brother tell you? I was also born in the East Sea. Now that I have returned to the East Sea, of course, I have to go home to take a look. This time, Xian Qing was a little strange. His identity was not a secret. How could the three Xiao not know? He, Xian Qing, was born from the creation of the East Sea. He had obtained the luck of the 9 heavens to transform. He was a natural-born saint and was of the same origin as the heavens. This information was known with a single calculation. He did not hide it at all. Therefore, Xian Qing thought that everyone in the GS school knew his identity. He did not expect that there were really people who did not know. Ah! Senior brother is also from the East Sea. I really don't know. To be honest, the three Xiao was also a homebody. She rarely interacted with others. Besides, who would have the time to calculate others' background? Wasn't that looking for trouble? Therefore, they really did not know Xian Qing's background. May I know which immortal island senior brother is cultivating on? Maybe he's our neighbor. At this moment, Qiong Xiao asked curiously. Chapter 299. There were many immortal islands in the East Sea, but there were only a few that could compare to the blessed grotto heavens. Without a doubt, the first place was Dongwang-gong's Zifu state. From this name, one could see how extraordinary it was. The first place was indisputable. The rest were Xian Qing's 3 immortal island, the 3 immortal island that gave birth to the 3 Xiao immortals. These were the immortal islands that could give birth to innate god fiends. There weren't many of these immortal islands. Now that he heard that Xian Qing was also from the East Sea, San Xiao naturally felt a sense of familiarity. The concept of the primordial world was still very strong. Otherwise, the East wouldn't look down on the West so much. As innate god fiends from the East Sea, Xian Qing took good care of San Xiao. After all, in the East Sea, other than the Water Clan, there weren't many innate god fiends left. Each of them was quite precious and was his natural ally. In theory, below the East Sea was the Water Clans. Above it was the innate god fiends. However, now that the innate god fiends were weak, most of the blessed lands on the East Sea were occupied by the innate god fiends from the land. It was really annoying. These were all their wealth. One had to know that since it was called an immortal island, there were definitely many innate spiritual objects and all kinds of treasures on the island. Now that these immortal islands were occupied by outsiders, their losses were simply immeasurable. Who knew if there would be any unimaginable treasures on those immortal islands? Thinking of this, no one would be able to bear the loss. Therefore, the innate god fiends born in the East Sea had common interests. They could form an alliance and defend the rights and interests of the outer East Sea together. The past was a problem left behind by history. Even if it was in the past. In the future, if there were cultivators from the land who came to the East Sea to make a living, they couldn't control those in the sea. But on the surface of the sea, they had to get their consent. There were still masters on the East Sea. In fact, there weren't as few innate god fiends in the East Sea in the past. They could be considered a very powerful force in the primordial world. At that time, the East Sea was completely dominated by them. Even the Dragon Clan, the master of the 4 seas, had to avoid them and didn't dare to compete with them. At that time, none of the innate god fiends on land dared to come to the East Sea to dominate it. They didn't want to live. They were once the #1 force in the East Sea. He was the leader of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East. But it was a pity that the glory of the Violet Palace realm didn't last long. Dong Huangtai alone had destroyed the #1 power in the Eastern Sea, turning the Purple Mansion into the dust of history. Because of this, the Eastern Sea's innate gods were all wiped out and no one dared to rise again. That was what led to the current situation. Senior brother is from the Three Immortal Island. Junior sister, have you heard of it? Xian Qing replied with a smile. Ah, this. Is senior brother's dojo also called Three Immortal Island? It's actually the same as our dojo. Qiong Xiao could not help but exclaim. Xiao's nonsense is a joke. Senior brother, you are talking about the Three Immortal Islands overseas, also known as the Three Immortal Mountains overseas. It is a legendary place of good fortune in the East Sea. It is not inferior to the top grotto heavens in the untainted land. It is far from our Three Immortal Islands. Before Xian Qing could speak, Yun Xiao took the lead to explain. I didn't expect senior brother to be from the Three Immortal Island. How enviable. After explaining to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, Yun Xiao turned around and said to Xian Qing enviously. The Three Immortal Island overseas was a legend in the East Sea. It had always existed in rumors, but no one had really seen it. All the living beings in the East Sea had only heard of its name and never seen its whereabouts. People like Yun Xiao thought that it was fabricated by their predecessors. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had never heard of it. Now that the legend had suddenly become reality, the shock of the three knights could be imagined. What's the big deal? It's just a place where people live. Xian Qing's words were asking for a beating. Straw huts and palaces were also places where people lived, but how could they be the same? Yun Xiao was speechless when she heard that. Senior brother, can we go to your dojo to take a look? I've never seen the number one sacred ground in the East Sea. I really want to take a look. Bai Xiao said excitedly after learning about the origins of the Three Immortal Island. Of course. The Three Immortal Island is so big. I can't see it all by myself. It's not impossible to lend one to you. It's not just you guys. Even the other junior brothers and sisters who want to come to the Three Immortal Island are welcomed by me. Xian Qing nodded and said affirmatively. If the disciples of Jie's school came to the Three Immortal Island, not only would Xian Qing not reject them, he would also look forward to it. The Three Immortal Island had a destiny and was destined to become a gathering place for itinerant immortals. Since Xian Qing had become its master, he naturally accepted its destiny. If he wanted to turn the Three Immortal Island into a gathering place for itinerant immortals, he would naturally need the help of the disciples of Jie's school. Xian Qing's junior brothers might not be as good as the disciples of Chan's school in terms of the righteous path. However, in terms of unorthodox methods and strange techniques, few people in the primordial world could compare to them. These were precisely what Xian Qing needed. What was an itinerant immortal? Immortals who had no sects and no worries were called itinerant immortals. Without any inheritance, they would inevitably be lacking in combat strength compared to the disciples of large sections. In order to make up for their shortcomings, the itinerant immortals racked their brains and tried their best to display their strengths. With limited knowledge, they created miracles and opened up the 100 arts of immortal cultivation to perfect the immortal Tao. It could be said that the 100 arts of immortal cultivation were the foundation of itinerant immortals' survival. In the future, as itinerant immortals, if they did not master one or two skills, they would be too embarrassed to come out and meet others. The predecessor of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation was the strange technique that the disciples of Jie's school came up with. Gathering the disciples of Jie's school to the Three Immortal Island and gathering their wisdom would definitely bring endless inspiration to Xian Qing. In this way, would the 100 arts of immortal cultivation be far away? With the 100 arts in hand, Xian Qing's position as the master of the earth immortals would be stable. Once the witch and demon calamity ended and the immortal Tao flourished, he would be able to enjoy endless luck and live a carefree life. Let's go. After coming back to his senses, Xian Qing waved his sleeves and the void changed. In an instant, the four of them arrived outside the Three Immortal Island. Rumble. Sensing Xian Qing's aura, the Khanate Three Talents array automatically activated and opened a passage to welcome the return of its master. This island protecting array is really extraordinary. In the passage, Yun Xiao looked at the Khanate 3 talents array in front of her and felt goosebumps all over her body. The might of that grand formation was simply too powerful. A casual attack from it would be enough to completely obliterate her. This is the Khanate 3 talents array. Although it can't be compared to Master's immortal slaying sword array, it's still a top-notch array in the primordial world with endless power. Only pre-saints can break it. Xian Qing introduced as he walked. Chapter 300. Wow! The environment here is not inferior to Kunlun Mountain at all. When they arrived at Penglai Island, Sen Xiao could not help but exclaim. The innate spirit qi on the island was unimaginably dense. It had already formed spiritual clouds floating in the air. From time to time, spiritual rain would fall, nourishing everything. It was extremely mystical. This was a scene that could not be seen in the outside world. Furthermore, the primal chaos essence energy floating in the void was even more than that of Golden Ao Island. It was not inferior to Kunlun Mountain. There were probably not many holy lands in the great desolate world that could compare to it. After all, it was the top immortal island in the great desolate world. Even if it could not compare to Kunlun Mountain, it would not be too far off. That is, innate spirit root. A pool of innate spirit roots. Oh my god, that's too much. The most precious and eye-catching thing on Penglai Island was undoubtedly the pool of pure world white lotuses. The moment San Xiao stepped onto Penglai Island, he was attracted to it and could not help exclaiming. First senior brother is really rich. No wonder he doesn't like some of the treasures of Jie school. After a while, Sen Xiao came back to his senses and said in shock. There were at least 100 lotus flowers in the pool. Even if they were all inferior grade innate spirit roots, they were still a shocking amount of wealth. Furthermore, they were not. In the middle of the spiritual pool, the 12th grade lotus flower shrouded in sacred light looked very majestic. It was definitely a supreme grade innate spirit root, which was rare in the great desolate world. With this pool of lotus flowers, Xian Qing could be considered a top tycoon in the great desolate world. Apart from the powerful cultivators at the front of the Purple Cloud Palace, almost no one could compare to him. This is the 12th grade pure world white lotus, one of the 4 great lotus platforms of the great desolate world. It is a supreme grade innate spirit treasure and also a supreme grade innate spirit root. It is one of the top innate spirit treasures of the great desolate world. The sect guarding treasure of the Western sect is its brother from the same sect. Furthermore, the pure world white lotus is a top sect guarding treasure of the great desolate world. It can purify all the filthy qi in the world. It has great benefits in the cave abode. Seeing San Zhao's curiosity, Xian Qing introduced it. Among the numerous Khanate numinous treasures, there were only a few that could compare to the 4 great lotus platforms. Their status among the Khanate spirit treasures was equivalent to the status of Zenyuanzi and Kuanpeng among the pre-saints. Eldest senior brother is truly blessed. With such a supreme treasure in hand, the future of the great Tao is bright. After knowing the origin of the treasure in front of him, Sen Zhao's heart was filled with envy. With such a supreme treasure by his side, it would be hard for him not to be strong. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give each of you one. Xian Qing smiled and said generously. As long as the tree of world was there, it could cultivate the white lotuses of purification without limit. Therefore, this thing was really not considered precious in his eyes. He didn't feel any heartache when he used it as a favor. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Although he was a little moved, Yun Xiao still rejected him. It was true that they were Xian Qing's martial brother and sister, but their relationship was not that good. It's fine. Senior brother doesn't lack this item. I'm giving it to you as a token of my appreciation. You mustn't refuse. If the Tao of itinerant immortals was to prosper, the help of San Xiao and Yun Xiao would be needed. It was better to build a good relationship now than to be clinging to Buddha's feet. It was not only them. Among the disciples of Jie school, Xian Qing would give appropriate help to the disciples with good character. Building a good relationship with them would definitely bring great benefits in the future. This was called investing in advance. Xian Qing would not do a business without capital. All right then. But Xian Qing. Yun Xiao and Yun Xiao nodded and walked towards the chaos spirit pool. The three of them looked outside the pool for a while, and then each picked a 6th grade white lotus. Seeing this scene, a hint of admiration appeared in Xian Qing's eyes. These San Xiao knew how to behave. The 6th grade white lotus was only a middle grade connate spirit treasure. It was far inferior to the 9th grade white lotus in the pool. Xian Qing let them choose. Normally, they should choose the best, but they didn't. This undoubtedly won Xian Qing's favor. Giving away 3 superior grade connate spirit treasures in a row, even Xian Qing would feel heartache for a while. Of course, even if San Xiao chose the 9th grade white lotus, Xian Qing would not say anything. After all, he was the one who said it. They did not do anything wrong if they did as he said. However, in that case, Xian Qing's impression of San Xiao would not be good. Thank you, senior brother. After picking the white lotus, San Xiao returned to Xian Qing's side and thanked him happily. It's okay. Xian Qing shook his head and said. Next, Xian Qing brought San Xiao to tour 3 Immortal Island, causing the 3 of them to be amazed. Dong, 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 on this day, Xian Qing was taking a nap. Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded in his ears, waking him up. Has 1,000 years passed just like that? That bell was the sound of the immortal gathering bell. Since it sounded, it meant that 1,000 years had passed. The Tongtian sect would hold a sermon on Golden Ao Island and answer the questions of the disciples at the same time. Immediately, Xian Qing's figure moved and rushed to the Green Touring Palace. In fact, with his cultivation level, it was no longer useful for him to preach to the general public like the Tongtian sect leader. However, this was the first time the Tongtian sect leader held a sermon after coming to the East Ocean. As the eldest disciple of the Jie school, he could not be absent. It would be fine in the future. If nothing major happened, he, the eldest disciple of the Xian sect, would not have to run to Golden Ao Island. Along the way, Xian Qing looked around and saw that it was full of aquatic creatures. They were rushing to Golden Ao Island, afraid that they would not be able to get a good seat if they were late. The Tongtian sect leader's sermon was not only for the disciples of the Jie school. All the living beings of the primordial world could come and listen. However, they could not go to the Green Touring Palace to listen to the teachings of the saint like the disciples of the Jie school. They could only find a random place on Golden Ao Island to listen to the lingering sound of the saint's sermon. Saints still had the word saint in them. They had the responsibility of educating all living beings in the primordial world. Their principles could be heard by anyone. In the past, on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones often sat down and discussed the Tao. It attracted countless living beings of the primordial world to come and listen. There was no lack of liches among them. Even so, the 3 of them did not chase away the people who came to listen to the Tao. Saints still had to care about their image. Education without discrimination. Although it was the philosophy of the Jie school, it did not mean that the other saints did not have to abide by it. It was fine if one did not preach the Tao. However, if one preached the Tao, one did not care who came to listen. One just had to preach the Tao in peace. Saints preached on behalf of the heavens. It was not a joke. Don't make any noise in the saints' Tao field. After arriving at Golden Ao Island, Xian Qing swept a glance at the living beings on the island and said sternly. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Junior Brother Water, Junior Brother Hua, please maintain order. Don't let them offend Master. Xian Qing turned around and said to the Child of Fire and Water. Chapter 301. The children of fire and water were Khanate lifeforms nurtured by the Khanate fire and water gourd. They could control the power of water and fire and were quite extraordinary. After they were born, they were taken in as children by the Grand Master of Heaven to take care of his daily life. In fact, although it was said to take care of his daily life, the saint did not need outsiders to serve him. These two children had always been used as messengers by the Grand Master of Heaven. Of course, they should not be underestimated just because they were children. These two people were called children, but they were actually disciples and were very favored by the Grand Master of Heaven. Perhaps even some outer sect disciples were not as important as these two in the Grand Master of Heaven's heart. Speaking of which, if they were not favored by the saint, how could they be chosen as children? Therefore, every child had great potential. Haotian Jade Pool was just two children of the Tao ancestor, but in the future, they ascended to the limitless position of the Celestial Emperor. This was something that even the saint did not expect. Yes, eldest senior brother. The children of fire and water bowed to Xian Qing and went to maintain order. It might not be a bad thing for the Jie school to come to the East Sea. At the very least, with the saint overseeing it, the East Sea will be completely stable. The usual disputes will undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Xian Qing released his spiritual will and scanned the East Sea. He sighed. In the past, on the East Sea, there was endless killing and disputes. It was either for immortal islands, spiritual herbs, or Khanate spirit treasures. In short, everything of value could make the living beings of the East Sea fight to the death. The East Sea did not have a powerful person overseeing it. It was a completely lawless place. All the forces were mixed together and it was extremely chaotic. As for the ancestral dragon, he would not care about the matters on the sea. After all, he was no longer the overlord of the world. The era that belonged to him had passed. After all, he had to avoid suspicion and interfere less in the disputes on land. But now, the Grand Master of Heaven had come, and everything had changed. The entire East Sea was cleared, and the soldiers stopped fighting. He did not have to do anything. He just sat quietly in the aquamarine palace. The countless cultivators of the East Sea would be wary of his existence and restrain themselves. They would not make a move unless they had no other choice. The Grand Master of Heaven's arrival in the East Sea had a direct or indirect impact on the East Sea that was definitely beyond imagination. 100 years later, the Grand Master of Heaven's preaching ended. All the living beings on Golden Ao Island retreated to avoid disturbing the saint. Next, it was time for the disciples of Jie school to ask the Grand Master of Heaven for instructions. The difficulties in cultivation had nothing to do with the living beings of the East Ocean. All of you may leave. After another 100 years, the prime of Tongtian finally finished explaining the problem to his disciples. He waved his hand and said, "Yes, Master." Everyone bowed to the prime of Tongtian and left together. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. On Golden Ao Island, Xian Qing stopped the disciples of Jie school who were about to leave. Senior martial brother, is there something you need from us? Everyone stopped in their tracks and bowed to Xian Qing before they asked in confusion. Nothing serious. Senior brother, I just want to ask if you found a place to stay. Xian Qing asked as he helped everyone up. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. There are countless deity islands in the East Sea and they are rich in resources. We have already found a place to stay. There were indeed many Eastern Sea immortal islands. Therefore, these disciples of Jie school could find some good immortal islands if they went out for a stroll. Although the immortal islands they found could not be compared to Golden Ao Island, it was enough to support themselves. Moreover, living alone would give them more freedom. It was much more comfortable than staying on Golden Ao Island. Cultivation was all about being free and unfettered. Suppressing one's nature would only cause one to deviate from the Great Tao. It was extremely disadvantageous to one's cultivation. The prime of Tongtian had noticed this, and that was why he had ordered his disciples to leave. Otherwise, did he really think that a saint would not be able to solve the problem of Golden Ao Island not being big enough? Saints were existences that stood at the peak of the primordial world. With a wave of their hand, they could create countless small worlds and even create a major kiliocosm without harming themselves. It was not a big deal to expand the area of Golden Ao Island. The reason why he did not do so was for the sake of the disciples' future. It's good that you found it. Senior Marshal Brother, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Xianqing nodded. He was not worried that these junior brothers would snatch other people's islands. How stupid must they be to do such a disgraceful thing under the nose of a saint? Did they really think that the prime of Tongtian would not kill? Fellow junior brothers, can you please draw the locations of your islands on the map so I can know where your dojos are located? As he spoke, Xianqing took out a scroll and opened it in front of everyone. This was the map of the East Sea. Of course, this was not the complete map of the East Sea. It was only a part of it. With Golden Ao Island as the center, it spread to a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. All the immortal islands and sea areas were in it. As for the real map of the East Sea, it was the treasure that suppressed the fate of the East Sea. It was in the hands of the ancestral dragon. How could Xianqing covet it? Junior brothers, see if you can find the location of your islands on this map. Throwing the map of the East Sea into the air, Xianqing said with a smile. This map recorded everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Xianqing did not believe that a group of Tai Jinxian and Golden Immortals could run so fast. The island they chose could be hundreds of millions of miles away from Golden Ao Island. After looking at the map of the East Sea, everyone stepped forward and marked their positions. Alright, this way, it will be much more convenient for you to contact each other in the future. Xianqing turned his hand and hung the map of the East Sea on a conspicuous cliff in Golden Ao Island so that everyone could see it clearly. This map records the dojos of the disciples of the Jia sect. It's not appropriate to call it the map of the East Sea. Why don't we call it the map of the Jia sect's immortal residence? Xianqing said after thinking for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of green light fell from the void and landed on the map of the East Sea. That was the fate of the Jia sect. This map was the distribution map of the disciples of the Jia sect. Its birth was beneficial to the Jia sect. Naturally, it attracted the favor of the Jia sect. After a burst of green light, the map of the East Sea had changed greatly. There were countless immortal islands on it, and it was densely covered with stars. It had completely turned into the map of the Jia sect's immortal residence. This map was originally an ordinary painting. But now, after being modified by the fate of the Jia sect, it had become a postnatal treasure. As soon as the picture appeared, the Golden Turtle Islands suddenly shook. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into the void. Its target was the dojos of the disciples of the Jia sect. This was the ability of the Jia sect's immortal residence map. It connected the spirit veins on Golden Ao Island to the surrounding islands of the disciples of the Jia sect. It provided them with Khanate Qi and improved their cultivation environment. Chapter 302. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Seeing this, the disciples of the Jia school thanked Xianqing. This was a pleasant surprise. They had gained so much just by reporting the name of the place. They had really made a profit. Could it be that there were people who would dislike their own dojo for being too good? Ahem. There's no need to be so polite. This is what I should do. Xianqing coughed twice and said calmly. He did not expect the changes in the Jia school's immortal residence map in advance. His original intention was to record the location of the disciples of the Jia school so that he could find them in the future. But who knew that such a change would happen? However, these were not important. This did not stop him from pretending that he knew everything. After all, if Xianqing could not calculate it, the disciples of the Jia school would not be able to. With a thought, Xianqing suddenly formed a Dao seal and pointed at the Jia school's immortal residence map. Suddenly, a bright light erupted and shot into the sky. Above the sky, a huge picture of the Jie school's immortal residence was formed. It covered the sky and the sun, causing the endless living beings of the East Sea to look up and see it clearly. Everything recorded in this map is the territory of the Jie school. If outsiders violate it, they will be killed without mercy. Fellow Taoists of the East Sea, please bear this in mind. After doing all this, Xian Qing said coldly. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire East Sea. He was warning the cultivators of the East Sea. The disciples of the Jie school were of different levels. The strong ones, such as Xian Qing, were existences who had attained the Daoyuo Dao fruit. The weak ones were worse. Their cultivation level was only that of a golden immortal. Moreover, there were many such disciples. When the Jie school first came to the East Sea, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be people who were bold enough to kill some disciples with lower cultivation levels. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was very good to his disciples. As a result, the disciples of the Jie school, regardless of their cultivation level, had at least one Khanate spirit treasure to protect themselves. Some disciples even had several Khanate spirit treasures. They were all very rich. To be honest, even Xian Qing could not help but have the urge to snatch them. Not to mention those cultivators who lived in the East Sea for a long time. They were cunning and fierce, and their courage was first class. They might even dare to attack the disciples of the Jie school. Even the Grand Master of Heaven could not pay attention to the movements of the disciples all the time. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he wasn't willing. Disciples also had their own freedom. How could there be a teacher watching them all the time? What kind of propriety was that? Moreover, saints also needed to cultivate. Perhaps one day, when the Grand Master of Heaven fell into Tao enlightenment, something would happen to his disciples, and he would not be able to sense it. With Mount Buzhou suppressing the long river of time and space, any cultivator below Daoyuo Jingxian who died was truly dead. Even the saints could not reverse the flow of time and revive them. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. It is always good to take precautions in advance. Alright, junior brothers, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. With this map, it will be much more convenient for you to visit each other in the future. Xian Qing said to his junior brothers with a smile after he put away his superpowers. Yes, senior brother. The disciples of Jie school bowed to Xian Qing again and left. However, Xian Qing did not leave Golden Turtle Island but stayed. Duo Bao, bring me all the void stones in the treasury. At the same time, help me perfect my plan. After everyone left, Xian Qing said to Duo Bao. The void stone was a peerless treasure that was coincidentally produced when the void was destroyed. It had a trace of the charm of the void Great Tao and was extremely precious. However, that was in front of ordinary people. In front of Xian Qing and the others, this item was just a small thing. In the treasury of Jie school, the void stones were not ranked. There was a huge pile, just like ordinary stones. It was nothing. After a while, Duo Bao returned to Xian Qing's side with the mountain-like void stones. Senior brother, I brought you the void stones you wanted. Is there anything else you need help with? Duo Bao asked curiously after putting down the void stones. His senior brother could be said to be omnipotent and knew everything. It was really strange that he needed his help today. Senior brother, I have a big plan. If it succeeds, not only will it be very beneficial to Jie school, you and I will also obtain some merit. Xian Qing led Duo Bao to his cave abode as he spoke. What is the plan? Senior brother, tell me about it so that I can have a plan in my heart and know where to start. Hearing Xian Qing's words, Duo Bao's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Merit. That's merit, you know. Ever since Duo Bao was born, he had never obtained any merit. Now that he heard that Xian Qing's plan could actually allow him to obtain merit, how could he not be excited? Probably no one in the primordial world would not be excited in the face of merit. He had long heard that the heaven-earth merit was mysterious and unpredictable. It could directly increase one's cultivation level, increase one's luck, and reduce one's tribulation. Without merit, one could not even become a sage to be. He had yet to personally experience such a miraculous treasure. Therefore, today, even if he had to do his best, he would help his senior brother complete that plan and see the wonders of the heaven-earth merit. Although Feng Zichen could obtain merit easily, that was because he had the backing of the huge knowledge of the later generations. If Duo Bao wanted to obtain merit, he had to create something out of nothing. It was naturally extremely difficult. Duo Bao, how long do you think it will take for our junior brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island from their dojos? If we visit our senior brothers again, how long will it take for us to travel back and forth? Without answering Duo Bao's question, Xian Qing asked him an unrelated question. Duo Bao had never thought about these questions. For a moment, it was difficult for him to answer. He could not help but ponder. Xian Qing did not rush him and waited for Duo Bao to think about the answer. After a while, Duo Bao had an answer in his heart and said slowly, as the sword ancestor attained the Tao, the primordial world evolved further, causing space to become more stable. Even a primordial immortal would find it extremely difficult to shift the void. At the very least, one has to have perfected Tai Jingxian cultivation. Therefore, junior brothers, if you want to come to Golden Ao Island, you can only use an escape technique. With their speed and distance, it will take at least 100 years to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Depending on the distance, it will take at least a few years to thousands of years to visit fellow disciples. As he spoke, Duo Bao seemed to have understood something and his voice stopped abruptly. Have you noticed the problem? Master will preach the Tao every 1,000 years. As for the junior brothers, they will need hundreds or even thousands of years to travel. In that case, how can they have enough time? They will either give up listening to the Tao in order to cultivate or give up cultivating in order to listen to the Tao. But how can that work? Cultivation and listening to the Tao complement each other. The lack of either will affect the progress of cultivation. This can't be taken. Chapter 303. That's right, Xian Qing was talking about the teleportation array of the later generations. This was an array formation that had never appeared before the primordial world. In the later generations, the cultivators' realms were low. Most cultivators could not cross the earth, destroy regions, and cross realms. Thus, the teleportation array was born. Now, the primordial world was vast and boundless. The Tai Jingxian had spent countless years but could not travel all over the primordial world. The Daoyuo Jingxian could not see the end either. Many cultivators below the Daoyuo Jingxian could only go around in one place for their entire lives. They did not know how vast the primordial world was and how big the world was. Therefore, this was the best time for the teleportation array to be born. This is troublesome. However, since eldest senior brother has thought of this, I think you have already thought of a solution. Then, eldest senior brother's plan is related to this? After Xian Qing finished speaking, Duo Bao asked cooperatively. That's right. My big plan is related to this. Xian Qing nodded. He was very satisfied with Duo Bao's cooperation. The Jie school is famous for our array formations. If we claim to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Therefore, I plan to use my strength and create an array formation. Distort the void to achieve the effect of void teleportation. This way, we can let those junior brothers who have not reached the perfected Tai Jingxian do not have to travel long distances to come to Golden Ao Island. If they want to come, they can just go through the space array. It's simple and fast. It can also save a lot of time. In addition, if this array formation can be popularized in the primordial world, I wonder how many living beings will benefit. This is all our merit. After returning to the cave abode, Xian Qing explained to Duo Bao. Senior brother, you are so talented. I can't compare to you. Using the matter of the Jie school to see the entire primordial world and come up with such a thing that benefits the billions of living beings in the primordial world. Senior brother's wisdom is really admirable. Senior brother is really a virtuous person. At this moment, Duo Bao was a little excited. As he spoke, he bowed to Xianqing. I will never forget senior brother's kindness. Xianqing told him this technique. Obviously, he wanted to share it with him. If this technique was successful, he would definitely be able to share some merit. In this way, his future great Tao. Merit was the ticket to the door of a quasi-saint. With merit, one might not be able to become a quasi-saint, but without merit, one would definitely not be able to become a quasi-saint. What Xianqing did was equivalent to giving Duo Bao a chance to prove his Tao. How could Duo Bao not be excited? Don't thank me yet. Whether or not this matter will succeed is still uncertain. It's too early to thank me now. Seeing how happy Duo Bao was, Xianqing couldn't help but pour cold water on him. He, Xianqing, was not a good person. No matter what he did, he had a purpose. Now that he was treating Duo Bao so well, he naturally had a different purpose. What he did was just compensation. If nothing unexpected happened, Taoist Duo Bao would be the teacher of the future earthly sovereign. But now, Xianqing was here. He could not snatch the position of the emperor's teacher from the Grand Pure One, but he could not lose the position of the emperor of Earth's teacher. As such, Duo Bao had no choice but to suffer. However, Duo Bao was his junior brother after all. Xianqing felt a little guilty for robbing him of his merit. Therefore, he planned to make some compensation to Duo Bao. From now on, whenever there was a matter of great merit, Xianqing would bring Duo Bao along to make up for his losses and reduce the guilt in his heart. Xianqing's birth contained all kinds of schemes of Feng Zichen to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth for him. It could be said that this was his nature. How could he be open and honest? His every move was naturally filled with schemes. Senior brother, you must be joking. For you to think of me for such a matter of great merit, you are already worthy of my gratitude. Moreover, is there anything you can't do? Duo Bao didn't care much about Xianqing's cold water. As Xianqing had said earlier, Jia school was the best in array formations in the primordial world. They already had the concept of array formations. If they couldn't realize it, it would be really embarrassing. They might as well kill themselves. Alright, stop praising me. It's better to create the array formation as soon as possible and distribute it to the junior brothers during Master's next lecture. Shaking his head, Xianqing said. The two of them were array formation masters and had many treasures. Not long after, a huge spatial array formation was set up in front of them. Rumble. The moment the array formation was set up, a powerful force erupted, distorting the void and causing space to become chaotic. Waves of tyrannical void power surged out, wreaking havoc in the boundless void. There's still one last step. As he spoke, Xianqing formed a hand seal and entered a spatial coordinate into the teleportation array formation. These were the coordinates of Penglai Island. Whether the teleportation array formation could succeed or not depended on whether it could teleport people to the destination. With the coordinates, the chaotic void power immediately reacted. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a force that went straight to Penglai Island. Boom! When the changes in the array formation stopped, a deep passage appeared in front of Xianqing and Duo Bao. Without hesitation, Xianqing walked in. When Duo Bao saw this, he hurriedly followed in. This passage wasn't long. In just a short while, the two of them walked out and arrived at a place of creation. It was Penglai Island. Is this senior brother's training ground? Indeed, it's a beautiful place with boundless creation. It's a rare sacred ground in the great desolate Aeon. This was Duo Bao's first time coming to Three Immortal Island. Hence, he was immediately shocked by Penglai Island's atmosphere. Don't look at it first. Once we're done, we'll have plenty of time for you to look at it. Xianqing smiled as he looked at Duo Bao, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. Duo Bao, Although this teleportation array formation has been created, it hasn't reached a perfect level yet. It can't be used for two-way teleportation. Now, you should stay here and think about how to set up a teleportation formation on Penglai Island and connect it to the teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. Without giving Duobao a chance to refuse, Xian Qing instructed directly. The general framework of the teleportation array formation was already completed. Next, it was time to deal with some details. It was very simple. Naturally, Xian Qing didn't need to do anything. He could just leave it to Duobao. Yes, senior brother. Duobao replied excitedly. The more he participated in this matter, the more merits he would receive after the event. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. Oh, right. Senior brother still has some world-cleansing white lotuses here. Later, go to the Primal Chaos Spirit Pool and pick a rank 9 white lotus. Take it as a gift from senior brother. Unlike San Shao, Xian Qing's relationship with Duobao was much closer. Xian Qing didn't feel bad giving him a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. World-cleansing white lotus. The legendary Khanate 4 Great Lotus platforms. Such a supreme treasure is actually in senior brother's hands. It's really a great creation. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. In terms of the relationship between Duobao and Xian Qing, a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure was indeed nothing. There was no need for Duobao to stand on ceremony. Chapter 304. Also, this teleportation formation is not right. What I want is a formation that can automatically teleport people over after the formation is activated. It's not a formation that opens a void passageway and allows me to walk through it myself. So, Duobao, do you understand what I mean? Thinking of something, Xian Qing, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned to Duobao. After many years of research, the teleportation formation was on the verge of perfection. What Xian Qing had to do now was to realize all the functions of the teleportation formation in his memory. If only he was Primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. If he had an idea, he could directly turn it into reality. It would not be as troublesome as it was now. No, it was not troublesome now. It was Duobao who was troublesome. I understand. This is not difficult. Duobao nodded and replied energetically. The general structure of the teleportation formation had been completed. What was left was to fill in the details. Of course, it was not difficult, but it was cumbersome and troublesome. Therefore, Xian Qing would not do it and left it all to Duobao. Now, Duobao was thinking about the scene of him obtaining merit. No matter how troublesome it was, he would not feel tired. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go to the side to rest. Waving his hand, Xian Qing walked to the side leisurely to rest. He was now comprehending nature and the veins of heaven and earth in order to enhance his understanding of the Tao so that he could break through to a higher realm. On the other side, Duobao was constantly adjusting the teleportation formation so that it could reach what Xian Qing said. Just like that, 100 years passed in a hurry. Senior brother, according to your request, it's done. On this day, Duobao ran to Xian Qing and said excitedly. It's done. So fast. Then I'll go take a look. With that, Xian Qing stood up and walked towards the teleportation formation with Duobao. A clear light flashed, and Xian Qing and Duobao disappeared from Penglai Island. When they reappeared, they were already at Golden Turtle Island. Not bad at all. However, there is a drawback to this teleportation formation. I wonder if you've noticed it, Duobao. Xian Qing nodded and praised first. Then, he changed the topic and directly said the drawback of the teleportation formation. Drawback? Senior brother, please enlighten me. Duobao cupped his hands and asked seriously. He felt that this teleportation formation was perfect without any flaws. It could be said that this was his most perfect creation ever since he started cultivating arrays. But if Xianqing said there was, then there must be. Be it in terms of cultivation or formation skills, Xianqing was more than one level higher than him. Since he said that there was, then there must be a flaw in this teleportation array. It was just that his cultivation was too low to notice it. There's no need to be so serious. The flaw isn't in the formation, but in other aspects. You designed this teleportation array very well. Even if I were to do it myself, I wouldn't be able to do it better than you. Seeing how serious Duobao was, Xianqing smiled and comforted him. Other aspects? What does senior brother mean? This time, Duobao was somewhat puzzled. Since there was no problem with the array formation itself, where was the drawback? Look, with that, Xianqing stretched out his hand and grabbed at the teleportation array. Rumble, the teleportation formation shook violently for a moment. Suddenly, it rose from the ground and turned into a formation map. 9 long banners fell into Xianqing's hands. This teleportation array diagram is a post-celestial treasure. This void streamer was also an acquired cardinal treasure. This teleportation array of yours used a total of 4 post-celestial treasures. If we were to build dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of teleportation arrays, how many post-celestial treasures would we need? Duobao, have you ever calculated? Shaking the teleportation array diagram in his hand, Xianqing looked at Duobao in amusement. When Jie School was first established, even if it was not as good as the later generations, there were tens of thousands of disciples. But now, there were no less than 1,000 disciples in the sect. In other words, if each disciple of Jie School was equipped with a teleportation array, they would need at least 4,000 post-celestial treasures. Ha! Did they really think that post-celestial treasures were cabbages? That was a treasure that was comparable to a connate numinous treasure in terms of power. It was also the main weapon of connate life forms. Connate numinous treasures were the standard of connate god fiends. Only a few connate life forms had connate numinous treasures, and they were all low grade. Most connate life forms only used post-celestial treasures and post-celestial numinous treasures. It could be seen that post-celestial treasures were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Of course, with Jie School's foundation, they could still take out more than 4,000 post-celestial treasures. However, it was a little difficult to take out 4,000 space attribute post-celestial treasures. Although 4,000 post-celestial treasures are a lot, with the foundation of Jie School, we can still gather them. That's not a disadvantage, right? After a while, Duobao said hesitantly. Of course, Jie School can take them out. However, Duobao, have you ever thought about how many factions in the primordial world can take out so many post-celestial treasures? This teleportation array was created to benefit all living beings in the primordial world. If it can't be popularized in the primordial world, what's the use? There are many ways to make it convenient for the disciples of Jie School. Why do you have to put in so much effort to study teleportation arrays? Looking at Duobao's indignant expression, Xianqing could not help but emphasize his tone. Benefiting all living beings, enlightening all living beings, or promoting the evolution of heaven and earth. Only such a magnificent feat could bestow merit that could be considered great merit. As for the rest, it was just merit. It was very useful to cultivators below Daluo Jingxian. However, to Daluo Jingxian, it could only be said to be better than nothing. It would not be of much use. Therefore, if the teleportation array could not be popularized in the primordial world, it could only be circulated among the disciples of Jie School. In that case, the merit obtained by Xianqing and Duobao would undoubtedly be much less. Not to mention the ticket to the quasi-saint realm, even if Duobao wanted to rely on this to prove his Dao to Daluo Jingxian, Xianqing felt that it was a little difficult. I didn't think it through. Please forgive me, senior brother. After hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao immediately thought it through and hurriedly said. Duobao, broaden your horizons. Don't just look at Jie School. You have to look at the scenery of the primordial world. Daluo Jingxian looks at the primordial world of the universe and sees through the mysteries of the world. If you don't broaden your horizons, how can you prove your Dao to Daluo Jingxian? After thinking for a while, Xian Qing warned Duobao. If he wanted to prove his Dao to Daluo Jingxian, his heart had to be big and his horizons had to be wide. He did not care about the gains and losses of the moment. Instead, he had to calculate the gains and losses of the endless future. Without the will to devour the heavens, how could he achieve great achievements? Senior brother, you're right. Duobao bowed and said. This was the experience of his predecessors. It could save him a lot of detours. After this matter is over, go to the East Ocean Moor and see the scenery outside. Broaden your horizons and increase your knowledge. Don't stay on Golden Ao Island all the time. You can't raise an expert in a greenhouse. Chapter 305. Heaven and Earth were called Tao. It would definitely be beneficial to go out and take a look. Perhaps, as he continued walking, he might even make a breakthrough. Yes, after this matter is over, I will go out and take a look. Even if Xian Qing did not say so, Duobao would still go out and explore. How could he see the future without experiencing a storm? Senior brother, what should we do with this teleportation array now? Duobao pointed at the teleportation array in Xian Qing's hand and asked. It's okay, look. As he spoke, Xian Qing waved his hand and took the void stone from afar. He simplified the teleportation array in front of him and created a new array. This new teleportation array was formed by an array and 9 void banners. Although there were more, these 10 Dharma treasures were all acquired spirit treasures. The cost of refining was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. As long as any Khanate life form was not too bad, they could still put together a set of teleportation arrays. Duobao, take a look at my teleportation array. What do you think? Xian Qing asked as he handed the teleportation array in his hand to Duobao. Yes, this array is indeed much simpler than the previous array. The materials needed to refine it are also much less. That's right, isn't the power of this array a little weaker? After sizing up the array in his hand for a while, Duobao said hesitantly. The array formed by 4 acquired cardinal treasures became an array formed by 10 acquired spirit treasures. Although there was no change in the function, the power would definitely be reduced correspondingly. The previous teleportation array was completely formed by acquired cardinal treasures. It could teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. It was very comfortable. However, this array formed by acquired spirit treasures could only teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Its power was 10,000 times weaker. This showed the difference between the 2 sets of array formations. Is it too small? I don't think so. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, it is enough for golden immortals and cultivators below to use. As for the Tai Jingxian, they have already cultivated to Tai Jingxian. If they can't gather 4 spatial acquired cardinal treasures, then let them fly slowly by themselves. Xian Qing shook his head in the face of Duobao's question and replied nonchalantly. This teleportation array was originally prepared for low-level cultivators. As long as the distance was not too far, it would be fine. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals naturally had better choices. The first set of teleportation arrays was prepared for them. Furthermore, the difference between the 2 formations was not limited to this. Xian Qing's deep scheme was hidden within. The first set of teleportation formations was of extremely high quality, and could automatically absorb innate qi. In other words, this set of teleportation arrays did not need to be consumed at all when activated. The owner's own magic power could be self-sufficient. The second set of teleportation arrays was different. Their quality was not high, and they could only be activated with the help of external forces. And this external force could be magic power, or it could be the Khanate creation pill. That's right. Xian Qing was forcing them to use the Khanate fortune elixir. Ever since the Khanate creation pill was born, it had always been praised by all living beings in the primordial world. Even Daluo Jingxian praised it. Even the quasi-saints nodded to themselves. Frankly speaking, this was one of the best medicinal pills in the great desolate world. When these words reached Xian Qing's ears, he really wanted to curse. Good medicinal pills. Good medicinal pills, my ass. This Khanate creation pill was a supreme treasure pill. What the hell was this? He refined the Khanate creation pill to be used as a currency in the great desolate world, so that it could be easily circulated and obtain great fortune, great merit, and great luck. It was not for them to use it as a medicinal pill to assist in cultivation. Wasn't this going astray? Therefore, Xian Qing wanted to reverse this situation and restore the Khanate creation pill to its original use. Therefore, Xian Qing wanted to let all living beings in the great desolate world know clearly, although the Khanate creation pill could assist in cultivation, it was not a medicinal pill, but a currency. Fellow Taoists, it is a currency. Spend it. What's the use of keeping it? Spend it. Spend it as soon as possible. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Making money with money is the way of the king. Saving money can't make a fortune. At a certain moment, Xian Qing really wanted to transform into an unscrupulous profiteer and shout at the great desolate world, tempting them to spend the Khanate creation pill as a currency. Now, the opportunity had finally come. He created the teleportation array not only for the welfare of all living beings in the great desolate world, but also for his own selfish reasons. If you don't want to spend it, then I'll force you to spend it. I don't believe that you can resist not using the teleportation array in front of you. Not only that, this was only the first generation teleportation array. It wouldn't be long before Xian Qing would launch the second generation teleportation array. The teleportation distance would undoubtedly be further. At that time, Xian Qing would not generously give away the second generation teleportation array for free. Instead, he would use the second-generation teleportation array to cover the entire East Sea at his own expense for the living beings of the East Sea to use. Of course, this was not free. If you want to teleport, you can, but give me the Khanate creation pill. The further the teleportation, the higher the level of the Khanate creation pill needed, and the more expensive it would be. I'll force you to spend the Khanate creation pill. As long as the Khanate creation pill was not used as a currency and circulated in the great desolate world, Xian Qing would not be able to obtain the luck of the currency. He would only be able to obtain the luck of the Tao of alchemy. How could Xian Qing tolerate only getting 1 out of 2 portions of great luck? How to force the living beings of the East Sea to spend the Khanate creation pill? Xian Qing still had a series of plans. In the future, these plans would be imposed on the living beings of the East Sea one by one, making them experience the fear of being dominated by profiteers. Did they really think that Xian Qing had been in the East Sea for so long and had nothing to do? He had long been planning in the dark. From this moment on, he would transform into the number 1 profiteer of the great desolate world, squeezing the wallets of the living beings of the East Sea at all times. Until he was satisfied. The entire East Sea would become Xian Qing's testing ground to verify his way of currency. If he succeeded, he would apply the results to the great desolate world. If he failed, it was not a big deal. He could just push it down and start again. There were so many living beings in the East Sea. There was no way to harvest all of them. It was fine as long as they didn't take root. Senior brother, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Duobao's voice woke Xian Qing up from his thoughts. It's okay. You're still young. You just need to experience more. This is the accumulation of experience. Xian Qing smiled and comforted him. A few days later, Xian Qing and Duobao set up an altar on Golden Ao Island and placed the first set of teleportation array diagrams on it. The heavenly path is above. Disciple Xian Qing, disciple Duobao. Today, I see that the great desolate world is vast and boundless. The living beings from all over the world do not know the vastness of heaven and earth and the vastness of the universe. Therefore, the two of us took pity on them and created a special formation, which we named the Transportation Formation. It connects the north and south, the east and the west. Chapter 306. Let all living beings in the primordial world communicate with each other. Let all living beings in the primordial world know the vastness of the world and the vastness of the universe. Let all living beings understand each other and eliminate the estrangement. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. Below the altar, Xian Qing and Duobao reported to the heavenly Tao with solemn expressions. In the deepest part of the boundless void, in the unknown place, the heavenly Tao reacted. A wisp of golden light descended from the void, illuminating a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It illuminated the surroundings of Golden Ao Island. The Xianhuang merit was here. After working for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Vast merit descended from the sky and split into 3 portions. 20% landed on the teleportation array, while the remaining 80% split into 2 and landed on Xian Qing and Duobao respectively. With a thought, Xian Qing hid the merit into the auspicious cloud and left it for it to use. Duobao did the same. He put away the merit and did not use it to increase his cultivation level. In the primordial world, very few people who aimed at the great Tao used merit to increase their cultivation level. Even if there were no side effects, they would not use it. After all, in the hearts of the primordial world's great mystical abilities, the cultivation level increased by external forces was not as practical as the cultivation level obtained by one's own hard work. Mingyi used merit to increase his cultivation level, but his strength after that was hard to explain in a few words. Before using merit to increase his cultivation level, he could still fight against Tai. But after that, he could not even take a few moves. The drawbacks of using merit to increase one's cultivation level could be seen from this. As for the saints, why did they dare to absorb the power of merit to increase their cultivation level? That was because they had the Hongmeng purple qi in their bodies. Apart from that, the great mystical abilities could not figure it out. Like them, the Nuwa of the 3 pure ones did not like to use merit to cultivate. Why did she suddenly use merit to cultivate? In any case, only the saints had such treasures. Outsiders did not have them. Other than helping people become saints, outsiders did not know what other functions it had. Therefore, after the 6 of them obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, if there was any abnormal behavior, the great mystical abilities could not help but associate it with the Hongmeng purple qi. Buzz buzz buzz. After a series of tremors, the teleportation array was upgraded from an acquired cardinal treasure to an acquired merit cardinal treasure. Its power was comparable to a connate spirit treasure. The teleportation range had also been expanded to the limit. In an instant, one could travel back and forth within the Eastern Sea. Not bad. Nodding his head, Xian Qing waved his sleeve and threw the teleportation formation map behind Golden Turtle Island. Rumble. After a loud bang, the teleportation formation slowly spread out. It absorbed the connate qi from all directions and formed a huge teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. The next time Junior Marshall Brothers come, enter your coordinates into the formation and set up a set of teleportation formations on your respective immortal islands. This teleportation array will be perfect. In that case, it will be much more convenient for Junior Brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Xian Qing nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the teleportation formation that was still running. Teleportation array. This array formation is interesting. After the teleportation matrix appeared, in the eastern heaven, in Emperor Shi's palace. With a thought, the innate 8 trigrams appeared in Fushi's mind, channeling the power of the 8 trigrams and deducing the secrets of the universe. All kinds of mysteries appeared in Fushi's eyes, allowing him to understand all the structure of the teleportation matrix in an instant. Not only that, under his powerful strength, the teleportation matrix was constantly breaking down, turning into the most basic runes, rearranging and combining, and deducing a new and stronger teleportation matrix. Star-level teleportation matrix. A super teleportation matrix that could cross stars and even galaxies. A world-level teleportation matrix. A teleportation matrix that could cross realms. Needless to say, its power was incomparably powerful. To be able to create the Zhouxing formation, Fuxi had already proven his achievements in the Tao of formations. He was definitely at the peak of the Eldritch world and was not inferior to the Tongtian sect leader. With just a glance at the small teleportation matrix, he could naturally completely understand it and innovate to create a stronger teleportation matrix. The Nine Heavens Celestial Lord is indeed extraordinary. The Xian sect has a successor. Fuxi praised as he came back to his senses. What kind of ingenious thinking to come up with such an exquisite array formation. This Nine Heavens Celestial Lord Xian Qing is really a wonderful person. He has great wisdom. In the Eldritch world, in the Pangu Palace. Silver-white light bloomed in Dijiang's eyes. Strands of Tao patterns appeared and constantly intertwined in the air, forming an inexplicable array formation and distorting the void. This was the spatial Tao pattern, the manifestation of the Tao of space in the world, carrying all of his mysteries. In the Tao of formations, although Dijiang did not have any achievements and was far inferior to Fuxi. However, in the comprehension of the Tao of space, he was the true number one in the Eldritch world and the supreme master of space. No one in the Eldritch world could compare to him. He could play with the entire void. Therefore, this kind of array formation that used space had no secrets in his eyes. He could fiddle with and modify it. In just an instant, a teleportation matrix was created out of thin air by Dijiang. Without using any heavenly treasures, it just appeared out of thin air. After another moment, the teleportation matrix suddenly changed. Endless runes appeared and disappeared in it, becoming more profound, more mysterious, and more powerful. Rumble. In the next moment, the void in the major tribes of the sorcerer tribe suddenly distorted, constantly combining and splitting, forming a huge teleportation matrix. This was the Void Dominator. Under Dijiang's supreme power, the void changed at his will and automatically formed a teleportation matrix. He did not even need materials and directly created something out of nothing. It was really shocking. The appearance of the teleportation matrix was obviously more useful to the demon race and the sorcerer tribe than to the Jie school. To the Jie school, the teleportation matrix could only make it more convenient for the disciples of the Jie school to travel and save a lot of time. It was not considered a big use. However, to the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, it was different. The teleportation matrix could strengthen their cohesion and consolidate the rule of the higher-ups. Although there were many Daluo Jingxian in the sorcerer tribe, it was obvious that they had more ordinary clansmen. It was simply endless. To put it bluntly, the demon race was a huge alliance. There were countless races in it, each with their own divine abilities. Among them, the powerful races lived in the heaven realm and bathed in the light of the stars day and night. As for the weaker races, they lived on the stars in the heavenly cycle. The distance between the heavens and the stars was unimaginably far. The sorcerer tribe had 12 major tribes and countless small and medium-sized tribes all over the primordial world. The distance between them was also extremely far. The Taiyi Jingxian could still travel freely, but it would be extremely difficult for those clansmen with low realms to go out and walk. In this way, after hundreds of millions of years, between clans and tribes, the higher-ups would not matter, but the lower levels would inevitably be estranged. If the heart was scattered, it would be difficult to gather it again. Therefore, the appearance of the teleportation matrix was especially important. Chapter 307. The various races interacted with each other. The various clans understood each other. It allowed the clansmen to interact freely, bond with each other, and improve communication to eliminate the estrangement. It allowed them to unite and maintain the stability of the clan. At the same time, it could maintain the vitality of the clan. Whether or not they could maintain their vitality was related to the rise and fall of a clan. Only a clan that was full of vitality could continuously improve. A clan that could not maintain its vitality would eventually become the dust of history. Although the teleportation array was not powerful, it had an extraordinary meaning. It was enough to bring earth-shattering changes to the primordial world. Its impact was not only limited to the Magi and Demon clans, but also the entire primordial world. As the teleportation array spread in the primordial world, the east and west were connected, and the north and south were connected. The impact of the cultures and specialties of various places would definitely cause the Khanate creation pill to really circulate. It would completely replace bartering, which was an extremely ancient trading method, and become the only currency in the primordial world. If one wanted to be rich, they had to build roads first. Only when transportation was convenient could wealth circulate. Only then could the Khanate creation pill display its value and gather supreme luck for Xianqing. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Dang, 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 on this day, the immortal gathering bell rang again. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the entire East Ocean, marking the grand event of the East Ocean. The Grand Master of Heaven's lecture was about to begin. All of a sudden, all living beings gathered and rushed towards Golden Ao Island. The number of people was several times greater than the last time. They almost filled the entire Golden Ao Island. The separation of the three pure ones happened too suddenly. There were no signs. The Grand Master of Heaven moved to the East Ocean even more suddenly. As a result, the living beings on the primordial world did not react in time and missed the last lecture. This time, they calculated the timing and rushed to the East Ocean in advance to wait for the Saint's lecture. No, it should be moving to the East Ocean. The Magi and Demon clans were in constant conflict. The atmosphere in the primordial world was getting tenser and tenser. A war could break out at any time. The living beings of the primordial world were not fools. They would not foolishly stay on the ground and wait for death. The overseas region became their choice. The East Ocean was the first in the four seas. With the ancestral dragon and the Grand Master of Heaven guarding it, it naturally became their first choice. Fortunately, the East Ocean was big enough. No matter how many living beings came, it could accommodate them all. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry came from afar. Then, a five-colored light rapidly approached from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Golden Turtle Island and disappeared into the crowd. That is, Kang Xian. Xianqing narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person. It was the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Kang Xian. I didn't expect him to be here too. Judging from his cultivation, he's still a Tai Jingxian cultivator. I think it's more difficult than I thought to attain the Tao with the innate 5 elements. I reckon that the Phoenix clan can no longer help him. That's why they sent him here to try his luck. Looking in the direction where Kang Xian disappeared, Xianqing silently speculated. Since they both cultivated the Khanate 5 elements Tao, Xianqing knew very well how difficult it was to attain the Tao. Blocking the tribulation of Tao was too difficult. In the untainted land, almost no one could attain the primordial 5 elements Tao with their own abilities. If Kang Xian did not have any outstanding performance to attract the attention of the other 4 sacred beasts, it would be impossible for the Phoenix ancestor to succeed alone. Obviously, Kang Xian did not have any outstanding performance. Therefore, he came out to ask for the guidance of the sage to find the way to attain the Tao. However, the Khanate 5 elements Tao was within reach for Feng Zichen. With the help of the 5 elements sacred beasts and the support of the 5 elements ancestral witch, the Khanate 5 elements Tao belonged to him. It was still useful to form good karma with others. Surprisingly, the Grand Master of Heaven also talked about the mysteries of the Khanate 5 elements Tao in addition to the Shangqing Great Tao. When the countless living beings on the island heard this, they became intoxicated. Their understanding of the world increased by a little. Master is cherishing talent. Xianqing immediately understood the reason behind the Grand Master of Heaven's abnormality. Kong Xian was the first peacock in the world. The phoenix ancestor was born from the origin of the Khanate five elements. He was a god fiend that represented the Khanate five elements Tao. He was the top Khanate god fiend in the untainted land. With such talent, it was inevitable that the Grand Master of Heaven, who had always liked to take in disciples, was moved. However, this had nothing to do with Xianqing. Whether Kong Xian became the Grand Master of Heaven's disciple or not, it would not affect him. If he succeeded, he would just have another junior brother. If he failed, he would not lose anything. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. After the lecture, Xianqing stopped the people of the Jie school who wanted to leave. Greetings, eldest senior brother. May I know why eldest senior brother has stopped us? After bowing to Xianqing, Zhao Gongming took a step forward and asked him on behalf of everyone. Senior brother, there is a set of array formation here. Go and set it up. Let me see if you have slacked off on your cultivation recently. As he spoke, Xianqing waved his hand, and thousands of materials for setting up the teleportation array appeared and fell into everyone's hands. There was no more and no less, just one for each person. This, looking at the materials in their hands, everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not know what Xianqing meant by suddenly doing this. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and set it up. You only have 3 years. Junior brothers, if you have not set up the array formation after 3 years, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to the East Sea Abyss by yourself and come back after killing 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. If you can't do it, then don't come back. Seeing that everyone was a little stunned, Xianqing said leisurely. His voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale and they were at a loss. As a disciple of a saint, and with a Khanate spirit treasure in hand, it was not too difficult to kill 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. However, that was the East Sea Abyss. The East Sea Abyss was one of the most dangerous places in the untainted land. It was also one of the largest gathering places of ferocious beasts in the untainted land. There was no lack of Daluo Jinxian and even Sage-to-be super ferocious beasts inside. That was the untainted land's meat grinder. It was the battlefield that truly belonged to Daluo Jinxian. The Daluo Jinxian of the Dragon Clan were fighting a bloody battle with the Daluo-level ferocious beasts there. If the Tai Jinxian went, it would be good enough if they could survive, let alone kill the ferocious beasts. Danger. Ever since they joined the Jie sect, the danger had nothing to do with them. But today, Xianqing's words made them feel a sense of crisis that they had not felt for a long time. Ah! Seeing that Xianqing was not joking, everyone looked at each other for a while. Immediately, they did not dare to delay and picked up the array formation to study it. As for resisting, they did not dare to. Chapter 308. If they didn't resist, they would at most head to the East Ocean Abyss. If they resisted, they would be disrespectful to their elders. Not to mention Xianqing's cultivation, just this crime alone was enough to make them face the wrath of the Grand Master of Heaven. At that time, they would face an even more terrifying punishment. Senior brother, isn't this a little too much? Looking at his nervous junior brothers, Duobao hesitated for a while and said to Xianqing. Too much. Apart from being novel, the teleportation array is not a difficult array. As a disciple of the Jie school, you can't set up a teleportation array in 3 years. What does that mean? I think I don't need to say more. You should understand, Duobao. Array Dao was the foundation of the Jie school. If a teleportation array couldn't be set up in 3 years, it meant that that person didn't have the heart to cultivate. What was the use of keeping such a disciple? Other than leading a bad atmosphere, there was no other use. One day of being a monk, one day of ringing the bell. Xian Qing was the eldest senior brother of the Jie school, so he had to bear the responsibility. It was the same for the benefits of his junior brothers, and it was the same for the assessment of his junior brothers' standards. How troublesome would it be to refine more than 1,000 teleportation arrays? He could use this opportunity to let the disciples of the Jie school refine them. On one hand, he could test his junior brother's standards. On the other hand, he could complete the refining of more than 1,000 teleportation arrays. It was a good method to kill two birds with one stone. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, these junior brothers didn't disappoint Xian Qing. They all set up the teleportation arrays within 3 years. Especially Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. They completed Xian Qing's instructions in less than a month, far surpassing the rest. Good. It seems that all of you have not neglected your cultivation all these years. This makes me very gratified. You have to know that on the path of the Great Tao, you will fall behind if you don't advance. Now that you have left Golden Ao Island and lost Master's restraint, I was really afraid that you would slack off and delay your cultivation. But now it seems that all of you have performed very well and didn't disappoint Master. Looking at everyone, Xian Qing's face was full of smiles. Junior brothers, you have worked hard. I happen to have some divine water of chaos here. I'll give it to you. Duo Bao, take this bottle of divine water of chaos and share it with your junior brothers. As he spoke, Xian Qing took out a bottle of divine water of chaos and handed it to Duo Bao. Although the chaotic divine water was not one of the top 10 divine waters of the primordial world, it was not much inferior to them. In fact, it was even slightly superior. It was an extremely precious treasure. This was the divine water created by the Chaos Spring on the Three Immortal Island. There were a total of 3 pools of mystic clear, and the number was still increasing. Therefore, even though this item was precious, Xian Qing didn't feel bad about using it as a reward. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to thank him. Junior brother Gongming, junior sister Yun Xiao, junior brother Lu Yu, come forward. After helping everyone up, Xian Qing called out the names of 10 people in a row. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. Xian Qing had said that there would be a punishment for failure. Now, he wanted to reward those who performed well. He wanted to encourage everyone to work hard and cultivate. As for those 10 people, they were the first 10 people to finish setting up the teleportation formations. The 10 of you are the top 10 in this test. I'll give you these 10 creation Tao pills as encouragement. I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation in the future and strive to attain the Great Tao as soon as possible. Taking out 100 creation Tao pills, Xian Qing gave them to Yun Xiao and the others. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving the creation Tao pills, the 10 of them thanked him in unison. Their tone was filled with excitement, to the point that there was a slight tremor in their voices. 10 creation Tao pills were equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation for a Daoyuo Jingxian and 10 million years of cultivation for a Tai Jingxian. In other words, refining them would increase their cultivation by 10 million years out of thin air. How could Yun Xiao and the others not be excited? There's no need to be envious. From now on, every 5,000 years, I will conduct an assessment for you. The top 10 will all receive 10 creation Tao pills. Those who fail will reflect on their mistakes for 1,000 years. Those who fail twice in a row, I don't need to say anything more. Go to the East Ocean abyss yourself. Seeing the envy in everyone's eyes, Xian Qing said with a smile. They had been living a comfortable life for too long. If he didn't give them some pressure, how could they be willing to work hard and cultivate? Thinking about it, after this incident, the strength of the Jia sect would increase exponentially. Before long, many Tai Jingxian would be born. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Everyone said in unison. Other than a few disciples, most of the disciples of the Jia sect agreed with the reward and punishment measures. They were all young people and had a competitive heart. Who would be weaker than others? They would definitely fight for the top 10, no, first place. The morale of the disciples soared, and the providence of the Jia sect increased a little. Good. In the Green Touring Palace, the Grand Master of Heaven noticed the changes in the outside world and couldn't help but cheer. However, this way, Xianqing will be at a disadvantage. With that thought in mind, the Grand Master of Heaven took out a jade seal from his chest. Tong, go and give this 4-elephant seal to your senior brother. The Grand Master of Heaven ordered the fire and water child. The treasures to reward the disciples should have been provided by the Grand Master of Heaven. But now, Xianqing had taken on the responsibility and paid out of his own pocket to reward his junior brothers. In this way, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. However, how could the Grand Master of Heaven sit and watch his beloved disciple suffer? He immediately decided to give Xianqing a superior-grade Khanate numinous treasure as compensation. As the name suggested, the 4-elephant seal was a Khanate numinous treasure born from the Khanate 4 elephants Tao. That's right, the 4-elephant seal was one of the 9 Khanate numinous treasures that Feng Zichen had been searching for. It was a Khanate numinous treasure that could preside over the chaos array. In Xianqing's hands, even if others used supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures to exchange for it, he would not exchange it. 4-elephant seal. I really didn't expect that there would be such benefits to integrating the Jia sect. Holding the 4-elephant seal, Xianqing was extremely excited. In this way, he had already found 5 Khanate numinous treasures to preside over the chaos array. There were still 4 more to make the array perfect and become the top array in the primordial world. However, this matter could not be rushed. It still depended on fate. Duobao, come to my place. The matter of the Jia sect had come to an end. It was time to continue with his big plan. Therefore, Xianqing called Duobao over. Duobao. In recent years, I've been thinking about it and feel that the current array is too inconvenient. I want to improve it. Therefore, I specially asked you to come over and help me. I wonder if you're willing. On Penglai Island, Xianqing said with a serious face. Improve the current array. Senior brother is really talented. Ordinary people can't think of it. I'm far inferior. Hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao replied excitedly. Chapter 309. Improving the array formation. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a big deal. The impact would definitely be far-reaching. If he succeeded, he would definitely have great merit. Senior brother, how can you teach me? Duobao bowed to Xianqing and asked respectfully for advice. He was not a fool. How could he not see that Xianqing was promoting him? Otherwise, Xianqing could have done the improvement of the array formation and the creation of the teleportation array by himself. There was no need to bring a burden like him and share the merit for nothing. Duobao did not believe that Xianqing could not do it himself. If even he could do it, how could Xianqing's achievements in the Tao of formations exceed his by so much? It was definitely easy for him to do it and do it better. Duobao still had this bit of self-awareness. Duobao, how much do you know about the Tao of refining? Xianqing did not answer Duobao's question. Instead, he asked an unrelated question. When I was on Kunlun Mountain, other than daily cultivation, I often asked my 2 uncle masters for advice. Although I'm not too proficient in the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy, I still have some insights. After thinking for a while, Duobao replied humbly. However, looking at his smug face, it was obvious that he did not only have some insights as he said. Xianqing and Duobao were undoubtedly lucky. When the Grand Master of Heaven took them in as disciples, they were the only 2 disciples in the entire Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, the 2 of them were the disciples of the Grand Master of Heaven, but they were actually taught by the 3 pure ones. This was a treatment that the disciples who came later could not enjoy. Therefore, they were lucky. It was also because of this that in addition to having some achievements in the Tao of formations, the two of them also had some achievements in alchemy and refining. Especially Xian Qing, who could be said to be a great master of 3 Taos. He had already fused 3 Taos and walked out of his own Tao. He could be said to be a great master of a generation. Xian Qing had such great achievements. Duo Bao, who was not weaker than him, would obviously not be that bad either. Cut the crap. How much do you know about the Tao of refining? Seeing Duo Bao's humble look, Xian Qing could not help but pat him and scold him jokingly. This, I can't say either. However, none of the disciples of the Chanism can compare to me in terms of refining weapons. Duo Bao simply could not think of how to describe his own refining realm. He could not help comparing it to the Chan school disciples. He was not bragging. When he was young, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi taught him the way of refining weapons one-on-one. This was a treatment that even the disciples of Chan school could not enjoy. This treatment was exclusive to Duo Bao and Xian Qing. Moreover, later generations had already proven that Duo Bao was undoubtedly the most talented disciple among the disciples of the 3 religions. It was only natural that the disciples of Chan school could not compare to him. There was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, I got it. Hearing Duo Bao's words, Xian Qing was almost unable to estimate his blacksmithing realm. He could barely be considered a first-rate blacksmith. Currently, the cultivation of the disciples of the Chan school was not high. As a result, their achievements in the way of refining weapons were not very strong. They were far inferior to those of the later generations. It could be said to be inferior to the best, but more than enough to be inferior. Duo Bao was stronger than them. In terms of refining weapons, he could naturally be considered top-notch in the primordial world. The 3 pure ones share the same origin. They are one family. Alchemy, blacksmithing, and array refinement. These 3 great Tao are of course one family. They share the same origin. You cultivate 3 great Taos. I think you should have discovered that there are many similarities between the 3 great Taos. After a while, Xian Qing talked about the relationship between the 3 great Taos. Yes, these 3 great Taos are all based on the Khanate runes. They are constantly evolving. It can be considered the same path, but there are 3 different results. However, their essence is still the same. Duo Bao agreed with Xian Qing's words. The Khanate runes were the foundation of everything. All the Khanate Taos were constructed from them. The 3 pure ones created their own 3 great Taos through the Khanate runes. However, due to their different philosophies, the 3 great Taos were expressed differently. It's good that you understand. The array formation I'm talking about is related to the way of refining weapons. Nodding, Xian Qing told Duo Bao about his plan. The current array formation has huge restrictions regardless of whether it's Khanate or postnatal. If you want to activate it, you have to rely on the advantage of a numinous treasure or the power of heaven and earth. It's extremely troublesome to move it. Moreover, the power of the array formation is too great. It can easily envelop a radius of 10,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, or billions of miles. It causes great damage to the primordial mountains and rivers. Also, when the array formation is set up, it will cause a huge commotion. Unless the enemy takes the initiative to enter the array formation, it will be very difficult to force the enemy into the array formation. In this way, the array formation will lose its effect. Then what's the use of it? These were the drawbacks of the current array formation. Xian Qing had spent several years concluding them. Now, he told Duo Bao one by one. Just as senior brother said, most array formations can only passively defend and can't take the initiative to attack. This is indeed a problem. Duo Bao went through the array formation he had mastered in his mind and realized that it was indeed the same as what Xian Qing had said. He could not help but agree. Therefore, I want you to imitate the method of refining weapons and refine the array formation into a Dharma treasure. There's no need for the main array formation. As long as you pour in Dharma power or put in a creation pill, you can activate it. In this way, the array formation will become similar to a Dharma treasure. It will undoubtedly be more convenient and easier to control. Most of the drawbacks that I mentioned just now can also be solved. Seeing Duobao frowning and thinking, Xian Qing waited for a while before telling him the solution. That's right. Xian Qing was talking about the array disk of the future. It could be activated with only spirit stones. In the primordial world, there were no spirit stones. There were only connate creation pills. According to Xian Qing's plan, the only way to fully activate the array disk's power was to use the connate creation pill. He did not believe that with the array disk, the primordial world's living beings could still endure not using the connate creation pill. This was the second part of Xian Qing's plan to stimulate the consumption of the primordial world's living beings. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure is a good idea. But, will this work? Although he felt that Xian Qing's words made sense, Duobao still seemed a little hesitant. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure simply subverted his understanding. This idea was too unbelievable. He really did not know how Xian Qing's brain worked. He could actually think of such a method. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Anyway, you have nothing to do. Just try a little more here. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Just take it as accumulating experience. Xian Qing expressed his understanding of Duobao's hesitation. After all, his idea was indeed too shocking. He could guarantee that this method would definitely succeed. But he could not say it to Duobao. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.